Section 51 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 51, the Revelations in the Tabernacle. Honor pursues him who tries to escape it. Moses, in his humility, felt that his mission as leader of the people ended with the erection of the tabernacle, as Israel could now satisfy all their spiritual needs without his aid. But God said, "As truly as thou livest, I have for thee a far greater task than any thou hast yet accomplished, for thou shalt instruct my children about clean and unclean, and shalt teach them how to offer up offerings to me." God hereupon called Moses to the tabernacle to reveal to him there the laws and teachings. Moses, in his humility, did not dare to enter the tabernacle, so that God had to summon him to enter. Moses, however, could not enter the sanctuary while a cloud was upon it, this being a sign that the demons held sway, but waited until the cloud had moved on. The voice that called Moses came from heaven in the form of a tube of fire and rested over the two cherubim, whence Moses perceived its sound. This voice was as powerful as at the revelation at Sinai, when the souls of all Israel escaped in terror. Still it was audible to none but Moses. Not even the angels heard it, for the words of God were destined exclusively for Moses. Aaron, too, with the exception of 3 cases in which God revealed himself to him, never received his commands except through the communications of Moses. God would call Moses twice caressingly words by name, and when he had answered, "Here am I," God's words were revealed to him, and every commandment as a special revelation. God always allowed a pause to take place between the different laws to be imparted, that Moses might have time rightly to grasp what was told him. On the first day of the dedication of the tabernacle, not less than 8 important sections of laws were communicated to Moses by God. As a reward for his piety, Aaron and his descendants to all eternity received the laws of sanctity, which are a special distinction of the priests, and these laws were revealed on this day. It was on this day also that Aaron and his sons received the gifts of the priests, for although even at the revelation on Sinai Israel had set them aside, still they were not given to Aaron and his sons until this day when the sanctuary was anointed. The second law revealed on this day was the separation of the Levites from among the children of Israel, that they might be dedicated to the sanctuary. For God elevated no man to an office unless he has tried him and found him worthy of his calling. He did not say, "And the Levites shall be mine," before he had tried this tribe and found them worthy. In Egypt, none but the tribe of Levi observed the Torah and clung to the token of the Abrahamic covenant, while the other tribes, abandoning both Torah and token of covenant, like the Egyptians, practiced idolatry. In the desert also, it was this tribe alone that did not take part in the worship of the golden calf. Justly, therefore, did God's choice fall upon this godly tribe, who on this day were consecrated as the servants of God in his sanctuary. The ceremonies connected with the consecration of the Levites had much in common with the regulations for cleansing of lepers. Originally, the firstborn had been the servants of the sanctuary, but owing to the worship of the golden calf, they lost this prerogative, and the Levites replaced them. It was for this reason that the Levites were obliged to observe regulations similar to those for the cleansing of lepers, because they took the place of men who by their sins had defiled themselves. The offerings that the Levites brought on this occasion consisted of 2 bullocks, one for a burnt offering whenever the congregation seduced by others commits idolatry, and Israel would not have worshipped the golden calf had not the mixed multitude misled them. But whosoever worships an idol by this act renounces the whole Torah. Hence did the Levites have to offer up another bullock for a sin offering in accordance with the law that, if the whole congregation of Israel have done somewhat against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, then they shall offer up a young bullock for the sin. As the Levites had been chosen to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation, and to make an atonement for the children of Israel, God ordered all the congregation of Israel to be present at the consecration of the Levites, for whosoever had a sin offering up for himself must in person bring it to the tabernacle. Therefore, too, did the elders of Israel have to put their hands upon the Levites according to the prescription that the elders must put their hands upon the sin of the congregation. Aaron, like the elders, participated in the ceremony of the consecration, lifting up every single Levite as a token that he was now dedicated to the sanctuary. Aaron's extraordinary strength is proven by the fact that he was able to lift up 22,000 men in one day. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 52 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 52, the Cleansing of the Camp. The third law revealed on this day was the command that the children of Israel put out of the camp every leper and every unclean person. When Israel moved out of Egypt, the majority of the people were afflicted with physical defects and diseases contracted during their work on the structures they had been compelled to erect in Egypt. One had his hand crushed by a falling stone, another's eye blinded by splashing of loam. It was a battered and crippled host that reached Sinai, eager to receive the Torah. But God said, "Does it become the glory of the Torah that I should bestow it on a race of cripples? Nor do I want to await the coming of another sound generation, for I desire no further delay of the revelation of the Torah." Hereupon God sent angels to heal all among Israel that were diseased or afflicted with defects, so that all the children of Israel were sound and whole when they received the Torah. They remained in this condition until they worshipped the golden calf, when all their diseases returned as a punishment for their defection from God. Only the women during their stay in the desert were exempt from the customary ailments to which women are subject, as a reward for being the first to declare themselves ready to accept the Torah. When the tabernacle had been consecrated, God now said to Moses, "So long as you had not yet erected the tabernacle, I did not object to having the unclean and the lepers mingle with the rest of the people. But now that the sanctuary is erected, and that my Shekinah dwells among you, I insist upon your separating all these from among you, that they may not defile the camp in the midst of which I dwell." The law in regard to lepers was particularly severe, for they were denied the right of staying within the camp, whereas the unclean were prohibited merely from staying near the sanctuary. The lepers were the very ones who had worshipped the golden calf, and had as a consequence been smitten with this disease, and it was for this reason that God separated them from the community. 13 sins are punished with leprosy by God: blasphemy, unchastity, murder, false suspicion, pride, illegal appropriation of the rights of others, slander, theft, perjury, profanation of the divine name, idolatry, envy, and contempt of the Torah. Goliath was stricken with leprosy because he reviled God. The daughters of Zion became leprous in punishment of their unchastity. Leprosy was Cain's punishment for the murder of Abel. When Moses said to God, "But behold, they will not believe me," God replied, "O Moses, art thou sure that they will not believe thee? they are believers and the sons of believers. Thou who didst suspect them wrongly, put not thy hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. Uzziah presumed upon the rights of the priesthood, and went into the temple to burn incense upon the altar of incense. He was just about to commit the offense when the leprosy brake forth in his forehead. Leprosy fell upon Naaman, who had grown arrogant because of his heroic deeds. For slandering Moses, Miriam became leprous as snow. And Gehazi was punished by leprosy because he frustrated the purpose of Elisha, who desired to accept nothing from Naaman in order that the cure might redound to the glory of God. Another important law revealed on this day referred to the celebration of the second Passover feast. Mishael and Elzaphan, who had attended to the burial of Nadab and Abihu, were godly men anxious to fulfill the commandments of God. Hence they went to the house where Moses and Aaron instructed the people and said to them, "We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of the Lord in his appointed season among the children of Israel?" Moses at first answered that they might not keep the Passover, owing to their condition of uncleanness, but they argued with him, asking that even if, owing to their condition, they might not partake of the sacrificial meat, they might at least be permitted to participate in the offering of the paschal lamb by having the blood of the offerings sprinkled for them. Moses admitted that he could not pass judgment on this case before receiving instruction concerning it from God. For Moses had the rare privilege of being certain of receiving revelations from God whenever he applied to him. He therefore bade Mishael and Elzaphan await God's judgment concerning their case, and sentence was indeed revealed immediately. It was on this day also that God said to Moses, "A heavy blow of fate had fallen upon Aaron today, but instead of murmuring, he thanked me for the death that robbed him of his 2 sons, which proves his trust in my justice toward them, who had deserved punishment more severe. Go then and comfort him, and at the same time tell him that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat which is upon the ark." These last words greatly aggrieved Moses, who now thought, "Woe is me, for it seems as if Aaron had lost his rank, since he may not at all times enter the sanctuary." The statement of the periods for his admission into the sanctuary is also so indeterminate that I am not at all sure whether they are to recur hourly or daily or annually, every 12 years, perhaps even 70, or not at all. But God replied, "Thou art mistaken. I was not thinking of fixing a certain time, whether hour or day or year, for Aaron may enter the sanctuary at any time, but when he does so, he must observe certain ceremonies." The ceremonies that Aaron, as well as every other high priest, had to perform on the Day of Atonement before his entrance into the Holy of Holies were symbolical of the 3 patriarchs, of the 4 wives of the patriarchs, and of the 12 tribes. Only by depending upon the merits of these pious men and women might the high priest venture to enter the Holy of Holies, without having to fear the angels that filled this space. These were obliged to retreat upon the entrance of the high priest, and even Satan had to flee whenever he beheld the high priest and did not dare to accuse Israel before God. Aaron's grief about the death of his sons was turned to joy when God, on the day of their death, granted him the distinction of receiving a direct revelation from the Lord, which prohibited both him and his sons from drinking wine or strong drink when they went into the tabernacle. On this day also Moses received the revelation concerning the red heifer, whose significance was never vouchsafed to any other human being beside himself. On the following day, under the supervision of Eleazar, Aaron's son, it was slaughtered and burned. Although beside this one a number of other red heifers were provided in future generations, this one was distinguished by having its ashes kept forever, which mingled with the ashes of other red heifers were always used for the purification of Israel. But it is in this world alone that the priest can purify the unclean by sprinkling with this water of purification, whereas in the future world God will sprinkle clean water upon Israel, that they may be cleansed from all their filthiness and from all their idols. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 53 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 53, the Lighting of the Candlestick. The eighth law revealed on this day was the lighting of the candlestick. After all the princes of the tribes had brought their gifts to the sanctuary, and God had bidden Moses to let them offer each his offering, one a day throughout 12 days, Aaron, profoundly agitated, thought, "Woe is me! It seems as if, owing to my sin, my tribe has been excluded by God from participating in the dedication of the sanctuary." Hereupon God said to Moses, "Go to Aaron and say to him, do not fear that thou art slighted, and art deemed inferior to the other princes of the tribes. Thou, on the contrary, shalt enjoy a greater glory than all of these, for thou art to light the lamps of the candlestick in the sanctuary." When Israel heard God's command that the lights of the sanctuary be lighted, they said, "O Lord of the world, thou biddest us make a light for thee that are the light of the world, and with whom light dwelleth." But God replied, "Not because I need your light do I bid you burn lamps before me, but only that I might thereby distinguish you in the eyes of the nations that will say, Behold the people of Israel that hold up a light before him who bestoweth light upon the world. By your own eyesight can you see how little need I have of your light. You have the white of the eye and the black of the eye, and it is by means of this dark part of the eye that you are enabled to see, and not through the light part of the white of the eye. How should I, that am all light, have need of your light?" God furthermore said, "A mortal of flesh and blood lights one light by means of another that is burning. I have brought forth light out of darkness. In the beginning darkness was upon the face of the deep, whereupon I spake, Let there be light, and there was light. Shall I now be in need of your illumination? Nay, I commanded you to light the candles in the sanctuary, that I might distinguish you and give you another opportunity of doing a pious deed, the execution of which I will reward in the future world by letting a great light shine before you. And furthermore, if you will let the candles shine before me in my sanctuary, I shall protect from all evil your spirit, the candle of the Lord." Simultaneously with the command to light the sanctuary, Moses received the instruction to celebrate the Sabbath by the lighting of candles. For God said to him, "Speak unto the children of Israel, if you will observe my command to light the Sabbath candles, I shall permit you to live to see Zion illuminated, when you will no longer require the light of the sun, but my glory will shine before you, so that the nations will follow your light." Aaron was distinguished not only by being selected to dedicate the sanctuary through the lighting of the candles. God ordered Moses to communicate to his brother the following revelation: "The sanctuary will on another occasion also be dedicated by the lighting of the candles, and then it will be done by the descendants, the Hasmoneans, for whom I will perform miracles and to whom I will grant grace. Hence there is greater glory destined for thee than for all the other princes of the tribes, for their offerings to the sanctuary shall be employed only so long as it endures, but the lights of the Hanukkah festival will shine forever, and moreover thy descendants shall bestow the priestly blessing upon Israel even after the destruction of the temple." The candlestick that Aaron lighted in the sanctuary was not the common work of mortal hands, but was wrought by a miracle. When God bade Moses fashion a candlestick, he found it difficult to execute the command, not knowing how to set to work to construct it in all its complicated details. God therefore said to Moses, I shall show thee a model. He then took white fire, red fire, and green fire, and black fire, and out of these 4 kinds of fires he fashioned a candlestick with its bowls, its knobs, and its flowers. Even then Moses was not able to copy the candlestick, whereupon God drew its design upon his palm, saying to him, Look at this, and imitate the design I have drawn on thy palm. But even that did not suffice to teach Moses how to execute the commission, whereupon God bade him cast a talent of gold into the fire. Moses did as he was bidden, and the candlestick shaped itself out of the fire. As on this occasion, so upon other occasions also did God have to present the things tangibly before Moses in order to make certain laws intelligible to him. In this way, for example, at the revelation concerning clean and unclean animals, God showed one specimen of each to Moses, saying, This ye shall eat, and this ye shall not eat. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 54 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 54, The 12 Princes of the Tribes. God, in his love for Israel, had frequent censuses taken of them, so that he might accurately estimate his possession. In scarcely half a year they were twice counted, once shortly before the erection of the Tabernacle, and the second time a month after its dedication. On the first day of the month of Iyar, Moses received instructions to take a census of all men over 20 who were physically fit to go to war. He was ordered to take Aaron as his assistant, so that in case he should overlook some of the men, Aaron might remind him of them, for 2 are better than 1. They were also to take as their subordinate assistants Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's sons, and a man each from the several tribes. These 12 men were appointed not only to conduct the census, but also to look after the spiritual welfare of their respective tribes, the sins of which would be upon their heads unless with all their powers they strove to prevent them. Moses and Aaron nevertheless adjured the princes of the tribes, in spite of their high rank, not to tyrannize over the people, whereas on the other hand they admonished the people to pay all due respect to their superiors. The names of these 12 princes of the tribes indicated the history of the tribes they represented. The prince of the tribe Reuben was called Elizur. My God is a rock, referring to the ancestor of this tribe, Reuben, Jacob's son, who sinned but owing to his penance was forgiven by God, who bore his sin as a rock bears the house built upon it. The name of Elizur's father was Shedur, cast into the fire, because Reuben was converted to repentance and atonement through Judah, who confessed his sin when his daughter-in-law Tamar was about to be cast into the fire. The prince of the tribes of Simeon was named Shelomiel, my God is peace, to indicate that in spite of the sin of Zimri, head of this tribe, through whom 24,000 men among Israel died, God nevertheless made peace with this tribe. The prince of the tribe of Judah bore the name Nahshon, wave of the sea, the son of Amminadab, prince of my people, because the prince received this dignity as a reward for having plunged into the waves of the Red Sea to glorify God's name. The tribe of Issachar had for its prince Nethanel. God gave, for this tribe devoted its life to the Torah given by God to Moses. Accordingly, Nethanel was called the son of Zuar, burden, for Issachar assumed the burden of passing judgment on the lawsuits of the other tribes. Corresponding to the occupation of the tribe of Zebulun, its prince was called Eliab, the ship, son of Helon, the sand, for this tribe spent its life on ships, seeking treasures hidden in the sand. Elishama, son of Ammihud, the name of the prince of the tribe of Ephraim, points to the history of Joseph, their forefather. God said, Elishama, he obeyed me, who bade him be chaste and not covet his master's wife that wanted to tempt him to sin. Ammihud, me he honored, and none other. The other tribe of Joseph, Manasseh, also named their prince in reference to their forefather, calling him Gamaliel, son of Pedahzur, which signifies God rewarded Joseph for his piety by releasing him from bondage and making him ruler over Egypt. The prince of the tribe of Benjamin was named Abidan, my father decreed, son of Gideoni, mighty hosts, referring to the following incident. When Rachel perceived that she would die at the birth of her son, she called him son of faintness, supposing that a similar fate would overtake him, and that he was doomed through weakness to die young. But Jacob, the child's father, decreed otherwise, and called him Benjamin, son of might and of many years. The prince of the tribe of Dan bore the name Ahiezer, brother of Help, son of Ammishaddai, my people's judge, because he was allied with the helpful tribe of Judah at the erection of the tabernacle, and like this ruling tribe, brought forth a mighty judge in the person of Samson. The tribe of Asher was distinguished by the beauty of its women, which was so excellent that even the old among them were fairer and stronger than the young girls of the other tribes. For this reason kings chose the daughters of this tribe to be their wives, and these, through their intercession before the kings, saved the lives of many who had been doomed to death. Hence the name of the prince of the tribe of Asher, Pagiel, the interceder, son of Ochran, the afflicted, for the women of the tribe of Asher, through their intercession, obtained grace for the afflicted. The prince of the tribe of Gad bore the name Eliasaph, God multiplied, son of Duel. God is a witness, to reward them for passing over the Jordan and not returning to their property on this side of the river until the promised land was won. Their wealth was multiplied by God. For when upon returning they found the enemy at home, God aided them, and they gained all their enemies' possessions. God was furthermore witness that this tribe had no wicked motive when they erected an altar on their land. The prince of the tribe of Naphtali was called Ahira, desirable meadow, son of Enon, clouds, for the land of this tribe was distinguished by its extraordinary excellence. Its products were exactly what their owners desired, and all this owing to the plenty of water, for the clouds poured plentiful rain over their land. At the census of the people, the tribes were set down in the order in which they put up their camp and moved in their marches. The tribes of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun formed the first group, the royal tribe of Judah being associated with the tribe of learned men, Issachar, and with Zebulun, which through its generosity enabled Issachar to devote itself to the study of the Torah. The second group consisted of Reuben, Simeon, and Gad. The sinful tribe of Simeon was supported on the right by the penance of Reuben, and on the left by the strength of Gad. The tribes of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin formed a group by themselves, for these, before all the other tribes, were destined to appear gloriously against Amalek. The Ephraimite Joshua was the first who was victorious against Amalek. The Benjamite Saul followed his example in his war against Agag, king of Amalek, and under the leadership of men out of the tribe of Manasseh, the tribe of Simeon, at the time of King Jehoshaphat, succeeded in destroying the rest of the Amalekites, and to take possession formed the last group, and for the following reason were united in this way. The tribe of Dan had already, at the time of the exodus from Egypt, been possessed of the sinful thought to fashion an idol. To counteract this dark thought, Asher was made its comrade, from whose soil came the oil for lighting, and that Dan might participate in the blessing, Naphtali, full with the blessing of the Lord, became its second companion. At this third census, the number of men who were able to go to war proved to be exactly the same as the second census, taken in the same year. Not one among Israel had died during this period, from the beginning of the erection of the tabernacle to its dedication when the third census took place. But no conclusive evidence concerning the sum total of the separate tribes can be drawn from this number of men able to go to war, because the ration of the two sexes varied among the different tribes, as, for example, the female sex in the tribe of Naphtali greatly outnumbered the male. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 55 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 55, the Census of the Levites. Moses at the census did not take into consideration the tribe of Levi, because God had not commanded him to select a prince for this tribe as for all others. Hence he drew the conclusion that they were not to be counted. Naturally, he was not sure of his decision in this matter, and wavered whether or not to include the Levites in the number, when God said to him, "Do not muster the tribe of Levi, nor number them among the children of Israel." At these words Moses was frightened, for he feared that his tribe was considered unworthy of being counted with the rest, and was therefore excluded by God. But God quieted him, saying, "Do not number the Levites among the children of Israel, number them separately." There were several reasons for numbering the Levites separately. God foresaw that owing to the sin of the spies who were sent to search the land, all men who were able to go to war would perish in the wilderness. All that were numbered of them, according to their whole number, from 20 years old and upward. Now, had the Levites been included in the sum total of Israel, the angel of death would have held sway over them also, wherefore God excluded them from the census of all the tribes, that they might in the future be exempt from the punishment visited upon the others, and might enter the promised land. The Levites were furthermore the bodyguard of God, to whose care the sanctuary was entrusted. Another reason for counting them separately: God in this instance conducted himself like the king who ordered one of his officers to number his legions, but added, "Number all the legions excepting only the legion that is about me." The extent of God's love for Levi is evident through the command given to Moses to number in the tribe of Levi all males from a month old and upward, whereas in the other tribes none were numbered save men able to go to war from 20 years and upward. Upon other occasions God had even the embryos among the Levites numbered. This occurred upon Jacob's entrance into Egypt, when the number 70 for his family was attained only by including Jochebed, who was still in the womb, and similarly at a future time upon the return of the exiles from Babylon. For at that time only 23 of the priestly sections returned. Hence, to complete their number, they had to include Bigvai, who belonged to the missing section, even though he was still in the womb. When Moses was ordered to number among the Levites all children from a month old and upward, he said to God, "Thou biddest me count them from a month old and upward. Shall I now wander about their courts and houses, and count each child, seeing that thou givest me such a command?" But God replied, "Do thou what thou canst do, and I will do what I can do." It now came to pass that whenever Moses betook himself to a Levite tent, awaiting him to tell him exactly the number of children without his having to count them. In the choice of this tribe, God showed his preference for the seventh, for Levi was the seventh pious man, starting from Adam, to wit, Adam, Noah, Enoch, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Levi. As in this instance, so in many others did God indicate his love for the seventh. He sits enthroned in the seventh heaven. Of the seven worlds, the seventh alone is inhabited by human beings. Of the early generations, the seventh was the most excellent, for it produces Enoch. Moses, a seventh among the patriarchs, was judged worthy of receiving the Torah. David, seventh son of Jesse, was chosen as king. In periods of time also the seventh was the favorite. The seventh day is the Sabbath. The seventh month, Tishri, is the month of the holy days. The seventh year is the sabbatical year of rest, and every seventh sabbatical year of rest is the year of Jubilee. Another reason for numbering even the youngest boys among the Levites was that the tribe of Levi as a whole had the responsibility of atoning for the sin of the firstborn among the children of Israel. For it was these who, until the time of the worship of the golden calf, performed the services of the priesthood, and their privilege was taken from them owing to this their sin. This prerogative was then conferred upon the tribe of Levi, who, moreover, dedicating themselves, man for man, to the service of the Lord, served as an atonement for the firstborn of Israel, that they might not be destroyed as they deserved. The exchange of Levites in place of the firstborn did, however, present a difficulty, for God had communicated the number of Levites to Moses in the following way: "Their number amounts to as many as the number of my legion." For when God came down upon Sinai, 22,000 angels surrounded him, and just as many men did the Levites number. Outside of these, there were 300 firstborn among the Levites that could not well be offered in exchange for the firstborn among the other tribes, because their standing was the same as theirs. As the number of firstborn among the other tribes exceeded the number of Levites by 273, this surplus remained without actual atonement. Hence God ordered Moses to take from them 5 shekels apiece by the poll as redemption money, and give it to the priests. The sum was fixed upon by God, who said, "Ye sold the firstborn of Rachel for 5 shekels, and for this reason shall ye give as redemption money for every firstborn among ye 5 shekels." To avoid quarrels among the firstborn, as otherwise each one would try to lay the payment of redemption money upon his neighbor, Moses wrote upon 22,000 slips of paper the word Levi, and upon 273 the words 5 shekels, all of which were then thrown into an urn and mixed. Then every firstborn had to draw one of the slips. If he drew a slip with Levi, he was not obliged to remit any payment, but if he drew 5 shekels, he had to pay that sum to the priests. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 56 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 56, the 4 divisions of the Levites. Apart from the census of all male Levites, Moses now took another census of the men from the ages of 30 to 50, for only at this age were the Levites permitted to perform service in the tabernacle throughout their march through the desert, a law that indeed ceased to hold good when Israel settled in the Holy Land. These officiating Levites, as well as the priests, were divided by Moses into 8 sections, a number that was not doubled until the prophet Samuel increased it to 16, to which David again added 8, so that there were later 24 divisions among the Levites and priests. The most distinguished among the Levites were the sons of Kohath, whose charge during the march through the desert was the Holy of Holies, and among the vessels particularly the Holy Ark. This latter was a dangerous trust, for out of the staves attached to it would issue sparks that consumed Israel's enemies, but now and then this fire wrought havoc among the bearers of the ark. It therefore became a customary thing when the camp was about to be moved for Kohath's sons to hasten into the sanctuary and seek to pack up the different portions of it, each one planning cautiously to shift the carrying of the ark upon another. But this even more kindled God's anger against them, and he slew many of the Kohathites, because they ministered to the ark with an unwilling heart. To avert the danger that threatened them, God ordered Aaron and his sons to enter first into the sanctuary, and to appoint to the Kohathites every one his service and his burden, that they might not go in to see when the holy things are covered, lest they die. This was done because previous to this command the sons of Kohath had been accustomed to feast their eyes on the sight of the ark, which brought them instantaneous death. But according to this order, Aaron and his sons first took apart the different portions of the sanctuary, covered the ark, and not till then called the sons of Kohath to bear the burden. During the march, the Levites might wear no shoes, but had to walk barefoot because they carried and ministered to holy objects. The Kohathites had, moreover, to walk backwards, for they might not turn their backs to the holy ark. They were furthermore, owing to their offices as bearers of the ark, distinguished by being the first of the Levites to be numbered in the census, although in other respects the sons of Gershon led, for Gershon was the firstborn of Levi. When giving the commission to count the sons of Kohath, God explicitly mentioned that Moses should undertake the census with Aaron, but he did not do so when he ordered the numbering of the sons of Gershon. Moses now thought that God had done this intentionally because the former were directly under Aaron's supervision, while the Gershonites were not. Nevertheless, out of respect to his brother, he bade his brother, as well as out of courtesy, the princes of the tribes, to be present at the numbering of the Levites, but he did not tell Aaron that he did so in the name of God. In this Moses erred, for God wished Aaron to be present at the numbering of the Levites. For this reason, when he ordered the census of the third division, Merari's sons, to be taken, he expressly mentioned Aaron's name. At the apportionment of the service among the individual Levites, however, Aaron paid attention only to the sons of Kohath, each of whom had his special task allotted to him, whereas Moses appointed their tasks to the sons of Gershon and Merari. The highest chief of the Levites, however, was Eleazar, who was to have the oversight of them that keep the charge of the sanctuary. But despite his high position, Eleazar was modest enough to participate in the service in person. During their marches from place to place, he himself would carry all needful things for the daily offering. In his right hand he carried the oil for the candlestick, in his left hand the incense. On his are the things that were made in the pans and attached to his girdle, the vial with the oil for ointment. Ithamar, Eleazar's brother, also had a duty in the sanctuary, for it was he to whom the guidance of the service of Gershon's and Merari's sons was assigned. For these must perform none but the service God had specially assigned to them, as no Gershonite might perform the duty of a Merarite, and vice versa. And each individual, too, had his special duty, that no quarrel might arise among them. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 57 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 57. The Four Standards. When God appeared upon Sinai, he was surrounded by 22,000 angels, all in full array and divided into groups, each of which had its own standard. Looking upon these angel hosts, Israel wished like them to be divided into groups with standards, and God fulfilled their wish. After Moses had completed the census of the people, God said to him, "Fulfill their wish and provide them with standards as they desire. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch." This commission greatly agitated Moses, who thought, "Now will there be much strife among the tribes. If I bid the tribe of Judah pitch in the east, it will surely state its preference for the south, and every tribe will likewise choose any direction but the one assigned to it." But God said to Moses, "Do not concern thyself with the position of the standards of the tribes, for they have no need of thy direction." Their father Jacob, before his death, ordered them to group themselves about the tabernacle, just as his sons were to be grouped about his bier at the funeral procession. When Moses now told the people to divide themselves in groups round about the tabernacle, they did it in the manner Jacob had bidden them. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth, by understanding hath he established the heavens. The division of the tribes of Israel according to 4 standards, as well as their subdivision at each standard, is not arbitrary and accidental. It corresponds to the same plan and direction as that of which God made use in heaven. The celestial throne is surrounded by 4 angels. To the right Michael, in front Gabriel, to the left Uriel, and to the rear Raphael. To these 4 angels corresponded the 4 tribes of Reuben, Judah, Dan, and Ephraim, the standard bearers. Michael earned his name, who is like unto God, by exclaiming during the passage of Israel through the Red Sea, Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods? And he made a similar statement when Moses completed the Torah, saying, There is none like unto the God of Jeshurun. In the same way, Reuben bore upon his standard the words, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Hence Reuben's position with his standard to the right of the sanctuary corresponded exactly to Michael's post at the right of the celestial throne. Gabriel, God is mighty, stands in front of the throne, as Judah, mightiest among his brethren, was the standard bearer in front of the camp. Dan, the tribe from which emanated dark sin, stood at the left side of the camp with his standard, corresponding to the angel Uriel, God is my light, for God illuminated the darkness of sin by the revelation of the Torah, in the study of which this angel instructed Moses, and devotion to which is penance for sin. The tribe of Ephraim was the standard bearer to the rear of the camp, occupying the same position as Raphael. God heals, holds the celestial throne. For this tribe, from which sprang Jeroboam, was in need of God's healing for the wound that this wicked king dealt Israel. God had other reasons for the divisions of the tribes that he decreed, for he said to Moses, In the east, whence comes the light, shall the tribe of Judah, whence arises the light of sovereignty, pitch its camp, and with them the tribe of Issachar, with whom dwells the light of the Torah, and Zebulun, shining through the wealth. From the south come the dews of blessing and the rains of plenty. Hence shall Reuben pitch on this side, for this tribe owes its existence to the penitent deeds of its forefather, penance being that which causes God to send his blessing upon the world. Beside Reuben shall stand the warlike tribe of Gad, and between these two Simeon, in order that this tribe, made weak by its sins, might be protected on either side by the piety of Reuben and the heroism of Gad. In the west are storehouses of snow, the storehouses of hail, of cold, and of heat, and as powerless as are mortals against these forces of nature, so ineffectual shall be the enemies of the tribes of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, for which reason their post was to the west of the camp. From the north comes the darkness of sin, for this tribe alone will declare itself willing to accept the idols of Jeroboam. Hence its place is to the north of the camp. To illuminate its darkness, put beside it shining Asher and Naphtali, filled with God's plenty. The 4 standards were distinguished from one another by their different colors, and by the inscriptions and figures worked upon each. The color of Judah's standard corresponded to the color of the 3 stones in the breastplate of the high priest, on which were engraved the names of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun, and was composed of red, green, and fiery red. Judah's name, as well as Issachar's and Zebulun's, was inscribed on the banner, and beside the names was this inscription, Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. The standard of Reuben, about which gathered also the tribes of Simeon and Gad, was the color of the emerald, the sapphire, and the shabalum. For on these 3 stones were the names of these tribes engraved on the breastplate of the high priest. Besides the names of Reuben, Simeon, and Gad, the following device was wrought on the 2nd standard, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. The 3rd standard, around which rallied the tribes of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, bore the color of the diamond, the turquoise, and the amethyst. For on these 3 stones in the high priest's breastplate were engraved the names of these 3 tribes. On this standard, beside the names of these 3 tribes, was the motto, and the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day when they went out of camp. As on the breastplate of the high priest, the stones chrysolite, beryl, and panther stone bore the names of Dan, Asher, and Naphtali, so too did the fourth standard, round which these three tribes gathered, bear a color resembling these three stones. This standard contained the names of Dan, Asher, and Naphtali, and the device, Return, O Lord, unto the many thousands of Israel. The standards had also other distinguishing characteristics. Judah's standard bore in its upper part the figure of a lion, for its forefather had been characterized by Jacob as a lion's whelp, and also sword-like hooks of gold. On these hooks God permitted a strip of the seventh cloud of glory to rest, in which were visible the initials of the names of the three patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the letters being radiations from the Shekinah. Reuben's standard had in its upper part the figure of a man corresponding to the mandrakes that Reuben, forefather of this tribe, found, for this plant had the form of a mannequin. The hooks on this standard were like those on the standard of Judah, but the second letters of the names of the three patriarchs, Bet, Zad, and Ayin, were seen above them in the cloud. In the standard of Ephraim was fashioned the form of a fish, for Jacob had blessed the forefather of this tribe by telling him to multiply like a fish. In all other respects it was like the other two standards, save the above the sword-like hooks of gold were seen the third letters in the names of the patriarchs Resh, Het, and Koph. Dan's standard contained the form of a serpent, for Dan shall be a serpent by the way, was Jacob's blessing for this tribe, and the gleaming letters over the hooks were Mem for Abraham, Koph for Isaac, and Bet for Jacob. The letter He of Abraham's name was not indeed visible over the standards, but was reserved by God for a still greater honor, for over the holy ark God let a pillar of cloud rest, and in this were visible the letter Yod and He, spelling the name Yah, by means of which God had created the world. This pillar of cloud shed sunlight by day and moonlight by night, so that Israel, who were surrounded by clouds, might distinguish between night and day. These two sacred letters, Yod, He, would on weekdays fly about in the air over the four standards, hovering now upon this, now upon that. But as soon as Friday was over and the Sabbath began, these letters stood immovable on the spot where they chanced to be at that moment, and remained in this rigid position from the first moment of the Sabbath to the last. Whenever God wanted Israel to break up camp and move on, He would send on from its place over the ark the cloud in which beamed the two sacred letters, Yod and He, in the direction in which Israel was to march, and the four strips of cloud over the standards would follow. As soon as the priests saw the clouds in motion, they blew the trumpets as a signal for starting, and the winds thereupon from all sides breathed myrrh and frankincense. Although it was the clouds that gave the signal for taking down and pitching tents, still they always awaited the word of Moses. Before starting, the pillar of cloud would contract and stand still before Moses, waiting for him to say, Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee, whereupon the pillar of cloud would be set in motion. It was the same when they pitched camp. The pillar of cloud would contract and stand still before Moses, waiting for him to say, Return, O Lord, unto the many thousands of Israel, whereupon it would expand first over the tribes that belonged to the standard of Judah, and then over the sanctuary within and without. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 58 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Section 58, The Camp. The camp was in the form of a square, 12,000 cubits on each side, and in the middle was the space, 4,000 cubits in size, for the sanctuary and the dwelling place of priests and Levites. In the east of the sanctuary lived Moses, Aaron, and Aaron's sons. The Levites of the family of Kohath lived in the south, the sons of Gershon in the west, and the sons of Merari in the north. Each of these divisions had for its dwelling place a space of 100 cubits, while each group of 3 tribes that joined under one standard had a space of 4,000 cubits. This was only for the dwelling place of the people. The cattle were outside the encampment, and the cloud of glory separated the dwelling places of the human beings from those of the animals. Rivers surrounded the camp from without, and so also were the different groups separated one from the other by rivers. But in order that on the Sabbath, when riding was prohibited, intercourse among the different parts of the camp might not be rendered impossible, there were bridges of boards over the rivers. The purple color of the cloud of glory was reflected in the waters of the rivers, so that it spread afar a radiance like that of the sun and the stars. The heathens, whenever they beheld these wondrous radiant waters, were frightened and feared Israel, but at the same time praised God for the miracles he wrought for Israel. These were miracles that were visible to the outer world as well, but there were others that were known to Israel alone. During their 40 years' march they had no need of change of raiment. The robe of purple which the angels clothed each one among them at their exodus from Egypt remained ever new, and as a snail's shell grows with it, so did their garments grow with them. Fire could not injure these garments, and though they wore the same things throughout 40 years, still they were not annoyed by vermin. Yes, even the corpses of this generation were spared by worms. During their marches, as well as in their stay at a certain place, they had not only the 4 standards that divided them into 4 groups of 3 tribes each. Each individual tribe had furthermore its own special spot and its special ensign. Reuben's flag was red, and on it were pictured mandrakes. Simeon's flag was green, with a picture of the city of Shechem upon it, for the forefather of the tribe had conquered this city. Judah's flag was azure, and bore the form of a lion. Issachar's flag was black, and had 2 figures, the sun and the moon, for from this tribe sprung the learned men who busied themselves with astronomy and the science of the calendar. Zebulun's flag was white, with the form of a ship, for this tribe devoted to navigation. Dan's flag had a color like a sapphire, with the figure of a serpent. Naphtali's flag was a dull red, the color of wine, and on it was the figure of a hind, in memory of its forefather, who was like a hind let loose. Asher's flag was red like fire, and had the token of an olive tree, because this tribe had much olive oil of excellent quality. The 2 tribes descended from Joseph, Ephraim and Manasseh, both flags of the same deep black color, with a representation of Egypt, but they had other forms besides. Ephraim's had the picture of a bull, to symbolize Joshua, sprung of this tribe, whose glory was like the firstling of his bullock, that pusheth the people together to the ends of the earth, whereas Manasseh's was that of a unicorn, symbolizing the judge Gideon, that sprang from this tribe, who with his horns of unicorns pushed the people. Benjamin's flag had a color composed of all the other 11 colors, and a wolf for his token, Jacob having described this tribe as a wolf that raveneth. The different colors of the flags corresponded to the colors of the stones set in the breastplate of the high priest, on which were engraved the names of the 12 tribes. Reuben's stone had a red color like his flag, Simeon's flag was green like the color of his stone, and in this way with all the tribes the color of stones and of flags harmonized. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 59 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Section 59, The Blasphemer and the Sabbath-breaker. When Israel received the Torah from God, all the other nations envied them and said, "Why were these chosen by God out of all the nations?" But God stopped their mouths, replying, "Bring me your family records, and my children shall bring their family records." The nations could not prove the purity of their families, but Israel stood without a blemish, every man among them ready to prove his pure descent, so that the nations burst into praise at Israel's family purity, which was rewarded by God with the Torah for this its excellence. How truly chastity and purity reigned among Israel was shown by the division of the people into groups and tribes. Among all these thousands was found only a single man who was not of pure descent, and who therefore, at the pitching of the standards, could attach himself to none of the groups. This man was the son of Shelomith, a Danite woman, and the Egyptian whom Moses, when a youth of 18, had slain for having offered violence to Shelomith, the incident that had necessitated Moses' flight from Egypt. It happened as follows. When Moses came to Goshen to visit his parents, he witnessed how an Egyptian struck an Israelite, and the latter, knowing that Moses was in high favor at Pharaoh's court, sought his assistance, appealing to him with these words, "O my lord, this Egyptian by night forced his way into my house, bound me with chains, and in my presence offered violence to my wife. Now he wants to kill me besides." Indignant at this infamous action of the Egyptian, Moses slew him, so that the tormented Israelite might go home. The latter, on reaching his house, informed his wife that he intended getting a divorce from her, as it was not proper for a member of the house of Jacob to live together with a woman that had been defiled. When the wife told her brothers of her husband's intentions, they wanted to kill their brother-in-law, who eluded them only by timely flight. The Egyptian's violence was not without issue, for Shelomith gave birth to a son whom she reared as a Jew, even though his father had been an Egyptian. When the division of the people according to the four standards took place, this son of Shelomith appeared among the Danites, into whose division he meant to be admitted, pointing out to them that his mother was a woman of the tribe of Dan. The Danites, however, rejected him, saying, "The commandment of God says, each man by his own standard with the ensign of his father's house. Paternal, not maternal, descent decides a man's admission to a tribe." As this man was not content with this answer, his case was brought to Moses' court, who also passed judgment against him. This so embittered him that he blasphemed the ineffable name which he had heard on Mount Sinai and cursed Moses. He at the same time ridiculed the recently announced law concerning the shewbread that was to be set on the table in the sanctuary every Sabbath, saying it behooves a king to eat fresh bread daily and no stale bread. At the same time as the crime blasphemy was committed by the son of Shelomith, Zelophmehad committed another capital crime. On a Sabbath day he tore trees out of the ground, although he had been warned by witnesses not to break the Sabbath. The overseers whom Moses had appointed to enforce the observance of the Sabbath rest seized him and brought him to the school where Moses, Aaron, and other leaders of the people studied the Torah. In both these cases Moses was uncertain how to pass judgment, for although he knew that capital punishment must follow the breaking of the Sabbath, still the manner of capital punishment in this case had not yet been revealed to him. Zelophmehad was in the meantime kept in prison until Moses should learn the details of the case, for the law says that a man accused of a capital charge may not be given liberty of person. The sentence that Moses received from God was to execute Zelophmehad in the presence of all the community by stoning him. This was accordingly done, and after the execution his corpse was for a short time suspended from the gallows. The sin of the Sabbath-breaker was the occasion that gave rise to God's commandment of zizit to Israel. For he said to Moses, "Dost thou know how it came to pass that this man broke the Sabbath?" Moses, "I do not know." God, "On weekdays he wore phylacteries on his head and phylacteries on his arms to remind him of his duties. But on the Sabbath day, on which no phylacteries may be worn, he had nothing to call his duties to his mind, and he broke the Sabbath. Go now, Moses, and find for Israel a commandment, the observance of which is not limited to weekdays only, but which will influence them on Sabbath days and on holy days as well. Moses selected the commandment of Zizit, the sight of which will recall to the Israelites all the other commandments of God. Whereas in the case of the Sabbath-breaker, Moses had been certain that the sin was punishable by death, and had been in doubt only concerning the manner of execution, in the case of the blasphemer, matters were different. Here Moses was in doubt concerning the nature of the crime, for he was not even sure if it was at all a capital offense. Hence he did not have these two men imprisoned together, because one of them was clearly a criminal, whereas the status of the other was undetermined. But God instructed Moses that the blasphemer was also to be stoned to death, and that this was to be the punishment for blasphemers in the future. There were two other cases besides these two in Moses' career on which he could not pass judgment without appealing to God. These were the claims of Zelophehad's daughters to the inheritance of their father, and the case of the unclean that might not participate in the offering of the paschal lamb. Moses hastened in his appeal to God concerning the two last mentioned cases, but took his time with the two former, for on these depended human lives. In this, Moses set the precedent to the judges among Israel to dispatch civil cases with all celerity, but to proceed slowly in criminal cases. In all these cases, however, he openly confessed that he did not at the time know the proper decision, thereby teaching the judges of Israel to consider it no disgrace, when necessary, to consult others in cases when they were not sure of true judgment. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 60 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 60, The Ungrateful Multitude. When God commanded Israel to set out from Sinai and continue their march, the Israelites were glad, for during their stay in that place they had throughout 11 days received new laws daily, and they hoped that after having departed from the holy mountain, they would receive no further laws. Hence, instead of making a day's march from Sinai as God had commanded them, they marched incessantly for 3 days, in order to be as far as possible from the holy spot. They behaved like a boy who runs quickly away after dismissal from school, that his teacher might not call him back. Although this antipathy to his laws vexed God, he did not therefore forsake them, but let the ark move before them as long as they desired to continue the march. For it was by this token that the Israelites knew that the Shekinah was among them, as God had promised them. As often as they broke camp or pitched camp, Moses would say to them, "Do what the Shekinah within the ark bids you do." But they would not believe Moses that the Shekinah dwelt among them unless he spoke the words, "Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee." Whereupon the ark would begin to move, and they were convinced of the presence of the Shekinah. The ark, furthermore, gave the signal for breaking camp by soaring up high, and then swiftly moving before the camp at a distance of 3 days' march until it found a suitable spot upon which Israel might encamp. Hardly had they departed from Sinai when they once more began to lead the wicked course of life that they had for a time abandoned. They began to seek a pretext to renounce God and again to be addicted to idolatry. They complained about the forced marches, which at God's command they had been obliged to make after their departure from Sinai, and in this way showed their ingratitude to God, who wanted them as quickly as possible to reach the Holy Land, and for this reason allowed them to cover an 11 days' distance in 3 days. Their murmurs and complaints, however, were not silent, but quite loud, for they were anxious that God should hear their wicked words. In punishment for their defamation of the divine glory, God sent upon them a fire emanating from the very glory. Upon 12 occasions did God send a divine fire upon earth, 6 times as a token of honor and distinction, but as many times as a punishment. To the first class belonged the fire at the consecration of the tabernacle, at the offering of Gideon as at that of Manoah and of David, at the dedication of Solomon's temple, and at the offering of Elijah upon Mount Carmel. The 6 fatal fires are the following: the fire that consumed Nadab and Abihu, that which wrought havoc among the murmuring and complaining multitude, the fire that consumed the company of Korah, the fire that destroyed Job's sheep, and the 2 fires that burned the first and second troops which Ahaziah sent against Elijah. This celestial fire wrought the greatest havoc among the idolatrous tribe of Dan, and among the mixed multitude that had joined the Israelites upon their exodus from Egypt. The elders of the people turned to Moses, saying, "Rather deliver us as a sheep to the slaughter, but not to a celestial fire that consumes earthly fire." They should by right have prayed to God themselves, but in this instance they were like the king's son, who had kindled his father's anger against him, and who now hastened to his father's friend, begging him to intercede for him. So did Israel say to Moses, "Go thou to God and pray for us." Moses instantly granted their wish, and God without delay heard Moses' prayer and halted the destroying fire. But God did not simply take the fire away from Israel and put it elsewhere, for it was of such a nature that it would gradually have spread on all sides and finally have destroyed everything. It had in this way caused the destruction in Israel, for, beginning at one end of the camp, it spread so rapidly that one could at no time tell how far it had gone. That the presence of this divine fire might continue to restrain Israel from sin, God did not allow it to rise back to heaven, but it found its place on the altar of the tabernacle, where it consumed all the offerings that were brought during Israel's stay in Egypt. This is the same fire that destroyed Aaron's sons as well as Korah's company, and it is the divine fire that every mortal beholds in the moment of his death. On this occasion also it was evident that pious men are greater than the angels, for Moses took bundles of wool and laid them upon the divine fire, which thereupon went out. He then said to the people, "If you repent of your sin, then the fire will go out, but otherwise it will burst forth and consume you." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 61 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 61, The Flesh Pots of Egypt. Not mindful of the punishment by fire, Israel still did not mend their ways, but soon again began to murmur against God. As so often before, it was again the mixed multitude that rebelled against God and Moses, saying, "Who shall give up flesh to eat? We remember the fish that we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic, but now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes." But all this murmuring and these complaints were only a pretext to sever themselves from God, for first of all they actually possessed many herds and much cattle, enough plentifully to satisfy their lusting after flesh, if they had really felt it. And manna, furthermore, had the flavor of every conceivable kind of food, so all they had to do while eating it was to wish for a certain dish, and they instantly perceived in manna the taste of the desired food. It is true that manna never gave them the flavor of the 5 vegetables they mentioned, but they should have been grateful to God for sparing them the taste of these vegetables injurious to health. Here they showed their perversity in being dissatisfied with measures for which they should have been grateful to God. Manna displeased them because it did not contain the flavor injurious to health, and they also objected to it because it remained in their bodies. Wherefore they said, "The manna will swell in our stomachs, for can there be a human being that takes food without excreting it?" God had, as a special mark of distinction, given them this food of the angels, which is completely dissolved in the body, and of which they could always partake without injury to their health. It is a clear proof of the excellent taste of manna that a later time, when the last manna fell on the day of Moses' death, they ate of it for 40 days and would not make use of other food until the manna had been exhausted to the last grain, clearly showing that the taking of any different food was disagreeable. But while manna was at hand in abundance, they complained about seeing before them morning and evening no other food than manna. The true state of affairs was that they had a lurking dissatisfaction with the yoke of the law. It is certain that they had not had in Egypt better food for which they now longed, for their taskmasters, far from giving them dainties, gave them not even straw for making bricks. But in Egypt they had lived undisturbed by laws, and it was this unrestrained life that they desired back. Especially hard for them were the new laws on marriage, for in Egypt they had been accustomed to marry those closely related by blood, from whom they were now obliged to separate. They now trooped together in families, and awaiting the moment when Moses, about to leave the house of study, would have to pass them, they began to murmur publicly, accusing him of being to blame for all the sufferings they had been obliged to bear. Upon his advice, they said, had they abandoned a most fruitful land, and instead of enjoying the great fortune promised to them, they were now wandering about in misery, suffering thirst from lack of water, and were apprehensive of dying of starvation in case the supply of manna should cease. When these and similar abuses were uttered against Moses, one out of the people stepped forth and exhorted them not so soon to forget the many benefactions they had known from Moses, and not to despair of God's aid and support. But the multitude upon this became even more excited, and raged and shouted more violently than ever against Moses. This conduct of Israel called forth God's wrath. But Moses, instead of interceding for the people, began to complain of their treatment of him, and announced to God that he could not now execute the commission he had undertaken in Egypt, namely, to lead Israel in spite of all reverses until he had reached the promised land. He now begged God to relieve him of the leadership of the people in some way, and at the same time to stand by him in his present predicament, that he might satisfy the people's desire for flesh. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 62 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 62. The appointment of the 70 elders. The sad predicament of Moses on this occasion is partly traceable to the fact that he had to face alone the murmurs and complaints of the people, without the accustomed assistance of the 70 elders. Since the exodus from Egypt, the 70 elders of the people had always been at his side, but these had recently been killed by the fire from heaven at Tabernacle, so that he now stood all alone. This death overtook the elders because, like Nadab and Abihu, they had not shown sufficient reverence in ascending Mount Sinai on the day of the revelation, when in view of the divine vision they conducted themselves in an unseemly manner. Like Nadab and Abihu, the elders would have received instantaneous punishment for their offense, had not God been unwilling to spoil the joyful day of the revelation by their death. But they had to pay the penalty nevertheless, Nadab and Abihu by being burned at the consecration of the tabernacle, and the elders similarly at Tabernacle. As Moses now utterly refused to bear the burden of the people alone, God said to him, I gave thee sufficient understanding and wisdom to guide my children alone, that thou mightest be distinguished by this honor. Thou, however, wishest to share this guidance with others. Go then, and expect no help from me, but I will take of the spirit that is upon thee, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear it not thyself alone. God bade Moses choose as his helpers in the guidance of the people such men as had already been active leaders and officers in Egypt. In the days of Egyptian bondage, it frequently happened that the officers of the children of Israel were beaten if the people had not fulfilled their task in making bricks. But he that is willing to sacrifice himself for the benefit of Israel shall be rewarded with honor, dignity, and the gift of the Holy Spirit. The officers suffered in Egypt for Israel and were now found worthy of having the Holy Spirit come upon them. God, moreover, said to Moses, with kindly words welcome the elders to their new dignity, saying, Hail to you that are deemed worthy by God of being fit for this office. At the same time, however, speak seriously with them also, saying, Know ye that the Israelites are a troublesome and stiff-necked people, and that you must ever be prepared to have them curse you or cast stones at you. God commanded the selection of the elders to take place at the tabernacle, that Israel might reverence them, saying, Surely these are worthy men. But they were not permitted with Moses to enter the tabernacle and hear God's word. The people were, however, mistaken in assuming that God's word reached the ears of the elders, for he spoke with Moses alone, even though the prophetic spirit came upon them also. Now when Moses wished to proceed to the selection of the 70 elders, he was in a sore predicament because he could not evenly divide the number 70 among the 12 tribes, and was anxious to show no partiality to one tribe over another, which would lead to dissatisfaction among Israel. Bezalel, son of Uri, however, gave Moses good advice. He took 70 slips of paper on which was written elder, and with them 2 blank slips, and mixed all these in an urn. 72 elders, 6 to each tribe, now advanced, and each drew a slip. Those whose slips were marked elder were elected, while those who had drawn blank slips were rejected, but in such a wise that they could not well accuse Moses of partiality. By this method of appointment it came to pass that there were 6 elders for each tribe except the tribe of Levi. The names of those chosen were, from the tribe of Reuben, Hanok, Carmi, Palu, Zachar, Eliab, Nemuel. From the tribe of Simeon, Jamin, Jachin, Zohar, Ohad, Shaul, Zimri. From the tribe of Levi, Amram, Hananiah, Nethanel, Sithri. From the tribe of Judah, Zerah, Dan, Jonadab, Bezalel, Shephatiah, Nashon. From the tribe of Issachar, Zuar, Uzzah, Igal, Palti, Othniel, Haggai. From the tribe of Zebulun, Sarad, Elon, Sodi, Oholiab, Elijah, Nimshi. From the tribe of Benjamin, Senah, Kishlon, Elidad, Ahitub, Jediel, Mattaniah. From the tribe of Joseph, Jair, Jozer, Malkiel, Adoniram, Abiram, Sether. From the tribe of Dan, Jedaliah, Jogli, Ahinoam, Ahiezer, Daniel, Seraiah. From the tribe of Naphtali, Elhanan, Eliakim, Elishama, Semachiah, Zabdi, Johanan. From the tribe of Gad, Haggai, Zarhi, Kenai, Mattathiah, Zechariah, Shuni. From the tribe of Asher, Pashur, Shalomi, Samuel, Shalom, Shechaniah, Abihu. Moses gathered these 70 elders of novel extraction and of lofty and pious character round about the tent in which God used to reveal himself, bidding 30 of them take their stand on the south side, 30 on the northern, and 10 on the eastern, whereas he himself stood on the western side. For this tent was 30 cubits long and 10 cubits wide, so that a cubit each was apportioned to the elders. God was so pleased with the appointment of the elders that, just as on the day of the revelation, he descended from heaven and permitted the spirit of prophecy to come upon the elders, so that they received the prophetic gift to the end of their days, as God had put upon them of the spirit of Moses. But Moses' spirit was not diminished by this. He was like a burning candle from which many others are lighted, but which is not therefore diminished. And so likewise was the wisdom of Moses unimpaired. Even after the appointment of the elders did Moses remain the leader of the people, for he was the head of this Sanhedrin of 70 members, which he guided and directed. The position of the elders was not of the same rank as that of Moses, for he was the king of Israel, and it was for this reason that God had bidden him to secure trumpets, to use them for the calling of the assembly, that this instrument might be blown before him as before a king. Hence, shortly before Moses' death, these trumpets were recalled from use, for his successor Joshua did not inherit from him either his kingly dignity or these royal insignia. Not until David's time were the trumpets used again, which Moses had fashioned in the desert. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 63 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 63, Eldad and Medad. When Moses had completed the appointment of the elders and had asked them to accompany him to the Tabernacle, there to receive the Holy Spirit, Eldad and Medad, 2 of these elders, in their humility, did not obey his summons, but hid themselves, deeming themselves unworthy of this distinction. God rewarded them for their humility by distinguishing them 5-fold above the other elders. These prophesied what would take place on the following day, announcing the appearance of the Quails. But Eldad and Medad prophesied what was still veiled in the distant future. The elders prophesied only on this one day, but Eldad and Medad retained the gift for life. The elders died in the desert, whereas Eldad and Medad were the leaders of the people after the death of Joshua. The elders are not mentioned by name in the scriptures, whereas these 2 are called by name. The elders, furthermore, had received the prophetic gift from Moses, whereas Eldad and Medad received it directly from God. Eldad now began to make prophecies, saying Moses will die, and Joshua the son of Nun will be his successor as leader of the people, whom he will lead into the land of Canaan, and to whom he will give it as a possession. Medad's prophecy was as follows: Quails will come from the sea and will cover the camp of Israel, but they will bring evil to the people. Besides these prophecies, both together announce the following revelation. At the end of days there will come up out of the land of Magog a king to whom all nations will do homage. Crowned kings, princes, and warriors with shields will gather to make war upon those returned from exile in the land of Israel. But God the Lord will stand by Israel in their need, and will slay all their enemies by hurling a flame from under his glorious throne. This will consume the souls and the hosts of the king of Magog, so that their bodies will drop lifeless upon the mountains of the land of Israel, and will become a prey to the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air. Then will all the dead among Israel arise and rejoice in the good that at the beginning of the world was laid up for them, and will receive their reward for their good deeds. When Gershon, Moses' son, heard these prophecies of Eldad and Medad, he hurried to his father and told him of them. Joshua was now greatly agitated about the prophecy that Moses was to die in the desert, and he as to be his successor, and said to Moses, O Lord, destroy these people that prophesy such evil news. But Moses replied, O Joshua, canst thou believe that I begrudge thee thy splendid future? It is my wish that thou mayest be honored as much as I have been, and that all Israel be honored like thee. Eldad and Medad were distinguished not only by their prophetic gift, but also by their noble birth, being half-brothers of Moses and Aaron. When the marriage laws were revealed, all those who had been married to relatives by blood had to be divorced from them, so that Amram too had to be separated from his wife Jochebed, who was his aunt, and he married another woman. From this union sprang Eldad, not of an aunt, and Medad in place of an aunt, so called by Amram to explain by these names why he had divorced his first wife, his aunt. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 64 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 64, The Quails. The prophecy of these men concerning the quails turned out as they had predicted, the quails being, as God had foretold to Moses, no blessing for the people. For God said to Moses, Tell the people to be prepared for impending punishment. They shall eat flesh to satiety, but then they shall loathe it more than they now lust for it. I know, however, how they came to have such desires. Because my Shekinah is among them, they believe that they may presume anything. Had I removed my Shekinah from their midst, they would never have cherished so foolish a desire. Moses, knowing that the granting of the people's wish would be disastrous to them, said to God, O Lord, why, pray, dost thou first give them flesh, and then, in punishment for their sins, slay them? Who ever heard anyone say to an ass, Here is a measure of wheat, eat it, for we want to cut off thy head? Or to a man, Here is a loaf of bread for thee, take it and go to hell with it? God replied, Well then, what wouldst thou do? Moses, I will go to them and reason with them that they may desist from their lusting after flesh. God, I can tell thee beforehand that thy endeavors in this matter will be fruitless. Moses betook himself to the people, saying to them, Is the Lord's hand waxed short? Behold, he smote the rock, that the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. He can give bread also. Can he not provide flesh for his people? The people, however, said, Thou art only trying to soothe us. God cannot grant our wish. But they erred vastly, for hardly had the pious among them retired to their tents, when upon the godless, who had remained in the open, came down quails in masses as thick as snowflakes, so that many more were killed by the descent of the quails than later by the tasting of them. The quails came in such masses that they completely filled the space between heaven and earth, so that they even covered the sun's disk and settled down on the north side and the south side of the camp, as it were a day's journey, lying, however, not directly upon the ground, but 2 cubits above it, that people might not have to stoop to gather them up. Considering this abundance, it is not surprising that even the halt that could not go far, and the lazy that would not, gathered each 100 core. These vast quantities of flesh did not, however, benefit them, for hardly had they tasted of it when they gave up the ghost. This was the punishment for the grave sinners, while the better ones among them enjoyed the taste of the flesh for a month before they died, whereas the pious, without suffering harm, caught the quails, slaughtered them, and ate of them. This was the heaviest blow that had fallen upon Israel since their exodus from Egypt, and in memory of the many men who had died because of their forbidden lusting after flesh, they changed the name of the place where this misfortune occurred to Kibroth Hattaavah, graves of those who lusted. The winds that went forth to bring the quails was so powerful a storm that it could have destroyed the world. So great was God's anger against the ungrateful people, and it was only due to the merits of Moses and Aaron that this wind finally left the world upon its hinges. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 65 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 65, Aaron and Miriam slander Moses. When the 70 elders were appointed, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon them, all the women lighted the candles of joy to celebrate by this illumination the elevation of these men to the dignity of prophets. Zipporah, Moses' wife, saw the illumination and asked Miriam to explain it. She told her the reason and added, "Blessed are the women who behold with their eyes how their husbands are raised to dignity." Zipporah answered, "It would be more proper to say, woe to the wives of these men, who must now abstain from all conjugal happiness." Miriam, how dost thou know this? Zipporah, I judge so from the conduct of thy brother, for ever since he was chosen to receive divine revelations, he no longer knows his wife. Miriam hereupon went to Aaron and said to him, I also received divine revelations, but without being obliged to separate myself from my husband. Whereupon Aaron agreed, saying, I too received divine revelations, without, however, being obliged to separate myself from my wife. Then both said, Our fathers also received revelations, but without discontinuing their conjugal life. Moses abstains from conjugal joys only out of pride, to show how holy a man he is. Not only did they speak evil of Moses to each other, but hastened to him and told him to his face their opinion of his conduct. But he, who could be self-assured and stern, when it touched a matter concerning God's glory, was silent to the undeserved reproaches they heaped upon him, knowing that upon God's bidding he had forsworn earthly pleasures. God therefore said, Moses is very meek and pays no attention to the injustice meted out to him, as he did when my glory was detracted from him, and boldly stepped forth and exclaimed, Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. I will therefore now stand by him. It is quite true that this was not the only occasion on which Moses proved himself humble and gentle, for it was part of his character. Never among mortals, counting even the three patriarchs, was there more meek a man than he. The angels alone excelled him in humility, but no human being. For the angels are so humble and meek that when they assemble to praise God, each angel calls to the other and asks him to precede him, saying among themselves, Be thou the first, thou art worthier than I. God carried out his intention to uphold Moses' honor, for just as Aaron was with his wife and Miriam with her husband, a divine call suddenly reached Amram's three children, one voice that simultaneously called Aaron, Moses, and Miriam, a miracle that God's voice alone can perform. The call went to Moses also, that the people might not think that Aaron and Miriam had been chosen to take Moses' place. He was ready to hearken to God's words, but not so his brother and his sister, who had been surprised in the state of uncleanness, and who therefore, upon hearing God's call, cried, Water, water, that they might purify themselves before appearing before God. They then left their tents and followed the voice until God appeared in a pillar of cloud, a distinction that was conferred also upon Samuel. The pillar of cloud did not, however, appear in the tabernacle, where it always rested whenever God revealed himself to Moses, and this was due to the following reasons. First of all, God did not want to create the impression of having removed Moses from his dignity and of giving it to his brother and sister. Hence he did not appear to them in the holy place. At the same time, moreover, Aaron was spared the disgrace of being reproached by God in his brother's presence, for Moses did not follow his brother and sister, but awaited God's word in the sanctuary. But there was still another reason why God did not want Moses to be present during his conference with Aaron and Miriam. Never praise a man to his face. As God wanted to praise Moses before Aaron and Miriam, he preferred to do so in his absence. Hardly had God addressed Aaron and Miriam when they began to interrupt him, whereupon he said to them, "Pray, contain yourselves until I have spoken." In these words he taught people the rule of politeness, never to interrupt. He then said, "Since the creation of the world hath the word of God ever appeared to any prophet otherwise than in a dream? Not so with Moses, to whom I have shown what is above and what is below, what is before and what is behind, what was and what will be. To him have I revealed all that is in the water, and all that is upon the dry land. To him did I confide the sanctuary, and set him above the angels. I myself ordered him to abstain from conjugal life, and the word he received was revealed to him clearly and not in dark speeches. He saw the divine presence from behind when it passed by him. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against a man like Moses, who is, moreover, my servant? Your censure is directed to me rather than to him, for the receiver is no better than the thief. And if Moses is not worthy of his calling, I, his master, deserve censure." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 66 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 66, Miriam's Punishment. God now gently rebuked Aaron and Miriam for their transgression and did not give vent to his wrath until he had shown them their sin. This was an example to man never to show anger to his neighbor before giving his reason for his anger. The effects of God's wrath were shown as soon as he had departed from them, for while he was with them his mercy exceeded his anger, and nothing happened to them. But when he was not long with them, punishment set in. Both Aaron and Miriam became leprous, for this is the punishment ordained for those who speak ill of their neighbors. Aaron's leprosy, however, lasted for a moment only, for his sin had not been as great as that of his sister, who started the talk against Moses. His disease vanished as soon as he looked upon his leprosy. Not so with Miriam. Aaron in vain tried to direct his eyes upon her leprosy, and in this way to heal her, for in her case the effect was the reverse. As soon as he looked upon her, the leprosy increased, and nothing remained but to call for Moses' assistance, who was ready to give it before being called upon. Aaron thereupon turned to his brother with the following words: "Think not that the leprosy is on Miriam's body only. It is as if it were on the body of our father Amram, of whose flesh and blood she is." Aaron did not, however, try to extenuate their sin, saying to Moses, "Have we, Miriam and I, ever done harm to a human being?" Moses: "No." Aaron: "If we have done evil to no strange people, how then canst thou believe that we wished to harm thee? For a moment only did we forget ourselves and acted in an unnatural way toward our brother. Shall we therefore lose our sister? If Miriam's leprosy doth not now vanish, she must pass all her life as a leper, for only a priest who is not a relative by blood of the leper may under certain conditions declare her clean, but all the priests, my sons and I, are her relatives by blood. The life of a leper is as of one dead, for as a corpse makes unclean all that comes in contact with it, so too the leper. Alas," so Aaron closed his intercession, "shall our sister who was with us in Egypt, who with us intoned the song at the Red Sea, who took upon herself the instruction of the women while we instructed the men, shall she now, while we are about to leave the desert and enter the promised land, sit shut out from the camp?" These words of Aaron, however, were quite superfluous, for Moses had determined, as soon as his sister became diseased, to intercede for her with God, saying to himself, "It is not right that my sister should suffer and I dwell in contentment." He now drew a circle about himself, stood up, and said a short prayer to God, which he closed with the words, "I will not go from this spot until thou shalt have healed my sister. But if thou do not heal her, I myself shall do so, for thou hast already revealed to me how leprosy arises and how it disappears." This prayer was fervent, spoken with his whole heart and soul, though very brief. Had he spoken long, some would have said, "His sister is suffering terribly, and he, without heeding her, spends his time in prayer." Others again would have said, "He prayeth long for his sister, but for us he prayeth briefly." God said to Moses, "Why dost thou shout so?" Moses: "I know what suffering my sister is enduring. I remember the chain which my hand was chained, for I myself once suffered from this disease." God: "If a king, or if her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? I, the King of kings, have spit in her face, and she should be ashamed at least twice 7 days. For thy sake shall 7 days be pardoned her, but the other 7 days let her be shut out from the camp. For want of priests, who according to the tenets of the law must declare a leper clean after the healing, God himself assumed this part, declaring Miriam unclean for a week and clean after the passing of that period." Although leprosy came to Miriam as a punishment for her sin, still this occasion served to show how eminent a personage she was. For the people were breaking camp and starting on the march, when, after having saddled their beasts of burden for the march, upon turning to see the pillar of cloud moving before them, they missed the sight of it. They looked again to see if Moses and Aaron were in the line of procession, but they were missing, nor was there anywhere to be seen a trace of the well that accompanied them on their marches. Hence they were obliged to return again to camp, where they remained until Miriam was healed. The clouds and the well, the sanctuary, and the 60 myriads of the people all had to wait a week in this spot until Miriam recovered. Then the pillar of cloud moved on once more, and the people knew that they had not been permitted to proceed on their march, only because of this pious prophetess. This was a reward for the kind deed Miriam had done when the child Moses was thrown into the water. Then Miriam for some time walked up and down along the shore to wait the child's fate, and for this reason did the people wait for her, nor could they move on until she had recovered. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 67 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The Sending of the Spies. The punishment that God brought upon Miriam was meant as a lesson of the severity with which God punishes slander, for Miriam spoke no evil of Moses in the presence of anyone except her brother Aaron. She had, moreover, no evil motive, but a kindly intention, wishing only to induce Moses to resume his conjugal life. She did not even dare to rebuke Moses to his face, and still, even in spite of her great piety, Miriam was not spared this heavy punishment. Her experience, nevertheless, did not awe the wicked man who, shortly after this incident, made an evil report of the promised land, and by their wicked tongues stirred up the whole people in rebellion against God, so that they desired rather to return to Egypt than to enter Palestine. The punishment that God inflicted upon the spies, as well as upon the people they had seduced, was well deserved, for had they not been warned of slander by Miriam's example, there might still have been some excuse. In that case they might have been ignorant of the gravity of the sin of slander, but now they had no excuse to offer. When Israel approached the boundaries of Palestine, they appeared before Moses, saying, We will send men before us, and they shall search out the land, and bring us word again by what way we must go up, and into what cities we shall come. This desire caused God to exclaim, What? When you went through a land of deserts and of pits, you had no desire for scouts, but now that you are about to enter a land full of good things, now you wish to send out scouts. Not only was the desire in itself unseemly, but also the way in which they presented their request to Moses. For instead of approaching as they had been accustomed, letting the older men be the spokesman of the younger, they appeared on this occasion without guidance or order, the young crowding out the old, and these pushing away their leaders. Their bad conscience, after making this request, for they knew that their true motive was lack of faith in God, caused them to invent all sorts of pretexts for their plans. They said to Moses, So long as we are in the wilderness, the clouds act as scouts for us, for they move before us and show us the way. But as these will not proceed with us into the promised land, we want men to search out the land for us. Another plea that they urged for their desire was this. They said, The Canaanites fear an attack from us and therefore hid their treasures. This is the reason why we want to send spies there in time, to discover for us where they are hiding their treasures. They sought in other ways to give Moses the impression that their one wish was exactly to carry out the law. They said, Hast not thou taught us that an idol to which homage is no longer paid may be used, but otherwise it must be destroyed? If we now enter Palestine and find idols, we shall not know which of them were adored by the Canaanites and must be destroyed, and which of them were no longer adored, so that we might use them. Finally, they said the following to Moses, Thou, our teacher, hast taught us that God would little by little drive the Canaanites before us. If this be so, we must send out spies to find out which cities we must attack first. Moses allowed himself to be influenced by their talk, and he also liked the idea of sending out spies, but not wishing to act arbitrarily, he submitted to God the desire of the people. God answered, It is not the first time that they disbelieve my promises. Even in Egypt they ridiculed me. It has now become a habit with them, and I know what their motive in sending spies is. If thou wishest to send spies, do so, but do not pretend that I have ordered thee. Moses hereupon chose one man from every tribe, with the exception of Levi, and sent these men to spy out the land. These 12 men were the most distinguished and most pious of their respective tribes, so that even God gave his assent to the choice of every man among them. But hardly had these men been appointed to their office when they made the wicked resolve to bring up an evil report of the land and dissuade the people from moving to Palestine. Their motive was a purely personal one, for they thought to themselves that they would retain their offices at the head of the tribes so long as they remained in the wilderness, but would be deprived of them when they entered Palestine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 68 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Significant names. Significant of the wickedness of these men are their names, all of which point to their godless action. The representative of the tribe of Reuben was called Shammua, the son of Zachar, because he did not obey God, which was counted against him just as if he had pursued sorcery. Shaphat, the son of Hori, was Simeon's representative. His name signifies he did not conquer his evil inclination, and hence went out empty-handed, without having received a possession in the land of Israel. The tribe of Issachar was represented by Igal, the son of Joseph. He bore this name because he soiled the reputation of the Holy Land, and therefore died before his time. Benjamin's representative was Palti, the son of Raphu, so called because he spat out the good qualities that had previously been his, and therefore wasted away. The name of Gadiel, the son of Sodi, Zebulun's representative, signifies he spoke infamous things against God in executing the secret plan of the spies. Manasseh's representative, Gadi, the son of Susi, was so called because he blasphemed God and aroused his wrath. For it was he who said of the land, "It eateth up its inhabitants." But the worst one among them was Amiel, the son of Jamali, the representative of Dan, for it was he who said, "The land is so strong that not even God could go up against it." Hence his name, which means he cast a shadow upon God's strength. And he was punished according to his wicked words, for he did not enter the promised land. Asher's representative was Sethur, the son of Michael, who had resolved to act against God, and instead of saying, "Who is like unto God?" he said, "Who is God?" Naphtali's representative was named Nabai, the son of Vophsi, for he suppressed the truth, and faith found no room in his mouth, for he brought forth lies against God. The last of these spies, Gad's representative, bore the name Guel, the son of Machai, for he was humbled because he urged untruths against God. As the 10 sinners were named in accordance with their actions, so too did the names of the 2 pious spies among them correspond to their pious actions. Judah's representative was named Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, because he spoke what he felt in his heart and turned aside from the advice of the rest of the spies. The pious representative of Ephraim was Hoshea, the son of Nun, a fitting name for him, for he was full of understanding, and was not caught like a fish by the spies. Moses, who perceived, even when he sent out the spies, the evil intentions they harbored, changed Hoshea's name to Joshua, saying, "May God stand by thee, that thou mayest not follow the counsel of the spies." This change of name that was brought about by the prefixing of the letter Yod at last silenced the lamentations of this letter. For ever since God had changed Sarai's name to Sarah, the letter Yod used to fit about the celestial throne and lament, "Is it perchance because I am the smallest among the letters that thou hast taken me away from the name of the pious Sarah?" God quieted this letter, saying, "Formerly thou wert in a woman's name, and moreover at the end. I will affix thee to a man's name, and moreover at the beginning." This promise was redeemed when Hoshea's name was changed to Joshua. When the spies set out on their way, they received instructions from Moses how to conduct themselves, and what in particular they were to note. He ordered them not to walk on the highways, but to go along private pathways, for although the Shekinah would follow them, they were still to incur no needless danger. If they entered a city, however, they were not to slink like thieves in alleyways, but to show themselves in public and answer those who asked what they wanted, by saying, "We came only to buy some pomegranates and grapes." They were emphatically to deny that they had any intention of destroying the idols or of felling the sacred trees. Moses furthermore said, "Look about carefully what manner of land it is, for some lands produce strong people and some weak. Some lands produce many people and some few. If you find the inhabitants dwelling in open places, then know that they are mighty warriors, and depending upon their strength have no fear of hostile attack. If, however, they live in a fortified place, they are weaklings, and in their fear of strangers seek shelter within their walls. Examine also the nature of the soil. If it be hard, know then that it is fat, but if it be soft, it is lean." Finally, he bade them inquire whether Job was still alive, for if he was dead, then they assuredly needed not to fear the Canaanites, as there was not a single pious man among them whose merits might be able to shield them. And truly, when the spies reached Palestine, Job died, and they found the inhabitants of the land at his grave partaking of the funeral feast. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 69 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The Spies in Palestine. On the 27th day of Siwan, Moses sent out the spies from Kadesh Barnea in the wilderness of Paran, and following his directions they went first to the south of Palestine, the poorest part of the Holy Land. Moses did like the merchants, who first show the poorer wares, and then the better kind. So Moses wished the spies to see better parts of the land, the farther they advanced into it. When they reached Hebron, they could judge what a blessed land this was that had been promised them. For although Hebron was the poorest tract in all Palestine, it was still much better than Zoan, the most excellent part of Egypt. When therefore the sons of Ham built cities in several lands, it was Hebron that they erected first, owing to its excellence, and not Zoan, which they built in Egypt fully 7 years later. Their progress through the land was on the whole easy, for God had wished it so, that as soon as the spies entered a city, the plague struck it, and the inhabitants, busied with the burial of their dead, had neither time nor inclination to concern themselves with the strangers. Although they met with no evil on the part of the inhabitants, still the sight of the 3 giants, Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, inspired them with terror. These were so immensely tall that the sun reached only to their ankles, and they received their names in accordance with their size and strength. The strongest among them was Ahiman, beholding whom one fancied oneself standing at the foot of a mountain that was about to fall, and exclaimed involuntarily, "What is this that is coming upon me?" Hence the name Ahiman. Strong as marble was the second brother, wherefore he was called Sheshai, marble. The mighty strides of the third brother threw up plots from the ground when he walked, hence he was called Talmai, plots. Not only the sons of Anak were of such strength and size, but his daughters also, whom the spies chanced to see. For when these reached the city inhabited by Anak, that was called Kiriath Arba, city of 4, because the giant Anak and his 3 sons dwelt there, they were struck with such terror by them that they sought a hiding place. But what they had believed to be a cave was only the rind of a huge pomegranate that the giant's daughter had thrown away, as they later to their horror discovered. For this girl, after having eaten the fruit, remembered that she must not anger her father by letting the rind lie there. So she picked it up with the 12 men in it as one picks up an eggshell, and threw it into the garden, never noticing that she had thrown with it 12 men, each measuring 60 cubits in height. When they left their hiding place, they said to one another, "Behold the strength of these women, and judge by their standard the men." They soon had an opportunity of testing the strength of the men, for as soon as the 3 giants heard of the presence of the Israelite men, they pursued them. But the Israelites found out with what manner of men they were dealing even before the giants had caught up with them. One of the giants shouted, and the spies fell down as men dead, so that it took a long time for the Canaanites to restore them to life by the aid of friction and fresh air. The Canaanites hereupon said to them, "Why do you come here? Is not the whole world your God's? And did not he parcel it out according to his wish? Came ye here with the purpose of felling the sacred trees?" The spies declared their innocence, whereupon the Canaanites permitted them to go their ways unmolested. As a reward for this kind deed, the nation to which these giants belonged has been preserved even to this day. They would certainly not have escaped from the hands of the giants had not Moses given them 2 weapons against them, his staff and the secret of the divine name. These 2 brought them salvation whenever they felt they were in danger from the giants, for these were none other than the seed of the angels fallen in the antediluvian era. Sprung from their union with the daughters of men, and being half angels, half men, these giants were only half mortal. They lived very long, and then half their body withered away. Threatened by an eternal continuance of this condition, half life and half death, they preferred either to plunge into the sea or by magic herb which they knew to put an end to their existence. They were furthermore of such enormous size that the spies, listening one day while the giants discussed them, heard them say, pointing to the Israelites, "There are grasshoppers by the trees that have the semblance of men, for so they were in their sight." The spies, with the exception of Joshua and Caleb, had resolved from the start to warn the people against Palestine, and so great was their influence that Caleb feared he would yield to it. He therefore hastened to Hebron, where the three patriarchs lie, and standing at their graves said, "Joshua is proof against the pernicious influence of the spies, for Moses had prayed to God for him. Send up prayers now, my fathers, for me, that God in his mercy may keep me far from the counsel of the spies." There had always been a clash between Caleb and his comrades during their crossing through Palestine. For whereas he insisted upon taking along the fruits of the land to show their excellence to the people, they strongly opposed this suggestion, wishing as they did to keep the people from gaining an impression of the excellence of the land. Hence they yielded only when Caleb drew his sword, saying, "If you will not take of the fruits, either I shall slay you, or you will slay me." They hereupon cut down a vine which was so heavy that 8 of them had to carry it, putting upon each the burden of 120 seah. The 9th spy carried a pomegranate, and the 10th a fig, which they brought from a place that had once belonged to Eshcol, one of Abraham's friends. But Joshua and Caleb carried nothing at all, because it was not consistent with their dignity to carry a burden. This vine was of such gigantic size that the wine pressed from its grapes sufficed for all the sacrificial libations of Israel during the 40 years' march. After the lapse of 40 days, they returned to Moses and the people, after having crossed through Palestine from end to end. By natural means it would not, of course, have been possible to traverse all the land in so short a time, but God made it possible by bidding the soil to leap for them, and they covered a great distance in a short time. God knew that Israel would have to wander in the wilderness 40 years, a year for every day the spies had spent in Palestine. Hence he hastened their progress through the land, that Israel might not have to stay too long in the wilderness. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 70 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The Slanderous Report. When Moses heard that the spies had returned from their enterprise, he went to his great house of study, where all Israel too assembled, for it was a square of 12 miles, affording room to all. There too the spies betook themselves and were requested to give their report. Pursuing the tactics of slanderers, they began by extolling the land, so that they might not by too unfavorable a report arouse the suspicion of the community. They said, "We came unto the land whither thou sentest us, and surely it floweth with milk and honey." This was not an exaggeration, for honey flowed from the trees under which the goats grazed, out of whose udders poured milk, so that both milk and honey moistened the ground. But they used these words only as an introduction, and they passed on to their actual report, which they had elaborated during those 40 days, and by means of which they hoped to be able to induce the people to desist from their plan of entering Palestine. Nevertheless, they continue, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw children of Anak there. Concerning the latter, they spoke an untruth with the intention of inspiring Israel with fear, for the sons of Anak dwelt in Hebron, whither Caleb alone had gone to pray at the graves of the patriarchs, at the same time as the Shekinah went there to announce to the patriarchs that their children were now on the way to take possession of the land which had been promised to them of yore. To intensify to the uttermost their fear of the inhabitants of Palestine, they furthermore said, "The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south." They threatened Israel with Amalek, as one threatens a child with a strap that had once been employed to chastise him, for they had had bitter experiences with Amalek. The statement concerning Amalek was founded on fact, for although southern Palestine had not originally been their home, still they had recently settled there in obedience to the last wish of their forefather Esau, who had bidden them cut off Israel from their entrance into the promised land. If, however, continued the spies in their report, you are planning to enter the land from the mountain region in order to evade Amalek, let us inform you that the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains. And if you plan to go there by sea, let us inform you that the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the Jordan. As soon as the spies had completed their report, Joshua arose to contradict them, but they gave him no chance to speak, calling out to him, "By what right dost thou, foolish man, presume to speak? Thou hast neither sons nor daughters, so what dost thou care if we perish in our attempt to conquer the land? We, on the other hand, have to look out for our children and wives." Joshua, therefore, very much against his will, had to be silent. Caleb now considered in what way he could manage to get a hearing without being shouted down as Joshua had been. Caleb had given his comrades an entirely false impression concerning his sentiments, for when these formed the plan to try to make Israel desist from entering Palestine, they drew him into their council, and he pretended to agree with them, whereas he even then resolved to intercede for Palestine. Hence, when Caleb arose, the spies were silent, supposing he would corroborate their statements, a supposition which his introductory words tended to strengthen. He began, "Be silent, I will reveal the truth. This is not all for which we have to thank the son of Amram." But to the amazement of the spies, his next words praised, not blamed, Moses. He said, "Moses, it is he who drew us up out of Egypt, who clove the sea for us, who gave us manna as food." In this way he continued his eulogy on Moses, closing with the words, "We should have to obey him even if he bade us ascend to heaven upon ladders." These words of Caleb were heard by all the people, for his words were so mighty that they could be heard 12 miles off. It was this same powerful voice that had saved the life of the spies, for when the Canaanites first took note of them and suspected them of being spies, the 3 giants, Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, pursued them and caught up with them in the plain of Judea. When Caleb, hidden behind a fence, saw that the giants were at their heels, he uttered such a shout that the giants fell down in a swoon because of the frightful din. When they had recovered, the giants declared that they had pursued the Israelites not because of the fruits, but because they had suspected them of the wish to burn their cities. Caleb's mighty voice did not, however, in the least impress the people or the spies, for the latter, far from retracting their previous statements, went so far as to say, "We be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. They are so strong that even God cannot get at them. The land through which we had gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof through disease, and all the people that we saw in it are men of wicked traits. And here we saw men upon sight of whom we almost swooned in fright, the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight." At these last words, God said, "I have no objection to your saying, 'We were in our own sight as grasshoppers,' but I take it amiss if you say, 'And so we were in their sight,' for how can you tell how I made you appear in their sight? How do you know, if you did not appear to them to be angels?" End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 71 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The Night of Tears. The words of the spies were heard by willing ears. The people believed them implicitly, and when called to task by Moses, replied, "O our teacher Moses, if there had been only 2 spies or 3, we should have had to give credence to their words, for the law tells us to consider the testimony of even 2 as sufficient, whereas in this case there are fully 10. Our brethren have made us faint of heart. Because the Lord hated us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites, to destroy us." By these words the Israelites revealed that they hated God, and for this reason did they believe that they were hated by him. For whatever a man wisheth his neighbor, doth he believe that his neighbor wisheth him. They even tried to convince Moses that God hated them. They said, "If an earthly king has 2 sons and 2 fields, one watered by a river and the other dependent upon rains, will he not give the one that is watered by the river to his favorite son, and give the other, less excellent field to his other son? God led us out of Egypt, a land that is not dependent upon rain, only to give us the land of Canaan, which produces abundantly only if the rains fall." Not only did the spies in the presence of Moses and Aaron voice their opinion that it was not advisable to attempt conquering Palestine, but they employed every means of inciting the people into rebellion against Moses and God. On the following evening, every one of them betook himself to his house, donned his mourning clothes, and began to weep bitterly and to lament. Their housemates quickly ran toward them, and in astonishment asked their reason for these tears and lamentations. Without interrupting their wailings, they answered, "Woe is me for ye, my sons, and woe is me for ye, my daughters and daughters-in-law, that are doomed to be dishonored by the uncircumcised, and to be given as a prey to their lusts. These men that we have beheld are not like unto mortals. Strong and mighty as angels are they. One of them might well slay 1,000 of us. How dare we look into the iron faces of men so powerful that a nail of theirs is sufficient to stop up a spring of water?" At these words all the household sons, daughters, and daughters-in-law burst into tears and loud lamentations. Their neighbors came running to them and joined in the wails and sobs until they spread throughout all the camp, and all the 60 myriads of people were weeping. When the sound of their weeping reached heaven, God said, "Ye weep today without a cause. I shall see to it that in the future ye shall have a cause to weep on this day." It was then that God decreed to destroy the temple on the 9th day of Ab, the day on which Israel in the wilderness wept without cause, so that this day became forever a day of tears. The people were not, however, content with tears. They resolved to set up as leaders in place of Moses and Aaron, Dathan and Abiram, and under their guidance to return to Egypt. But worse than this, not only did they renounce their leader, but also their God, for they denied him and wished to set up an idol for their God. Not only the wicked ones among them, such as the mixed multitude, demurred against Moses and Aaron, but those also who had heretofore been pious, saying, "Would to God that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would to God we had died in this wilderness." When Joshua and Caleb heard these speeches of the people teeming with blasphemy, they rent their garments and tried to restrain the people from their sinful enterprise, exhorting them particularly to have fear of the Canaanites, because the time was at hand when God had promised Abraham to give the land of Canaan to his descendants, and because there were no pious men among the inhabitants of the land for whose sake God would have been willing to leave it longer in their possession. They also assured the people that God had hurled from heaven the guardian angel of the inhabitants of Palestine, so that they were now impotent. The people, however, replied, "We do not believe you. The other spies have our weal and woe more at heart than you." Nor were the admonitions of Moses of more avail, even though he brought them a direct message from God to have no fear of the Canaanites. In vain did he say to them, "He who wrought all those miracles for you in Egypt and during your stay in the wilderness will work miracles for you as well when you will enter the promised land." Truly the past ought to inspire you with trust in the future. The only answer the people had to this was, "Had we heard this report of the land from strangers, we should not have given it credit. But we have heard it from men whose sons are our sons, and whose daughters are our daughters." In their bitterness against their leaders, they wanted to lay hands upon Moses and Aaron, whereupon God sent his cloud of glory as a protection to them, under which they sought refuge. But far from being brought to a realization of their wicked enterprise by this divine apparition, they cast stones at the cloud, hoping in this way to kill Moses and Aaron. This outrage on their part completely wore out God's patience, and he determined upon the destruction of the spies and a severe punishment of the people misled by them. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 72 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Ingratitude Punished. God now appeared to Moses, bidding him convey the following words to the people: "You kindle my anger on account of the very benefits I conferred upon you. When I clove the sea for you that you might pass through, while the Egyptians stuck in the loam at its bottom, you said to one another, 'In Egypt we trod loam, and he led us out of Egypt only that we might again tread it.' I gave you manna as food, which made you strong and fat. But you, perceiving of it, said, 'How comes it to pass that 20 days a human being dies, if after 4 or 5 days he does not excrete food he had taken? Surely we are doomed to die.' When the spies came to Palestine, I arranged it so that as soon as they entered the city, its king or governor dies, in order that the inhabitants, occupied with the burial of their ruler, might not take account of the spies' presence and kill them. Instead of being thankful for this, the spies returned and reported, 'The land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. To you I gave the Torah. For your sake, I said to the angel of death, continue to hold sway over the rest of the world, but not over this nation that I have chosen as my people.' Truly I had hopes that after all this you would sin no more, and like myself and the angels would live eternally without ever tasting death. You, however, in spite of the great opportunity that I offered you, conducted yourselves like Adam. Upon him also did I lay a commandment, promising him life eternal on condition he observed it, but he brought ruin upon himself by trespassing my commandment and eating of the tree. To him I said, 'Dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return.' Similar was my experience with you. I said, 'You are angels,' but you conducted yourselves like Adam in your sins, and hence, like Adam, you must die. I had thought and hoped you would follow the example of the patriarchs, but you act like the inhabitants of Sodom, who in punishment for their sins were consumed by fire. If," continued God, turning to Moses, "they suppose that I have need of swords or spears to destroy them, they are mistaken. As through the word I created the world, so can I destroy the world by it, which would be a proper punishment for them. As through their words and their talk they angered me, so shall the word kill them, and thou shalt be their heir, for I will make of thee a greater nation and mightier than they." Moses said, "If the chair with 3 legs could not withstand the moment of thy wrath, how then shall a chair that have but 1 leg endure? Thou art about to destroy the seed of the 3 patriarchs. How then may I hope that my seed is to fare better? This is not the only reason for which thou shouldst preserve Israel, as there are other considerations why thou shouldst do so. Were thou to destroy Israel, the Edomites, Moabites, and all the inhabitants of Canaan would say that thou hadst done this only because thou wert not able to maintain thy people, and therefore thou didst destroy them. These will furthermore declare that the gods of Canaan are mightier than those of Egypt, that thou hadst indeed triumphed over the river gods of Egypt, but that thou wert not the peer of the rain gods of Canaan. Worse even than this, the nations of the world will accuse thee of continuous cruelty, saying, He destroyed the generation of the flood through water. He razed to the ground the builders of the tower, as well as the inhabitants of Sodom. And no better than theirs was the fate of the Egyptians, whom he drowned in the sea. Now he hath also ruined Israel, whom he had called my firstborn son, like Lilith, who, when she can find no strange children, slays her own. So did he slay his own son. Moses furthermore said, Every pious man makes a point of cultivating a special virtue. Do thou also in this instance bring thy special virtue to bear? God, and what is my special virtue? Moses, long-suffering, love, and mercy. For thou art wont to be long-suffering with them that kindle thy wrath, and to have mercy for them. In thy very mercy is thy strength best shown. Mete out to thy children then justice in small measure only, but mercy in great measure. Moses well knew that mercy was God's chief virtue. He remembered that he had asked God, when he interceded for Israel after their sin of the golden calf, Pray tell me by what attribute of thine thou rulest the world. God answered, I rule the world with loving kindness, mercy, and long-suffering. Can it be, said Moses, that thy long-suffering lets sinners off with impunity? To this question Moses had received no answer. Hence he felt he might now say to God, Act now as thou didst then assent. Justice that demands the destruction of Israel is on one side of the scales, but it is exactly balanced by my prayer on the other side. Let us now see how the scales will balance. God replied, As truly as thou livest, Moses, thy prayer shall dip the scales to the side of mercy. For thy sake must I cancel my decision to annihilate the children of Israel, so that the Egyptians will exclaim, Happy the servant to whose wish his master defers. I shall, however, collect my debt, for although I shall not annihilate Israel all at once, they shall make partial annual payments during the following 40 years. Say to them, Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. And your children shall be wanderers in the wilderness 40 years, and shall bear you whoredoms, until your carcasses be consumed in the wilderness. This punishment was not, however, as severe as it might appear, for none among them died below the ages of 60, whereas those who had at the time of the exodus from Egypt been either below 20 or above 60 were entirely exempt from this punishment. Besides, only such were smitten as had followed the counsel of the spies, whereas the others and the Levites and the women were exempt. Death, moreover, visited the transgressors in such fashion that they were aware it was meant as punishment for their sins. Throughout all the year, not one among them died. On the 8th day of the month of Ab, Moses would have a herald proclaim throughout the camp, Let each prepare his grave. They dug their graves and spent there the following night, the same night on which, following the counsel of the spies, they had revolted against God and Moses. In the morning a herald would once more appear and cry, Let the living separate themselves from the dead. Those that were still alive arose, but about 15,000 of them remained dead in their graves. After 40 years, however, when the herald repeated his customary call the 9th day of Ab, all arose, and there was not a single dead man among them. At first they thought they had made a miscalculation in their observation of the moon, that is, was not the 9th day of Ab at all, and that this was the reason why their lives had been spared. Hence they repeated their preparations for death until the 15th day of Ab. Then the sight of the full moon convinced them that the 9th day of Ab had gone by, and that their punishment had been done away with. In commemoration of the relief from this punishment, they appointed the 15th day of Ab to be a holy day. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. This recording is in the public domain. Section 73, the Years of Disfavor. Although God had now canceled his resolution to annihilate Israel, he was not yet quite reconciled with them, and they were out of favor during the following years of their march through the desert, as was made evident by several circumstances. During these years of disfavor, the north wind did not blow, with the result that the boys who were born in the desert could not be circumcised, as the absence of the wind produced an excessively high temperature, a condition that made it very dangerous for the young boys to have this operation performed upon them. As the law, however, prohibits the offering of the paschal lamb until the boys have been circumcised, Israel could not properly observe the feast of Passover after the incident of the spies. Moses also felt the effects of the disfavor, for during this time he received from God none but the absolutely essential directions, and no other revelations. This was because Moses, like all other prophets, received this distinction only for the sake of Israel, and when Israel was in disgrace, God did not communicate with him affectionately. Indeed, Moses' fate, to die in the desert without entering the promised land, had been declared simultaneously with the fate of the generation led by him out of Egypt. But the most terrible punishment of all fell upon the spies who, with their wicked tongues, had brought about the whole disaster. God repaid them measure for measure. Their tongues stretched to so great a length that they touched the navel, and worms crawled out of their tongues and pierced the navel. In this horrible fashion these men died. Joshua and Caleb, however, who had remained true to God and had not followed the wicked counsel of their colleagues, were not only exempted from death, but were furthermore rewarded by God by receiving in the Holy Land the property that had been allotted to the other spies. Caleb was 40 years of age at the time when he was sent out as a spy. He had married early, and at the age of 10 had begot a son. Still, at the age of 85, he was sturdy enough to enjoy his possession in the Holy Land. God's mercy is also extended to sinners. Hence, he bade Moses say to the people, "The Amalekites and the Canaanites are now dwelling in the valley. Tomorrow turn you, and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea." God did this because he had firmly resolved, in the event of a war between Israel and the inhabitants of Palestine, not to aid the former. Knowing that in this case their annihilation was sure, he commanded them to make no attempt to enter the land by force. "It had been my intention," said God, "to exalt you. But now, if you were to attempt to make war upon the inhabitants of Palestine, you would suffer humiliation." The people did not, however, hearken to the words of God that Moses communicated to them, and all at once formed in battle array in order to advance against the Amorites. They thought that after they had confessed their sin of having been misled by the spies, God would stand by them in their battles. So they said to Moses, "Surely these few drops have not filled the bucket." Their transgression against God seemed to them only a peccadillo that had long since been forgiven. They were, however, mistaken. Like bees, the enemies swarmed down upon them, and whereas these had in former times fallen dead of fright upon hearing the names of the Israelites, now a blow from them sufficed to kill the Israelites. Their attempt to wage war without the holy ark in their midst proved a miserable failure. Many of them, and Zelophmehad among these, met their death, and as many others returned to camp covered with wounds. The wailing and weeping of the people was of no avail. God persisted in his resolve, and they brought upon themselves grave punishment for this new proof of disobedience. For God said to Moses, "If I were to deal with them now in accordance with strict justice, they should never enter the land. After a while, however, I shall let them possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them." In order to comfort and encourage Israel in their dejection, Moses received directions to announce the law of sacrifices and other precepts laid down for the life in the Holy Land, that the people might see that God did not mean to be angry with them forever. When Moses announced the laws to them, a dispute arose between the Israelites and the proselytes, because the former declared that they alone and not the others were to make offerings to God in his sanctuary. God hereupon called Moses and said to him, "Why do these always quarrel with one another?" Moses replied, "Thou knowest why." God, "Have I not said to thee, one law and one ordinance shall be for you and for the stranger that sojourneth with you?" Although the 40 years' march through the desert was a punishment for the sin of Israel, still it had one advantage. At the time when Israel departed from Egypt, Palestine was in poor condition. The trees planted in the time of Noah were old and withered. Hence God said, "What? Shall I permit Israel to enter an uninhabitable land? I shall bid them wander in the desert for 40 years, that the Canaanites may in the meantime fell the old trees and plant new ones, so that Israel, upon entering the land, may find it abounding in plenty." So did it come to pass, for when Israel conquered Palestine, they found the land not only newly cultivated, but also filled to overflowing with treasures. The inhabitants of this land were such misers that they would not indulge in a drop of oil for their gruel. If an egg broke, they did not use it, but sold it for cash. The hoardings of these miserly Canaanites God later gave to Israel to enjoy and to use. End of section 73. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Section 74 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Chulsky. The Rebellion of Korah. The Canaanites were not the only ones who did not enjoy their wealth and money, for a similar fate was decreed for Korah. He had been the treasurer of Pharaoh, and possessed treasures so vast that he employed 300 white mules to carry the keys of his treasures. But let not the rich man boast of his riches, for Korah through his sin lost both life and property. Korah had obtained a possession of his riches in the following way. When Joseph, during the lean years, through the sale of grain, amassed great treasures, he erected 3 great buildings, 100 cubits wide, 100 cubits long, and 100 cubits high, filled them with money, and delivered them to Pharaoh, being too honest to leave even 5 silver shekels of this money to his children. Korah discovered one of these 3 treasures. On account of his wealth, he became proud, and his pride brought about his fall. He believed Moses had slighted him by appointing his cousin Eliphaz as chief of the Levite division of Kohanites. He said, "My grandfather had 4 sons, Amram, Ishar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Amram, as the firstborn, had privileges of which his sons availed themselves, for Aaron is high priest and Moses is king. But have not I, the son of Ishar, the second son of Kohath, the rightful claim to be prince of the Kohathites? Moses, however, passed me by and appointed Eliphaz, whose father was Uzziel, the youngest son of my grandfather, Therefore will I now stir up rebellion against Moses and overthrow all institutions founded by him." Korah was far too wise a man to believe that God would permit success to a rebellion against Moses, and stand by indifferently. But the very insight that enabled him to look into the future became his doom. He saw with his prophetic eye that Shmuel, a man as great as both Aaron and Moses together, would be one of his descendants, and furthermore that 24 descendants of his, inspired by the Holy Spirit, would compose psalms and sing them in the temple. This brilliant future of his descendants inspired him with great confidence in his undertaking, for he thought to himself that God would not permit the father of such pious men to perish. His eye did not, however, look sharply enough into the future, or else he would also have known that his sons would repent of the rebellion against Moses, and would for this reason be deemed worthy of becoming the fathers of prophets and temple singers, whereas he was to perish in this rebellion. The name of this unfortunate rebel corresponded to his deed and to his end. He was called Korah, baldness, for through the death of his horde he caused a baldness in Israel. He was the son of Ishar, the heat of the noon, because he caused the earth to be made to boil like the heat of moon. And furthermore, he was designated as the son of Kohath. The Kohath signifies bluntness, and through his sin he made his children's teeth be set on edge. His description as the son of Levi, conduct, points to his end, for he was conducted to hell. Korah, however, was not the only one who strove to overthrow Moses. With him were first of all the Reubenites, Dathan and Abiram, who well deserve their names, for the one signifies transgressor of the divine law, and the other the obdurate. There were furthermore 250 men, who by their rank and influence belonged to the most prominent people in Israel, among them even the princes of the tribes. In the union of the Reubenites with Korah was verified the proverb, "Woe to the wicked, woe to his neighbor." For Korah, one of the sons of Kohath, had his station to the south of the Tabernacle, and as the Reubenites were also encamped there, a friendship was struck up between them, so that they followed him in his undertaking against Moses. The hatred Korah felt against Moses was still more kindled by his wife. When, after the consecration of the Levites, Korah returned home, his wife noticed that the hairs of his head and of his body had been shaved, and asked him who had done all this to him. He answered, "Moses." Whereupon his wife remarked, "Moses hates thee, and did this to disgrace thee." Korah, however, replied, "Moses shaved all the hair of his own sons also." But she said, "What did the disgrace of own sons matter to him if he only felt he could disgrace thee? He was quite ready to make that sacrifice." As at home, so also did Korah fare with others, for hairless as he was, no one at first recognized him, and when people at last discovered who was before them, they asked him in astonishment who had so disfigured him. In answer to their inquiries, he said, "Moses did this, who besides took hold of my hands and feet to lift me, and after he had lifted me said, 'Thou art clean.' But his brother Aaron he adorned like a bride, and bade him take his place in the tabernacle." Embittered by what they considered as insult offered him by Moses, Korah and his people exclaimed, "Moses is king. His brother did he appoint as high priest, his nephews as heads of the priests. He allots to the priest the heave offering and many other tributes." Then he tried to make Moses appear ridiculous in the eyes of the people. Shortly before this, Moses had read to the people the law of the fringes in the borders of their garments. Korah now had garments of purple made for the 250 men that followed him, all of whom were chief justices. Arrayed thus, Korah and his company appeared before Moses and asked him if they were required to attach fringes to the corners of these garments. Moses answered, "Yeah." Korah then began this argument. "If," said he, "one fringe of purple suffices to fulfill this commandment, should not a whole garment of purple answer the requirement of the law, even if there be no special fringe of purple in the corners?" He continued to lay before Moses similar artful questions. "Must the mezuzah be attached to the doorpost of the house filled with the sacred books?" Moses answered, "Yeah." Then Korah said, "The 270 sections of the Torah are not sufficient, whereas the two sections attached to the doorpost suffice." Korah put still another question. "If upon a man's skin there show a bright spot the size of half a bean, is he clean or is he unclean?" Moses: "Unclean." "And," continued Korah, "if the spot spread and cover all the skin of him, is he then clean or unclean?" Moses: "Clean." "Law is so irrational," said Korah, "cannot possibly trace their origin from God. The Torah that thou didst teach to Israel is not therefore God's work, but thy work. Hence art thou no prophet, and Aaron is no high priest. End of section. The Rebellion of Korah. This recording is in the public domain. Section 75. Korah abuses Moses and the Torah. Then Korah betook himself to the people to incite them to rebellion against Moses, and particularly against the tributes the priest imposes upon the people by him. That the people might now be in a position to form a proper conception of the oppressive burden to these tasks, Korah told them the following tale that he had invented. There lived in my vicinity a widow with two daughters, who owned for their support a field whose yield was just sufficient for them to keep body and soul together. When this woman set out to plow her field, Moses appeared and said, "Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together." When she began to sow, Moses appeared and said, "Thou shalt not sow with diverse seeds." When the first fruits showed in the poor widow's field, Moses appeared and bade her bring it to the priests, for to them are due the first of all the fruit of the earth. And when at length the time came for she to cut it down, Moses appeared and ordered her not wholly to reap the corners of the field, not to gather the gleanings of the harvest, but to leave them to the poor. When she had done all that Moses had bidden her, and was about to thrash the grain, Moses appeared once more and said, "Give me the heave offerings, the first and the second tithes to the priest." When at last the poor woman became aware of the fact that she could not now possibly maintain herself from the yield of the field after the deduction of all the tributes that Moses had imposed upon her, she sold the field, and with the proceeds purchased ewes, in the hope that she might now undisturbed have the benefit of the wool as well as the younglings of the sheep. She was, however, mistaken. When the firstling of the sheep was born, Aaron appeared and demanded it, for the firstborn belonged to the priest. She had a similar experience with the wool. At shearing time Aaron reappeared and demanded the first of the fleece of the sheep, which according to Moses' law was his. But not content with this, he reappeared later and demanded one sheep out of every 10 as a tithe, to which again, according to the law, he had a claim. This, however, was too much for the long-suffering woman, and she slaughtered the sheep, supposing that she might now feel herself secure in full possession of the meat, but wide off the mark. Aaron appeared, and basing his claim on the Torah, demanded the shoulder, the two cheeks, and the maw. "Alas!" exclaimed the woman, "the slaughtering of the sheep did not deliver me out of thy hands. Let the meat then be consecrated to the sanctuary." Aaron said, "Everything devoted in Israel is mine. It shall then be all mine." He departed, taking with him the meat of the sheep, and leaving behind him the widow and her daughters weeping bitterly. "Such men," said Korah, concluding his tale, "are Moses and Aaron, who pass their cruel measures as divine laws." Pricked on by speeches such as these, Korah's horde appeared before Moses and Aaron, saying, "Heavier is the burden that ye lay upon us than was that of the Egyptians, and moreover, as since the incident of the spies, we are forced annually to offer as tribute to death 15,000 men, it would have been better for us had we stayed in Egypt." They also reproached Moses and Aaron with an unjustified love of power, saying, "Upon Sinai all Israel heard the words of God, 'I am thy Lord.' Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord." They knew no bounds in their attack upon Moses. They accused him of leading an immoral life, and even warned their wives to keep far from him. They did not, moreover, stop short at words, but tried to stone Moses. When at last he sought protection from God and called to him for assistance, he said, "I do not care if they insult me or Aaron, but I insist that the insult of the Torah be avenged. If these men die the common death of all men, I shall myself become a disbeliever and declare that Torah was not given by God." End of section. Korah abuses Moses and the Torah. This recording is in the public domain. Section 76. Moses pleads in vain with Korah. Moses took Korah's transgression much to heart, for he thought to himself that perhaps, after the many sins of Israel, he might not succeed in obtaining God's pardon for them. He did not therefore have that matter decided immediately, but admonished the people to wait until the following day, having a lingering hope that Korah's horde, given time to calm reflection, might themselves perceive their sin, to which an excess of drink might have carried them away. Hence he said to them, "I may not now appear before the Lord, for although he partakes of neither food nor drink, still he will not judge such action of ours as we have committed after feasting and reveling. But tomorrow the Lord will show who are his. Know ye now that just as God has set definite bounds in nature between day and night, between light and darkness, so also has he separated Israel from the other nations, and so also has he separated Aaron from the rest of Israel. If you can obliterate the boundary between light and darkness, then only you remove the boundary of separation between Israel and the rest, but not otherwise. Other nations may have religions, many priests, and worship in many temples, but we have one God, one Torah, one law, one altar, and one high priest, whereas ye are 250 men, each of whom is imbued with the desire of becoming the high priest, as I too should like to be high priest, if such a thing were possible. But to prove Aaron's claim to his dignity, this do: take your censers, Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense upon them before the Lord tomorrow. The offering of incense is the most pleasant offering before the Lord, but for him who hath not been called, this offering holds a deadly poison, for it consumed Nadab and Abihu. But I exhort ye not to burden your souls with a deadly sin, for none but the man God will choose as high priest out of the number of you will remain alive. All others will pay with their lives at the offering of incense." The last words of Moses, however, far from restraining them, only strengthened Korah and his resolve to accomplish his undertaking, for he felt sure that God would choose him and none other. He had a prophetic presentiment that he was destined to be the forefather of prophets and temple singers, and for this reason thought he was specially favored by God. When Moses perceived that Korah was irreclaimable, he directed the rest of his warning to those other Levites, the men of Korah's tribe, who, he feared, would join Korah in his rebellion. He admonished them to be satisfied with the honors God had granted them, and not to strive for priestly dignity. He concluded his speech with a last appeal to Korah to cause no schism in Israel, saying, "Had Aaron arbitrarily assumed the priestly dignity, you would do right to withstand his presumption, but it was God, whose attributes are sublimity, strength, and sovereignty, who clothed Aaron with this dignity, so that those who are against Aaron are in reality against God." Korah made no answer to all these words, thinking that the best course for him to follow would be to avoid picking an argument with so great a sage as Moses, feeling sure that in such a dispute he should be worsted, and, contrary to his own conviction, be forced to yield to Moses. Moses, seeing that it was useless to reason with Korah, sent a messenger to Dathan and Abiram, summoning them to appear before his court. He did this because the law required that the accused be summoned to appear before the judge, before the judgment may be passed upon him, and Moses did not wish these men to be punished without a hearing. These, however, made answer to the messenger sent by Moses: "We will not come up." This shameless answer held an unconscious prophecy. They went not up, but, as their end showed, down to hell. Not only, moreover, did they refuse to comply with Moses' demand, they sent the following message in answer to Moses: "Who dost thou set thyself up as master over us? What benefit didst thou bring to us? Thou didst lead us out of Egypt, a land like the garden of the Lord, but hast not brought us to Canaan, leaving us in the wilderness where we are daily visited by the plague. Even in Egypt didst thou try to assume the leadership, just as thou dost not. Thou didst beguile the people in their exodus from Egypt, when thou didst promise to lead them to a land of milk and honey. In their delusion they followed thee and were disappointed. Now dost thou attempt to persuade us, as thou didst persuade them, but thou shalt not succeed, for we will not come and obey thy summons." The shamelessness of these two men, who declined even to talk about their transgression with Moses, aroused his wrath to the uttermost. For a man does get a certain amount of satisfaction out of discussing the dispute with his opponents, whereas he feels badly if he cannot discuss the matter. In his anger he said to God: "O Lord of the world, I well know that these sinners participated in the offerings of the congregation that were offered for all Israel, but as they have withdrawn themselves from the community, accept not thou their share of the offering, and let it not be consumed by the heavenly fire. It was I whom they treated so, I who took no money from the people for my labors, even when payment was my due. It is customary for anyone who works for the sanctuary to receive pay for his work, but I traveled to Egypt on my own ass, and took none of theirs, although I undertook the journey in their interests. It is customary for those that have a dispute to go before a judge, but I did not wait for this, and went straight to them to settle their disputes, never declaring the innocent guilty or the guilty innocent. When he now perceived that his words had no effect upon Korah and his horde, he concluded his words with a threat to the ringleaders: "Be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron, tomorrow." Korah spent the night before the judgment in trying to win over the people to his side, and succeeded in so doing. He went to all the other tribes, saying to them, "Do not think I am seeking a position of honor for myself. No, I wish only that this honor may fall to the lot of each in turn, whereas Moses is now king and his brother high priest." On the following morning, all the people, and not Korah's original company alone, appeared before the tabernacle and began to pick quarrels with Moses and Aaron. Moses now feared that God would destroy all the people because they had joined Korah, since he said to God, "O Lord of the world, if a nation rebels against the king of flesh and blood, because 10 or 20 men have cursed the king or his ambassadors, then he sends his hosts to massacre the inhabitants of the land, innocent as well as guilty, for he is not able with certainty to tell which among them honored the king and which among them cursed him. But thou knowest the thought of man, and what his heart and kidneys counsel him to do. The working of thy creature's mind lie open before thee, so that thou knowest who had the spirit of each one. Shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation?" God hereupon said to Moses, "I have heard the prayer for the congregation. Say then to them, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Moses did not immediately carry out these instructions, for he tried once again to warn Dathan and Abiram of the punishment impending upon them, but they refused to give heed to Moses and remained within their tents. "Now," said Moses, "I have done all I could, and can do nothing more." Hence, turning to the congregation, he said, "Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, that even in their youth deserve death as a punishment for their actions. In Egypt they betrayed the secret of my slaying an Egyptian. At the Red Sea it was they that angered God by their desire to return to Egypt. In Alush they broke the Sabbath, and now they trooped together to rebel against God. They now well deserve excommunication and the destruction of all their property. Touch therefore nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins." The community obeyed the words of Moses and drew back from the dwellings of Dathan and Abiram. These, not at all cowed, were not restrained from their wicked intention, but stood at the doors of their tents, abusing and calumniating Moses. Moses hereupon said to God, "If these men die upon their beds like all men, after physicians have attended to them and acquaintances have visited them, then shall I publicly avow that the Lord hath not sent me to do all these works, but that I have done them of my own mind." God replied, "What wilt thou have me do?" Moses: "If the Lord hath already provided the earth with a mouth to swallow them, it is well; if not, I pray thee, do so now." God said, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." Moses was not the only one to insist upon exemplary punishment of the horde of Korah. Sun and moon appeared before God, saying, "If thou givest satisfaction to the son of Amram, we shall set out on our course around the world, but not otherwise." God, however, hurled lightnings after them, that they might go about their duties, saying to them, You have never championed my cause, but not you stand up for a creature of flesh and blood. Since that time, sun and moon have always to be driven to duty, never doing it voluntarily, because they do not wish to look upon the sins of man upon earth. End of section. Moses pleads in vain with Korah. This recording is in the public domain. Section 77 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Chulsky. Korah and his horde punished. God did not gainsay satisfaction of his faithful servant. The mouth of hell approached the spot upon which Dathan, Abiram, and their families stood. And the ground under their feet grew so precipitous that they were not able to stand upright, but rolled to the opening and went quickly into the pit. Not these wicked people alone were swallowed by the earth, but their possessions also. Even their linen that was the launderer's, or a pin belonging to them, rolled toward the mouth of the earth, and vanished therein. Nowhere upon earth remained a trace of them or of their possessions, and even their names disappeared from the documents upon which they were written. They did not, however, meet an immediate death, but sank gradually into the earth, the opening of which adjusted itself to the girth of each individual. The lower extremities disappeared first, then the opening widened, and the abdomen followed, until in this way the entire body was swallowed. While they were sinking thus slowly and painfully, they continued to cry, "Moses is truth, and his Torah is truth. We acknowledge that Moses is rightful king and true prophet, that Aaron is legitimate high priest, and that the Torah has been given by God. Now deliver us, O our teacher Moses." These words were audible throughout the entire camp, so that all might be convinced of the wickedness of Korah's undertaking. Without regard to these followers of Korah, who were swallowed by the earth, the 250 men who had offered incense with Aaron found their death in the heavenly fire that came upon their offering and consumed them. But he who met with the most terrible form of death was Korah. Consumed at the incense offering, he then rolled in the shape of a ball of fire to the opening in the earth and vanished. There was a reason for this double punishment of Korah. Had he received punishment by burning alone, then those who had been swallowed by the earth, and who had failed to see Korah smitten by the same punishment, would have complained about God's injustice, saying, "It was Korah who plunged us into destruction, that he himself escaped it." Had he, on the other hand, been swallowed by the earth without meeting death by fire, then those whom the fire had consumed would have complained about God's injustice that permitted the author of their destruction to go unpunished. Now, however, both those who perished by fire and those who were swallowed up by the earth witnessed their leader share their punishment. The terrible death did not, however, suffice to atone for the sins of Korah and his company, for their punishment continues in hell. They are tortured in hell, and at the end of 30 days, hell again casts them up near to the surface of the earth, on the spot where they had been swallowed. Whosoever on that day puts his ear to the ground upon that spot hears the cry, "Moses is truth, and his Torah is truth, but we are liars." Not until after the resurrection will their punishment cease, For even in spite of their grave sin, they were not given over to eternal damnation. For a time Korah and his company believed that they should never know relief from these tortures of hell. But Hannah's words encouraged them not to despair. In reference to them, she announced the prophecy: "The Lord bringeth low to Sheol and lifteth up." At first they had no real faith in this prophecy, but when God destroyed the temple and sank its portals deep into the earth until they reached hell, Korah and his company clung to the portals, saying, "If these portals return again upward, then through them shall we also return upward." God hereupon appointed them as keepers of these portals, over which they will have to stand guard until they return to the upper world. End of section. Korah and his horde punished. This recording is in the public domain. Section 78 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Chulsky. On and the three sons of Korah saved. God punished discord severely, for although the decree of heaven does not otherwise punish anyone below 20 years of age, at Korah's rebellion the earth swallowed alive even children that were only a day old, men, women, and children all together. Out of all the company of Korah and their family, only 4 persons escaped ruin, to wit, On, the son of Peleth, and Korah's 3 sons. As it was Korah's wife who, through her inciting words, plunged her husband into destruction, so to his wife does On owe his salvation. Truly, to these 2 women applies the proverb, "Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her own hands." On, whose abilities had won him distinction far beyond that of his father, had originally joined Korah's rebellion. When he arrived home and spoke of it to his wife, she said to him, "What benefit shalt thou reap from it? Either Moses remains master, and thou art his disciple, or Korah becomes master, and thou art his disciple." On saw the truth of this argument, but declared that he felt it incumbent upon himself to adhere to Korah, because he had given him his oath, which he could not now take back. His wife quieted him, however, entreating him to stay at home. To be quite sure of him, however, she gave him wine to drink, whereupon he fell into a deep sleep of intoxication. His wife now carried out her work of salvation, saying to herself, "All the congregation are holy, and being such, they will approach no woman whose hair is uncovered." She now showed herself at the door of the tent with streaming hair, and whenever one out of the company of Korah about to go to On saw the woman in this condition, he started back, and owing to this schemer, husband had no part in the rebellion. When the earth opened to swallow Korah's company, the bed on which On still slept began to rock and to roll to the opening in the earth. On's wife, however, seized it, saying, "O Lord of the world, my husband made a solemn vow never again to take part in dissensions. Thou that livest and endurest to all eternity canst punish him hereafter, if ever he prove false to his vow." God heard her plea, and On was saved. She now requested On to go to Moses, but he refused, for he was ashamed to look into Moses' face after he had rebelled against him. His wife then went to Moses in his stead. Moses at first evaded her, for he wished to have nothing to do with women. But as she wept and lamented bitterly, she was admitted and told Moses all that had occurred. He now accompanied her to her house, at the entrance of which he cried, On, the son of Peleth, step forth. God will forgive thee thy sins. It is with reference to this miraculous deliverance and to his life spent in doing penance that this former follower of Korah was called On, the penitent, son of Peleth, miracle. His true name was Nemuel, the son of Eliab, a brother of Dathan and Abiram. More marvelous still than that of On was the salvation of Korah's 3 sons. For when the earth yawned to swallow Korah and his company, these cried, "Help us, Moses." The Shekinah hereupon said, "If these men were to repent, they should be saved. Repentance do I desire, and not else." Korah's 3 sons now simultaneously determined to repent their sin, but they could not open their mouths, for round about them burned the fire, and below them gaped hell. God was, however, satisfied with their good thought, and in the sight of all Israel, for their salvation, a pillar arose in hell, upon which they seated themselves. There did they sit and sing praises and song to the Lord, sweeter than ever mortal ear had heard, so that Moses and all Israel hearkened to them eagerly. They were furthermore distinguished by God in receiving from him the prophetic gift, and they then announced in their songs events that were to occur in the future world. They said, "Fear not the day on which the Lord will take hold of the ends of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it. For the pious will cling to the throne of glory, and will find protection under the wings of the Shekinah. Fear not, ye pious men, the day of judgment, for the judgment of sinners will have as little power over you as it had over us when all the others perished and we were saved." End of section On and the 3 sons of Korah saved. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Section 79. Israel convinced of Aaron's priesthood. After the death of the 250 followers of Korah, who perished at the offering of incense, Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was ordered to take up the censers out of the burning, in which the souls, not the bodies, of the sinners were burned. That out of these brazen plates he made a covering for the altar. Eleazar, and not his father the high priest, received this commission. For God said, "The censer brought death upon 2 of Aaron's sons, therefore let the 3rd now fetch forth the censer, and effect expiation for the sinners." The covering of the altar fashioned out of the brass of these censers was to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, to the end that no stranger which is not the seed of Aaron come near to burn incense before the Lord. Such a one was not, however, to be punished like Korah and his company, but in the same way as Moses had once been punished by God, with leprosy. This punishment was visited upon King Uzziah, who tried to burn incense in the temple, asserting that it was the king's task to perform the service before the King of all. The heavens hastened to the scene to consume him, just as the celestial fire had once consumed the 250 men, who had wrongfully assumed the rights of priesthood. The earth strove to swallow him, as it had once swallowed Korah and his company. But a celestial voice announced, "Upon none save Korah and his company came punishments like these, upon no others. This man's punishment shall be leprosy." Hence Uzziah became a leper. Peace was not, however, established with the destruction of Korah and his company, for on the very day that followed the terrible catastrophe, there arose a rebellion against Moses, that was even more violent than the preceding one. For although the people were now convinced that nothing came to pass without the will of God, still they thought God was doing all this for Moses' sake. Hence they laid at his door God's violent anger against them, blaming not the wickedness of those who had been punished, but Moses, who they said had excited God's revengefulness against them. They accused Moses of having brought about the death of so many of the noblest among them as a punishment for the people, only that they might not again venture to call him to account, and that he might thereby ensure his brother's possession of the priestly office, since no one would hereafter covet it, seeing that on its account the noblest among them had met so terrible a fate. The kinsmen of those who had perished stirred the flame of resentment, and spurred on the people to set a limit to Moses' love of power, insisting that the public welfare and the safety of Israel demanded such measures. These unseemly speeches and their unceasing, incorrigible perverseness brought upon them God's wrath to such a degree that he wanted to destroy them all, and bade Moses and Aaron go away from the congregation, that he might instantly set about their ruin. When Moses saw that there was wrath gone out from the Lord, and the plague was begun, he called Aaron to him, saying, Take thy censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and lay incense thereon, and carry it quickly unto the congregation, and make atonement for them. This remedy against death Moses had learned from the angel of death himself, at the time he was staying in heaven to receive the Torah. At that time he had received a gift from each one of the angels, and that of the angel of death had been the revelation of the secret that incense can hold him at bay. Moses, in applying this remedy, had in mind also the purpose of showing the people the injustice of their superstition concerning the offering of incense. They called it death-bearing, because it had brought death upon Nadab and Abihu, as well as upon the 250 followers of Korah. He now wished to convince them that it was this very incense that prevented the plague, and to teach them that it is sin that brings death. Aaron, however, did not know why he employed incense, and therefore said to Moses, O my lord Moses, hast thou perchance my death in view? My sons were burned because they put strange fires into the censers. Shall I now fetch holy fire from the altar and carry it outside? Surely I shall meet death through this fire. Moses replied, Go quickly, and do as I have bidden thee, for while thou dost stand and talk, they die. Aaron hastened to carry out the command given to him, saying, Even if it be my death, I obey gladly, if I can only serve Israel thereby. The angel of death had meanwhile wrought terrible havoc among the people, like a reaper mowing down line after line of them, allowing not one of the line he touched to escape, whereas, on the other hand, not a single man died before he reached the row in which the man stood. Aaron, censer in hand, now appeared, and stood up between the ranks of the living and those of the dead, holding the angel of death at bay. The latter now addressed Aaron, saying, Leave me to my work, for I have been sent to do it by God, whereas thou dost bid me stop in the name of a creature that is only of flesh and blood. Aaron did not, however, yield, but said, Moses acts only as God commands him, and if thou wilt not trust him, behold, God and Moses are both in the tabernacle. Let us both betake ourselves thither. The angel of death refused to obey his call, whereupon Aaron seized him by force, and thrusting the censer under his face, dragged him to the tabernacle, where he locked him in, so that death ceased. In this way Aaron paid off a debt to Moses. After the worship of the golden calf, that came to pass not without some guilt on Aaron's part, God had decreed that all 4 of Aaron's sons were to die, but Moses stood up between the living and the dead, and through his prayer succeeded in saving 2 out of the 4. In the same way, Aaron now stood up between the living and the dead to ward off from Israel the angel of death. God in his kindness now desired the people once and for all to be convinced of the truth that Aaron was the elect, and his house the house of priesthood. Hence he bade Moses convince them in the following fashion. Upon God's command he took a beam of wood, divided it into 12 rods, bade every prince of a tribe in his own hand write his name on one of the rods respectively, and laid up the rods overnight before the sanctuary. Then the miracle came to pass that the rod of Aaron, the prince of the tribe of Levi, bore the ineffable name, which caused the rod to bloom blossoms overnight, and to yield ripe almonds. When the people, who all night had been pondering which tribe should on the morrow be proven by the rod of its prince to be the chosen one, betook themselves early in the morning to the sanctuary, and saw the blossoms and almonds upon the rod of Aaron, they were at last convinced that God had destined the priesthood for his house. The almonds, which ripen more quickly than any other fruit, at the same time informed them that God would quickly bring punishment upon those who should venture to usurp the powers of priesthood. Aaron's rod was then laid up before the holy ark by Moses. It was this rod, kings used until the time of the destruction of the temple, when in miraculous fashion it disappeared. Elijah will in the future fetch it forth and hand it over to the Messiah. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 80 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Section 80. The Waters of Meribah. Korah's rebellion took place during Israel's sojourn in Kadesh Barnea, whence, a short time before, the spies had been sent out. They remained in this place during 19 years, and then for as long a time wandered ceaselessly from place to place through the desert. When at last the time decreed by God for their stay in the wilderness was over, and the generation that God had said must die in the desert had paid its penalty for its sin, they returned again to Kadesh Barnea. They took delight in this place, endeared to them by long years of habitation, and settled down in the expectation of a cheerful and agreeable time. But the prophetess Miriam now dies, and the loss of the woman, who occupied a place as high as that of her brothers Moses and Aaron, at once became evident in a way that was perceived by the pious as well as by the godless. She was the only woman who died during the march through the desert, and this occurred for the following reasons. She was a leader of the people, together with her brothers, and as these two were not permitted to lead the people into the promised land, she had to share their fate. The well, furthermore, that had provided Israel with water during the march through the desert, had been a gift of God to the people as a reward for the good deeds of this prophetess, and as this gift had been limited to the time of the march through the desert, she had to die shortly before the entrance into the promised land. Hardly had Miriam died when the well also disappeared, and a dearth of water set in. That all Israel might know that only owing to the merits of the pious prophetess had they been spared a lack of water during the 40 years of the march. While Moses and Aaron were now plunged in deep grief for their sister's death, a mob of the people collected to wrangle with them on account of the dearth of water. Moses, seeing the multitudes of people approaching from the distance, said to his brother Aaron, "What may all these multitudes desire?" The other replied, "Are not the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob kind-hearted people, and the descendants of kind-hearted people? They come to express their sympathy." Moses, however, said, "They are not able to distinguish between a well-ordered procession and this motley multitude. Were these people assembled in an orderly procession, they would move under the leadership of the rules of thousands and the rulers of hundreds. But behold, they move in disorderly troops. How, then, can their intentions be to console with us?" The two brothers were not long to remain in doubt concerning the purpose of the multitude, for they stepped up to them and began to pick a quarrel with Moses, saying, "It was a heavy blow for us when 14,700 of our men died of the plague. Harder still to bear was the death of those who were swallowed up by the earth and lost their lives in an unnatural way. The heaviest blow of all, however, was the death of those who were consumed at the offering of incense, whose terrible end is constantly recalled to us by the covering of the altar, fashioned out of the brazen plates that came from the censers used by those unfortunate ones. But we bore all these blows, and even wish we had all perished simultaneously with them, instead of becoming victims to the tortures of death by thirst." At first they directed their reproaches against Moses alone, since Aaron, on account of his extraordinary love of peace and his kind-heartedness, was the favorite of the people. But once carried away by suffering and rage, they started to hurl their accusations against both of the brothers, saying, "Formerly your answers to us had always been that sorrows came upon us, and that God did not stand by us because there were sinful and godless men among us. And now that we are a congregation of the Lord, why have ye nevertheless led us to this poor place where there is not water, without which neither man nor beast can live? Why do not ye exhort God to have pity upon us, since the well of Miriam had vanished with her death? A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast." And the fact that these people, so near to death, still considered the sufferings of their beasts, shows that they were, notwithstanding their attitude toward Moses and Aaron, really pious men. And in truth, God did not take amiss their words against Moses and Aaron, for God holds no man accountable for that which he utters in distress. For the same reason neither Moses nor Aaron made reply to the accusations hurled against them, but hastened to the sanctuary to implore God's mercy for his people. They also considered that the holy place would shelter them in case the people meant to lay hands upon them. God actually did appear at once, and said to them, "Hasten from this place. My children die of thirst, and ye have nothing better to do than to mourn the death of an old woman." He then bade Moses to speak unto the rock that it may give forth water, but impressed upon them the command to bring forth neither honey nor oil out of the rock, but water only. This was to prove God's power, who can pour out of the rock not only such liquids as are contained in it, but water too, that never otherwise issues from a rock. He also ordered Moses to speak to the rock, but not to smite it with his rod. "For," said God, "the merits of them that sleep in the cave of Machpelah suffice to cause their children to receive water out of the rock." Moses then fetched out of the tabernacle the holy rod on which was the ineffable name of God, and accompanied by Aaron betook himself to the rock to bring water out of it. On the way to the rock all Israel followed him, halting at any rock by the way, fancying that they might fetch water out of it. The grumblers now went about inciting the people against Moses, saying, "Don't you know that the son of Amram had once been Jethro's shepherd, and all shepherds have knowledge of the places in the wilderness that are rich in water? Moses will now try to lead us to such a place where there is water, and then he will cheat us, and declare he had caused the water to flow out of a rock. If he actually is able to bring forth water out of rocks, then let him fetch it out of any one of the rocks upon which we fix." Moses could have easily done this, for God said to him, "Let them see the water flow out of the rock they have chosen." But when, on the way to the rock, he turned around and perceived that instead of following him, they stood about in groups around different rocks, each group around some rock favored by it, he commanded them to follow him to the rock upon which he had fixed. They, however, said, "We demand that thou bring us water out of the rock we have chosen, and if thou wilt not, we do not care to fetch water out of another rock." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 81 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Section 81. Moses' anger causes his doom. Throughout 40 years, Moses had striven to refrain from harshly addressing the people, knowing that if but a single time he lost his patience, God would cause him to die in the desert. On this occasion, however, he was mastered by his rage, and shouted at Israel the words, "O ye madmen, ye stiff-necked ones, that desire to teach their teacher, ye that shoot upon your leaders with your arrows, do ye think that out of this rock that ye have chosen we shall be able to bring forth water? I vow that I shall let water flow out of that rock only that I have chosen." He addressed these harsh words not to a few among Israel, but to all the people, for God had brought the miracle to pass that the small space in front of the rock held all Israel. Carried away by anger, Moses still further forgot himself, and instead of speaking to the rock, as God had commanded him, he struck a rock chosen by himself. As Moses had not acted according to God's command, the rock did not at once obey, and sent forth only a few drops of water, so that the mockers cried, "Son of Amram, is this for the sucklings, and for them that are weaned from the milk?" Moses now waxed angrier still, and for a second time smote the rock, from which gushed streams so mighty that many of his enemies met their death in the currents, and at the same time water poured out of all the stones and rocks of the desert. God hereupon said to Moses, "Thou and Aaron believed me not. I forbade you to smite the rock, but thou didst smite it. Ye sanctified me not in the eyes of the children of Israel, because ye did not fetch water out of any one of the rocks, as the people wished. Ye trespassed against me, when ye said, Shall we bring forth water out of this rock? And ye acted contrary to my command, because ye did not speak to the rock as I had bidden ye. I vow therefore that ye shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. And not until the Messianic time shall ye too lead Israel to the Holy Land." God furthermore said to Moses, "Thou shouldst have learned from the life of Ishmael to have greater faith in me. I bade the well to spring up for him, even though he was only a single human being, on account of the merits of his father Abraham. How much more then hadst thou a right to expect, thou who couldst refer to the merits of the 3 patriarchs as well as to the people's own, for they accepted the Torah and obeyed many commandments. Yea, even from thine own experience shouldst thou have drawn greater faith in my will to aid Israel. When in Rephidim thou didst say to me, They be almost ready to stone me, did not I not reply to thee, Why dost thou accuse my children? Go with thy rod before the people, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it. If I wrought for them miracles such as these, when they had not yet accepted the Torah, and did not yet have faith in me, shouldst thou not have known how much more I would do for them now? God taketh the wise in their own craftiness. He had long before this decreed that Moses die in the desert, and Moses' offense in Kadesh was only a pretext God employed that he might not seem to be unjust. But he gave to Moses himself the true reason why he did not permit him to enter the promised land, saying, Would it perchance redound to thy glory, if thou wert to lead into the land a new generation, after thou hadst led out of Egypt the 60 myriads and buried them in the desert? People would declare that the generation of the desert has no share in future world. Therefore stay with them, that at their head thou mayest after the resurrection enter the promised land. Moses now said to God, Thou hast decreed that I die in the desert like the generation of the desert that angered thee. I implore thee, write in thy Torah wherefore I have been thus punished, that future generations may not say I had been like the generations of the desert. God granted this wish, and in several passages of the Scriptures set forth what had really been the offense on account of which Moses had been prohibited from entering the promised land. It was due only to the transgression at the rock in Kadesh, where Moses failed to sanctify God in the eyes of the children of Israel, and God was sanctified by allowing justice to take its course without respect of persons, and punishing Moses. Hence this place was called Kadesh, sanctity, and En Mishpat, fountain of justice, because on this spot judgment was passed upon Moses, and by this sentence God's name was sanctified. As water had been the occasion for the punishment of Moses, God did not say that that which he had created on the second day of the creation was good, for on that day he had created water, and that which brought about Moses' death was not good. If the death doomed for Moses upon this occasion was a very severe punishment, entirely out of proportion to his offense, then still more so was the death destined for Aaron at the same time. For he had been guilty of no other offense than that of joining Moses at his transgression, and whoso joins a transgressor is as bad as the transgressor himself. On this occasion, as usual, Aaron showed his absolute devotion and his faith in God's justice. He might have said, I have not sinned, why am I to be punished? But he conquered himself and put up no defense, wherefore Moses greatly praised him. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 82 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 82, Edom's Unbrotherly Attitude toward Israel. From Kadesh, Moses sent ambassadors to the king of Edom, requesting him to permit Israel to travel through his territory. For, thought Moses, when our father Jacob with only a small troop of men planned to return to his father's house, which was not situated in Esau's possessions, he previously sent a messenger to him to ask his permission. How much more then does it behoove us, a people of great numbers, to refrain from entering Edom's territory before receiving his sanction to do so? Moses' ambassadors had been commissioned to bear the following message to the king of Edom. From the time of our grandfather Abraham there was a promissory note to be redeemed, for God had imposed it upon him that in Egypt his seed should be enslaved and tortured. It had been thy duty as well as ours to redeem this note, and thou knowest that we have done our duty, whereas thou wert not willing. God had, as thou knowest, promised Abraham that those who had been in bondage in Egypt should receive Canaan for their possession as a reward. That land, therefore, is ours, who were in Egypt, and thou who didst shirk the redemption of the debt hast now claim to our land. Let us then pass through thy land until we reach ours. Know also that the patriarchs in their graves sympathized with our sufferings in Egypt, And whenever we called out to God, he heard us and sent us one of his ministering angels to lead us out of Egypt. Consider then that all thy weapons will avail thee naught if we implore God's aid, who will then at once overthrow thee and thy hosts, for this is our inheritance, and the voice of Jacob never proves ineffectual. That thou mayest not, however, plead that our passage through thy land will bring thee only annoyances and no gain, I promise thee that although we draw drink out of a well that accompanies us on our travels, and are provided with food through the manna, we shall nevertheless buy water and food from thy people, that ye may profit by our passage. This was no idle promise, for Moses had actually asked the people to be liberal with their money, that the Edomites might not take them to be poor slaves, but might be convinced that in spite of their stay in Egypt, Israel was a wealthy nation. Moses also pledged himself to provide the cattle with muzzles during their passage through Edom, that they might do no damage to the land of the dwellers there. With these words he ended his message to the king of Edom. To the right and to the left of thy land may we pillage and slaughter, but in accord with God's words we may not touch thy possessions. But all these prayers and pleadings of Moses were without avail, for Edom's answer was in the form of a threat. Ye depend upon your inheritance, upon the voice of Jacob, which God answers, and I too shall depend upon my inheritance, the hand and sword of Esau. Israel now had to give up their attempt to reach their land through Edom's territory, not, however, through fear, but because God had prohibited them from bringing war upon the Edomites, even before they had heard from the embassy that Edom had refused them the right of passage. The neighborhood of the godless brings disaster, as Israel was to experience, for they lost the pious Aaron on the boundary of Edom, and buried him on Mount Hor. The cloud that used to precede Israel had indeed been accustomed to level all the mountains, that they might move on upon level ways. But God retained 3 mountains in the desert: Sinai as the place of the revelation, Nebo as the burial place of Moses, and Hor, consisting of a twin mountain, as a burial place for Aaron. Apart from these 3 mountains there were none in the desert, but the cloud would leave little elevations on the places where Israel pitched camps, that the sanctuary might thereupon be set up. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 83 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 83, The 3 Shepherds. Aaron died 4 months after the death of his sister Miriam, whereas Moses died nearly a year after his sister. Her death took place on the 1st day of Nisan, and that of Moses on the 7th day of Adar in the same year. Although the death of these 3 did not take place in the same month, God spoke of them, saying, "And I cut off the 3 shepherds in 1 month, for he had determined upon their death in 1 month." It is God's way to classify people into related groups, and the death of these 3 pious ones was not determined upon together with that of the sinful generation of wanderers in the desert, but only after this generation had died was sealed the doom of the 3. Miriam died first, and the same fate was decreed for her brothers as a consequence of her death. Miriam's death plunged all into deep mourning. Moses and Aaron wept in their apartments, and the people wept in the streets. For 6 hours Moses was ignorant of the disappearance of Miriam's well with Miriam's death, until the Israelites went to him, saying, "How long wilt thou sit here and weep?" He answered, "Shall I not weep for my sister who has died?" They replied, "While thou art weeping for one soul, weep at the same time for us all. Why? Asked he. They said, We have no water to drink. Then he rose up from the ground, went out and saw the well without a drop of water. He now began to quarrel with them, saying, Have I not told ye, I am not able to bear you myself alone? Ye have rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens, princes, chiefs, elders, and magnates. Let these attend to your needs. Israel, however, said, All rests with thee, for it is thou who didst lead us out of Egypt and brought us in unto this evil place. It is no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. If thou wilt give us water, it is well, if not, we shall stone thee. When Moses heard this, he fled from them and betook himself to the tabernacle. There God said to him, What ails thee? And Moses replied, O Lord of the world, thy children want to stone me, and had I not escaped, they would have stoned me by now. God said, Moses, how much longer wilt thou continue to calumniate my children? Is it not enough that at Horeb thou didst say, They be ready to stone me? Whereupon I answered thee, Go up before them, and I will see whether they stone thee or not. Take the rod, and assemble the congregation, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, that it give forth its water. Moses now went to seek for the rock, followed by all Israel, for he did not know which was the rock out of which God had said water was to flow. For the rock out of which Miriam's well flowed vanished among the rest of the rocks in such a way that Moses was not able to distinguish it among the number. On the way they saw a rock that dripped, and they took up their places in front of it. When Moses saw that the people stood still, he turned around, and they said to him, How long wilt thou lead us on? Moses, until I fetch ye forth water out of the rock. The people, Give us water at once, that we may drink. Moses, How long do ye quarrel? Is there a creature in all the world that so rebels against its Maker as ye do? When it is certain that God will give ye water out of a rock, even though I do not know which one that may be. The people, Thou wert a prophet and our shepherd during our march through the desert, and now thou sayest, I know not out of which rock God will give ye water. Moses hereupon assembled them about a rock, saying to himself, If I now speak to the rock, bidding it bring forth water, and it bring forth none, I shall subject myself to humiliation in the presence of the community, for they will say, Where is thy wisdom? Hence he said to the people, Ye know that God can perform miracles for ye, but he hath hidden from me out of which rock he will let the water flow forth. For whenever the time comes that God wishes a man not to know, then his wisdom and understanding are of no avail to him. Moses then lifted his rod and let it quietly slide down upon the rock which he laid it, uttering, as if addressing Israel, the words, Shall we bring you forth water out of this rock? The rock of its own accord now began to give forth water, whereupon Moses struck upon it with his rod, but then water no longer flowed forth, but blood. Moses hereupon said to God, This rock brings forth no water. And God instantly turned to the rock with the question, Why dost thou bring forth not water, but blood? The rock answered, O Lord of the world, why did Moses smite me? When God asked Moses why he had smitten the rock, he replied that it might bring forth water. God, however, said to Moses, Had I bidden thee to smite the rock? I had only said, Speak to it. Moses tried to defend himself by saying, I did speak to it, but it brought forth nothing. Thou, God replied, hast given Israel the instruction, In righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Why then didst not thou judge the rock in righteousness, the rock that in Egypt supported thee, when out of it thou didst suck honey? Is this the manner in which thou repayest it? Not only wert thou unjust to the rock, but thou didst also call my children fools. If then thou art a wise man, it does not become thee as a wise man to have anything further to do with fools, and therefore thou shalt not with them learn to know the land of Israel. At the same time God added, Neither thou nor thy brother nor thy sister shall set foot upon the land of Israel. For even in Egypt God had warned Moses and Aaron to refrain from calling the Israelites fools, and as Moses, without evoking a protest from Aaron at the water of Kadesh, called them fools, the punishment of death was decreed for him and his brother. When God had informed Moses of the impending punishment due to him and his brother, he turned to the rock, saying, "Turn thy blood into water." And so it came to pass. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 84 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 84, Preparing Aaron for Impending Death. As a sign of a special favor, God communicates to the pious the day of their death, that they may transmit their crowns to their sons. But God considered it particularly fitting to prepare Moses and Aaron for impending death, saying, "These two pious men throughout their lifetime did nothing without consulting me, and I shall not therefore take them out of this world without previously informing them." When therefore Aaron's time approached, God said to Moses, "My servant Moses, who hast been faithful in all mine house, I have an important matter to communicate to thee, but it weighs heavily upon me." Moses, what is it? God, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Israel, because ye rebelled against my word at the waters of Meribah. Moses replied, Lord of the world, it is manifest and known before the throne of thy glory that thou art Lord of all the world, and of thy creatures that in this world thou hast created, so that we are in thy hand, and in thy hand it lies to do with us as thou wilt. I am not, however, fit to go to my brother and repeat to him thy commission, for he is older than I, and how then shall I presume to go up to my older brother and say, Go up unto Mount Hor, and die there? God answered Moses, Not with the lip shalt thou touch this matter, but take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor. Ascend thou also with them, and there speak with thy brother sweet and gentle words, the burden of which will, however, prepare him for what awaits him. Later, when ye shall all three be upon the mountain, strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. As a favor to me, prepare Aaron for his death, for I am ashamed to tell him of it myself. When Moses heard this, there was a tumult in his heart, and he knew not what to do. He wept so passionately that his grief for the impending loss of his brother brought him to the brink of death himself. As a faithful servant of God, however, nothing remained for him to do but to execute his master's command. Hence he betook himself to Aaron to the tabernacle to inform him of his death. Now it had been customary during the 40 years' march through the desert for the people daily to gather, first before the 70 elders, then under their guidance before the princes of the tribes, then for all of them to appear before Eleazar and Aaron, and with these to go to Moses to present to him their morning greeting. On this day, however, Moses made a change in this custom, and after having wept through the night at the cock's crow, summoned Eleazar before him and said to him, Go and call to me the elders and the princes, for I have to convey to them a commission from the Lord. Accompanied by these men, Moses now betook himself to Aaron, who, seeing Moses when he arose, asked, Why hast thou made a change in the usual custom? Moses, God hath bidden me to make a communication to thee. Aaron, tell it to me. Moses, wait until we are out of doors. Aaron thereupon donned his 8 priestly garments, and both went out. Now it had always been the custom for Moses, whenever he went from his house to the tabernacle, to walk in the center, with Aaron at his right, Eleazar at his left, then the elders at both sides, and the people following in the rear. Upon arriving within the tabernacle, Aaron would seat himself as the very nearest at Moses' right hand, Eleazar at his left, and the elders and princes in front. On this day, however, Moses changed this order. Aaron walked in the center, Moses at his right hand, Eleazar at his left, the elders and princes at both sides, and the rest of the people following. When the Israelites saw this, they rejoiced greatly, saying, Aaron now has a higher degree of the Holy Spirit than Moses, and therefore does Moses yield to him the place of honor in the center. The people loved Aaron better than Moses, for ever since Aaron had become aware that through the construction of the golden calf he had brought about the transgression of Israel, it was his endeavor through the following course of life to atone for his sin. He would go from house to house, and whenever he found one who did not know how to recite his Shema, he taught him the Shema. If one did not know how to pray, he taught him how to pray. And if he found one who was not capable of penetrating into the study of the Torah, he initiated him into it. He did not, however, consider his task restricted to establishing peace between God and man, but strove to establish peace between the learned and the ignorant Israelites, among the scholars themselves, among the ignorant, and between man and wife. Hence the people loved him very dearly and rejoiced when they believed he had now attained a higher rank than Moses. Having arrived at the tabernacle, Aaron now wanted to enter, but Moses held him back, saying, We shall now go beyond the camp. When they were outside the camp, Aaron said to Moses, Tell me the commission God hath given thee. Moses answered, Wait until we reach the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Moses said to the people, Stay here until we return to you. I, Aaron, and Eleazar will go to the top of the mount, and shall return when we shall have heard the divine revelation. All three now ascended. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 85 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 85, Aaron's Death. Moses wanted to inform his brother of his impending death, but knew not how to go about it. At length he said to him, Aaron, my brother, hath God given anything into thy keeping? Yes, replied Aaron. What, pray? asked Moses. Aaron, the altar and the table upon which is the shewbread hath he given into my charge. Moses, it may be that he will now demand back from thee all that he hath given into thy keeping. Aaron, what, pray? Moses, hath he not entrusted a light to thee? Aaron, not one light only, but all 7 of the candlestick that now burn in the sanctuary. Moses had, of course, intended to call Aaron's attention to the soul, the light of the Lord, which God had given into his keeping, and which he now demanded back. As Aaron in his simplicity did not notice the allusion, Moses did not go into further particulars, but remarked to Aaron, God hath with justice called thee an innocent, simple-hearted man. While they were thus conversing, a cave opened up before them, whereupon Moses requested his brother to enter it, and Aaron instantly acquiesced. Moses was now in a sad predicament, for to follow God's command he had to strip Aaron of his garments and to put them upon Eleazar, but he knew not how to broach the subject to his brother. He finally said to Aaron, My brother Aaron, it is not proper to enter the cave into which we now want to descend, invested in the priestly garments, for they might there become unclean. The cave is very beautiful, and it is therefore possible that there are old graves in it. Aaron replied, Thou art right. Moses then stripped his brother of his priestly garments and put them upon Aaron's son Eleazar. As it would have been improper if Aaron had been buried quite naked, God brought about the miracle that, as soon as Moses took off one of Aaron's garments, a corresponding celestial garment was spread over Aaron, and when Moses had stripped him of all his priestly garments, he found himself arrayed in 8 celestial garments. A second miracle came to pass in the stripping of Aaron's garments, for Moses was enabled to take off the undermost garments before the upper. This was done in order to satisfy the law that priests may never use their upper garments as undergarments, a thing Eleazar would have had to do had Moses stripped off Aaron's outer garments first, and with these invested his son. After Eleazar had put on the high priest's garments, Moses and Aaron said to him, "Wait for us here until we return out of the cave," and both entered it. At their entrance they beheld a couch spread, a table prepared, and a candle lighted, while ministering angels surrounded the couch. Aaron then said to Moses, "How long, O my brother, wilt thou still conceal the commission God hath entrusted to thee? Thou knowest that he himself, when for the first time he addressed thee with his own lips, declared of me, when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. Why then dost thou conceal the commission God hath entrusted to thee? Even if it were to refer to my death, I should take it upon myself with a cheerful countenance." Moses replied, "As thou thyself dost speak of death, I will acknowledge that God's words to me do concern thy death, but I was afraid to make it known to thee. But look now, thy death is not as that of the other creatures of flesh and blood, and not only is thy death a remarkable one, but see, the ministering angels have come to stand by thee in thy parting hour." When he spoke of the remarkable death that awaited Aaron, Moses meant to allude to the fact that Aaron, like his sister Miriam, and later Moses, was to die not through the angel of death, but by a kiss from God. Aaron, however, said, "O my brother Moses, why didst not thou make this communication to me in the presence of my mother, my wife, and my children?" Moses did not instantly reply to this question, but tried to speak words of comfort and encouragement to Aaron, saying, "Dost thou not know, my brother, that thou didst 40 years ago deserve to meet thy death when thou didst fashion the golden calf? But then I stood before the Lord in prayer and exhortation and saved thee from death. And now I pray that my death were as thine, for when thou diest, I bury thee, but when I shall die, I shall have no brother to bury me. When thou diest, thy sons will inherit thy position, but when I die, strangers will inherit my place." With these and similar words, Moses encouraged his brother until he finally looked forward to his end with equanimity. Aaron lay down upon the adorned couch, and God received his soul. Moses then left the cave, which immediately vanished, so that none might know or understand how it had happened. When Eleazar saw Moses return alone, he said to him, "O my teacher, where is my father?" Moses replied, "He has entered paradise." Then both descended from the mountain into the camp. When the people saw Moses and Eleazar return without Aaron, they were not at all in the mood to lend faith to the communication of Aaron's death. They could not at all credit that a man who had overcome the angel of death was now overcome by him. 3 opinions were then formed among the people concerning Aaron's absence. Some declared that Moses had killed Aaron because he was jealous of his popularity. Some thought Eleazar had killed his father to become his successor as high priest, and there was also some who declared that he had been removed from earth to be translated to heaven. Satan had so incited the people against Moses and Eleazar that they wanted to stone them. Moses hereupon prayed to God, saying, "Deliver me and Eleazar from this unmerited suspicion, and also show to the people Aaron's bier, that they may not believe him to be still alive. For in their boundless admiration for Aaron, they may even make a god of him." God then said to the angels, "Lift up on high the bier upon which lies my friend Aaron, so that Israel may know he is dead, and may not lay hand upon Moses and Eleazar." The angels did as they were bidden, and Israel then saw Aaron's bier floating in the air, while God before it and the angels behind intoned a funeral song for Aaron. God lamented in the words, "He entereth into peace. They rest in their beds, each one that walketh in his uprightness." Whereas the angels said, "The law of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and did turn many away from iniquity." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 86, the General Mourning for Aaron. When Israel beheld the funeral rites prepared in honor of Aaron by God and by the angels, they also prepared a funeral ceremony of 30 days in which all the people, men and women, adults and children, took part. This universal mourning had its foundation not only in Israel's emulation of the divine mourning and of the ceremonies arranged by Moses and Eleazar, or in their wish to show their reverence for the deceased high priest, but first and foremost in the truth that the people deeply loved Aaron and deeply felt his death. They mourned for him even more than they did later for Moses. For the latter, only a part of the people shed tears, but for Aaron, everyone. Moses, as a judge, was obliged to mete out justice to the guilty, so that he had enemies among the people, men who could not forget that he had pronounced them guilty in court. Moses, furthermore, was sometimes severe with Israel when he held up to them their sins, but never Aaron. The latter loved peace and pursued peace, loved men and brought them near to the Torah. In his humility, he did not consider his dignity hurt by offering greetings first, even to the lowliest. Yes, he did not even fail in offering his greeting when he was certain that the man before him was wicked and godless. The lament of the angels for Aaron as one who did not turn many away from iniquity was therefore well justified. This kindliness of his led many a sinner to reform, who at the moment when he was about to commit a sin, thought to himself, "How shall I be able to lift up my eyes to Aaron's face? I, to whom Aaron was so kind, blush to do evil." Aaron recognized his especial task as that of the peacemaker. If he discovered that two men had fallen out, he hastened first to the one, then to the other, saying to each, "My son, dost thou not know what he is doing with whom thou hast quarreled?" He beats at his heart, rends his garments in grief, and says, "Woe is me! How can I ever again lift up my eyes and look upon my companion against whom I have acted so?" Aaron would then speak to each separately until both the former enemies would mutually forgive each other, and as soon as they were again face to face, salute each other as friends. If Aaron heard that husband and wife lived in discord, he would hasten to the husband, saying, "I come to thee because I hear that thou and thy wife live in discord, wherefore thou must divorce her. Keep in mind, however, that if thou shouldst in place of thy present wife marry another, it is very questionable if thy second wife will be as good as this one. For at your first quarrel she will throw up to thee that thou art a quarrelsome man, as was shown by thy divorce from thy first wife." Many thousands of unions were saved from impending rupture by the efforts and urgings of Aaron, and the sons born to the couples brought together anew usually received Aaron's name, owing as they did their existence to his intercession. Not less than 80,000 youths bearing his name took part in the mourning for Aaron. When Moses beheld the deep-felt sorrow of the heavenly beings and of men for Aaron, he burst into passionate weeping and said, "Woe is me, that am now left all alone." When Miriam died, none came to show her the last marks of honor, and only I, Aaron, and his sons stood about her bier, wept for her, mourned her, and buried her. At Aaron's death, I and his sons were present at his bier to show him the last marks of honor. But alas, how shall I fare? Who will be present at my death? I have neither father nor mother, neither brother nor sister. Who then will weep for me? God, however, said to him, "Be not afraid, Moses. I myself shall bury thee amid great splendor. And just as the cave in which Aaron lay has vanished, that none may know the spot where Aaron is buried, so too shall no mortal know thy burial place. As the angel of death had no power over Aaron, who died by the kiss, so shall the angel of death have no power over thee, and thou shalt die by the kiss." Moses grew calm at these words, knowing at last that he had his place among the blessed pious. Blessed are they, for not only does God in person gather them to him, but as soon as they are dead, the angels go joyously to meet them, and with beaming faces go to greet them, saying, "Enter into peace." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 87 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 87, The False Friends. When Moses and Eleazar returned from the mountain without Aaron, Israel said to Moses, "We shall not release thee from this spot until thou showest us Aaron dead or alive." Moses prayed to God, and he opened the cave, and all Israel saw within it Aaron, lying dead upon a bier. They instantly felt what they had lost in Aaron, for when they turned to look at the camp, they saw that the clouds of glory that had covered the site of the camp during their 40 years' march had vanished. They perceived, therefore, that God had sent these clouds for Aaron's sake only, and hence, with Aaron's death, had caused them to vanish. These among Israel who had been born in the desert, having now, owing to the departure of the clouds of glory, for the first time beheld the sun and moon, wanted to fall down before them and adore them, for the clouds had always hidden the sun and the moon from them, and the sight of them made a most awful impression upon them. But God said to them, "Have I not commanded you in my Torah? Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, thou be drawn away and worship them and serve them. For it is God that led thee out of the furnace of Egypt, that thou mightest be the people of his inheritance." The disappearance of the clouds of glory inspired Israel with terror, for now they were unaided against the attacks of enemies, whereas none had been able to enter into the camp of Israel while the clouds covered them. This fear was not indeed ungrounded, for hardly did Amalek learn that Aaron was dead and that the clouds of glory had vanished, when he at once set about harassing Israel. Amalek acted in accordance with the counsel his grandsire Esau had given him, for his words to his grandson had been, "In spite of all my pains, I did not succeed in killing Jacob, therefore be thou mindful of avenging me upon his descendants." "But how, alas," said Amalek, "shall I be able to compete with Israel?" Esau made answer, "Look well, and as soon as thou seest Israel stumble, leap upon them." Amalek looked upon this legacy as the guiding star of his actions. When Israel trespassed, saying with little faith, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Amalek instantly appeared. Hardly had Israel been tempted by its spies wickedly to exclaim, "Let us make a captain, and let us return into Egypt," when Amalek was upon the scene to battle with Israel. In later times also Amalek followed this policy, and when Nebuchadnezzar moved to Jerusalem in order to destroy it, Amalek took up his position 1 mile away from the holy city, saying, "If Israel should conquer, I should declare that I had come to assist them. But should Nebuchadnezzar be victorious, then shall I cut off the flight of the fleeing Israelites." His hopes were realized, for Nebuchadnezzar was victorious, and standing at the crossway, he cut down the fleeing Israelites and added insult to injury by hurling invectives against God and the people and ridiculing them. When, after Aaron's death, Amalek no longer considered Israel dangerous, since the clouds had disappeared, he instantly set about making war upon them. Amalek did not, however, go in open warfare against Israel, but tried through craft to attain what he dared not hope for in open warfare. Concealing their weapons in their garments, the Amalekites appeared in Israel's camp as if they meant to condole with them for Aaron's death, and then unexpectedly attacked them. Not content with this, the Amalekites disguised themselves in Canaanite costume and spoke the speech of the latter, so that the Israelites might not be able to tell if they had before them Amalekites, as their personal appearance seemed to show, or Canaanites, as their dress and speech indicated. The reason for this disguise was that Amalek knew that Israel had inherited the legacy from their ancestor Isaac, that God always answered their prayer. Hence Amalek said, "If we now appear as Canaanites, they will implore God to send them aid against the Canaanites, and we shall slay them." But all these wiles of Amalek were of no avail. Israel couched their prayer to God in these words, "O Lord of the world, We know not with what nation we are now waging war, whether with Amalek or with Canaan. But whichsoever nation it be, pray visit punishment upon it." God heard their prayer, and promising to stand by them, ordered them totally to annihilate their enemy, saying, "Although ye are now dealing with Amalek, do not treat him like Esau's other sons, against whom ye may not war, but try totally to destroy them, as if they were Canaanites." Israel acted according to this command, slaying the Amalekites in battle and dedicating their cities to God. Amalek's only gain in this enterprise was that at the beginning of the war they seized a slave woman who had once belonged to them, but who later passed over into the possession of the Israelites. For Israel, this attack of Amalek had indeed serious consequences, for as soon as they perceived the approach of the enemy, they were afraid to continue the march to Palestine, being now no longer under the protection of the clouds that vanished with Aaron's death. Hence they determined to return to Egypt. They actually carried out part of this project by retreating 8 stations, but the Levites pursued them, and in Mosera there arose a bitter quarrel between those who wanted to return to Egypt and the Levites who insisted upon the continuance of the march to Palestine. Of the former, 8 tribal divisions were destroyed in this quarrel, 5 Benjamite and 1 each of the Simeonite, Gadite, and Asherite divisions, while the Levites, 1 division was completely extirpated and 3 others decimated in such a way that they did not recover until the days of David. The Levites were finally victorious, for even their opponents recognized that it had been folly on their part to desire to return to Egypt, and that their loss had been only a punishment because they had not arranged a mourning ceremony adequate to honor a man of Aaron's piety. They thereupon celebrated a grand mourning ceremony for Aaron in Mosera, and it is for this reason that people later spoke of this place as the place where Aaron died, because the great mourning rites took place there. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 88 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 88, The Brazen Serpent. Owing to the king of Edom's refusal to permit Israel to pass through his land, they were obliged at the very point when they believed themselves at the end of their march to continue it so as to go around the land of Edom. The people, weary of the many years' marches, now became peevish, saying, "We had already been close to the promised land, and now must turn about once more. It was the same with our fathers, who, close to their goal, had to turn back and roam about for 38 years. Thus will it be with us." In their dejection they set about murmuring against God and Moses, master and servant being to them as one. They complained that they were entirely thrown upon manna as a means of sustenance. This last mentioned complaint came from those in regard to whom God had vowed that they should never see the land which he had sworn unto the patriarchs. These people could not bear the sight of the products of Palestine's soil, dying as soon as they beheld them. Now that they had arrived at the outskirts of the promised land, the merchants brought into the camp of the Israelites the native products, but these, unable to partake of them, still had to continue to gather sustenance exclusively from manna. Then a voice sounding from the heavens became audible upon earth, making this announcement: "Come hither and behold, O ye men, come hither and hearken, ye the serpent with the words, dust shalt thou eat. Yet it complained not of its food. But ye, my people, that I have led out of Egypt, for whom I caused manna to rain down from heaven, and quails to fly from the sea, and a spring to gush forth from the abyss, ye do murmur against me on account of manna, saying, Our soul loatheth this light bread. Let now the serpents come that complain not, even though whatever food they ate tasted only of the dust, and let them bite those who murmur, though they have a food that possesses every conceivable flavor. The serpent, which was the first creature to slander its maker and was therefore punished, shall now punish this people, which, not profiting by the example of the serpent's punishment, blasphemes its creator by declaring that the heavenly food that he sends them would finally bring them death. The very serpents that during the 40 years' march had been burned by the cloud of glory and lay heaped up high round about the camp, these same serpents now bit the people so terribly that their poison burned the souls of those whom they attacked. When Moses betook himself to those who had been bitten, hearing that they were too ill to come to him, they, conscious of their guilt, said to him, "We have sinned, because we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us." Such was the meekness of Moses that he instantly forgave the people's transgression in regard to himself and at once implored God's aid. God also, however, forgave their sin as soon as they had shown penitence, and thus set an example to man likewise to grant forgiveness when it is requested. As a healing for those who had been bitten, God now bade Moses to make a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole, that it might come to pass that everyone who was bitten might look upon it and live. Moses did as he was bidden and made a serpent of brass. As soon as he hurled it on high, it remained floating in the air so that all might be able to look upon it. He made the serpent brass because in Hebrew Nahash signifies snake and Nehusheth brass. Hence Moses made the serpent of a substance that had a sound similar to that of the object fashioned out of it. It was not, however, the sight of the serpent of brass that brought with it healing and life, but whenever those who had been bitten by the serpents raised their eyes upward and subordinated their hearts to the will of the Heavenly Father, they were healed. If they gave no thought to God, they perished. Looking upon the serpent of brass brought about healing not only to those who had been bitten by serpents, but also to those who had been bitten by dogs or other animals. The cure of the latter was effected even more quickly than that of the former, for a casual glance sufficed for them, whereas the former were healed only after a long and insistent gaze. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 89 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 89, at Arnon. The murmurs of the people on account of which God sent upon them the serpents took place in Zalmonah, a place where grew only thorns and thistles. Thence they wandered on to Punon, where God's punishment overtook them. In the following two stations, also in Oboth and Ayi-Abarim, they continued their hostile actions against God, who for this reason was full of wrath against them, and did not look upon them again with favor until they reached Arnon. God's favor was instantly shown during Israel's passage through the valley of Arnon, where he wrought for Israel miracles as great as those of yore at the passage through the Red Sea. This valley was formed by two lofty mountains that lay so close together that people upon the two summits of them could converse with one another. But in passing from one mountain to the other, one had to cover a distance of 7 miles, having first to descend into the valley and then again to ascend the other mountain. The Amorites, knowing that Israel should now have to pass through the valley, assembled in innumerable multitudes, and a part of them hid in the caves, of which there were many on the slopes of the mountain, while another part of them awaited Israel in the valley below, hoping to attack and destroy them unexpectedly from above and from below in their passage through the valley. God, however, frustrated this plan, bringing it to pass that Israel did not descend into the valley at all, but stayed above through the following miracle. For whereas the mountain on the one side of the valley was full of caves, the other consisted entirely of pointed rocks, And God moved this rocky mountain so close up to the other, that the jutting rocks of the one entered into the caves of the other, and all the Amorites that were concealed within them were crushed. It was the rocky mountain that was moved, and not the other, for this same rocky mountain was the beginning of the promised land. And at the approach of Israel from the other mountain, which was Moabite, the land leaped to meet them, for it awaited them most longingly. An old proverb says, if you give a piece of bread to a child, tell its mother about it. God likewise wanted Israel to know the great miracles he had accomplished for their sake, for they had no inkling of the attack the heathens had planned to make upon them. God therefore bade the well that had reappeared since their stay in Beeroth to flow past the caves and wash out parts of the corpses in great numbers. When Israel now turned to look upon the well, they perceived it in the valley of the Arnon, shining like the moon, and drawing corpses with it. Not until then did they discover the miracles that had been wrought for them. Not only did the mountains at first move together to let them pass, and then again move apart, but God saved them from great peril. They now intoned a song of praise to the well that revealed to them the great miracle. When at the passage through the Red Sea Israel wanted to intone a song of praise, Moses did not let them do it alone, but first sang to them the song they were to sing to the Lord. For then Israel was young and could only repeat what its teacher Moses sang before them. But when the nation reached Arnon, it was fully grown after its 40 years' march through the desert. Now the Israelites sang their own song, saying, O Lord of the world, it behooves thee to work miracles for us, whereas it is our duty to intone to thee songs of praise. Moses had no part in the song of praise to the well, for the well had given occasion to his death in the desert. And no man can be expected to sing about his executioner. As Moses wanted to have nothing to do with this song, God demanded that his own name also be not mentioned in it, acting in this instance like the king who was invited to a prince's table but refused the invitation when he learned that his friend was not to be present at the feast. This is the well that the patriarchs of the world, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, have digged. The princes olden times have searched, the heads of the people, the lawgivers of Israel, Moses and Aaron, have made its water to run with their staves. In the desert, Israel received it as a gift, and after they had received it, it followed Israel upon all their wanderings to lofty mountains and deep valleys. Not until they came to the boundary of Moab did it disappear, because Israel did not observe the words of the Torah. Israel sang a song to the well alone, and not to manna, because they had on several occasions railed against the heavenly food. And therefore God said, I do not wish ye to find fault with manna, nor yet to have ye praise it now. And he would not permit them to sing a song of praise to manna. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 90, Sihon, the king of the Amorites. The crushing of those concealed in the caves of the mountain at Arnon was only the beginning of the miracles God wrought for Israel during their conquest of the land. It was at Arnon, too, that Sihon, the king of the Amorites, and his people, who hardly a month after Aaron's death rushed upon Israel, were completely destroyed by them. This Amorite king, and likewise Og, the king of Bashan, were sons of Ahiah, whose father Shemhazai was one of the fallen angels. In accordance with his celestial origin, Sihon was a giant who none could withstand, for he was of enormous stature, taller than any tower in all the world, his thigh bone alone measuring 18 cubits, according to the big cubit of that time. In spite of his huge size, he was also fleet of foot, wherefore he was called Sihon, foal, to indicate the celerity with which he moved, for his true name was Arad. Moses was sorely afraid of waging war against this giant, but God put Sihons and Og's guardian angels in chains, and then said to Moses, Behold, I have begun to deliver up Sihon and his land before thee. Begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. For indeed, after the angels of Sihon and his people had fallen, Moses had nothing more to fear, for his enemies were thus delivered into his hands. God assured Moses that he would begin to put the dread of him and the fear of him upon the peoples that are under the whole heaven, by bidding the sun to stand still during his war against Sihon, that all the world might see that God battled for Moses. Moses now asked if he might, before waging war, send ambassadors to Sihon to request him to permit Israel to pass through the land. God replied, How now? I commanded thee, rise up, contend with him in battle, begin to possess his land, and thou wantest to send him messengers of peace? Moses, however, replied, I desire only to follow thy example, when thou didst wish to lead Israel out of Egypt, and yet didst send me to Pharaoh with the message to let Israel, thy people, pass out, even though thou couldst have consumed all of Egypt with one flash of lightning. When thou didst reveal the Torah too, thou didst offer it to the heathen nations for acceptance before giving it to Israel. God saw the justice of Moses' words and commanded him never in the future to declare war upon a city before previously urging the people to surrender in peace. Moses hereupon sent a missive to Sihon in which he requested him to permit Israel to pass through the land, promising him that he would see to it that the people should go along by the king's highway, so that he need have no cause to fear any deeds of violence upon married women or seductions of girls. We shall even, continued Moses, pay for the water that is otherwise given freely, and likewise buy foodstuffs from thee at good prices. This letter to Sihon contained at its close, notwithstanding the communication that the Israelites would bring war upon Sihon in case he did not permit them to pass through, Moses' assumption, however, that Sihon should permit Israel to pass through sounded in Sihon's ears like a summons to the keeper of a vineyard to permit one to harvest it. Sihon's answer, therefore, was as follows: I and my brother Og received tribute from all the other Canaanite kings to keep off their enemies from access to the land, and now you ask me to give you free access to Canaan. War between Sihon and Moses ensued and ended in a brilliant victory for Israel. Sihon and his son, who equaled him in heroic strength, found their death in this fray. God had so brought it to pass that Israel had no need of laboriously waging war upon one city after another in Sihon's land. He had brought all the hosts of this Amorite king together into Heshbon. When this city, therefore, and the hosts within it were destroyed, all the rest of Sihon's land lay open before them. Israel's victory was all the more marvelous because Heshbon was an exceptionally well fortified city, so that had gnats been its inhabitants, it could not have been captured by mortal means, much less so when manned by the hero Sihon and his heroic warriors. This victory was made possible only by the fact that God visited them with convulsions so terrible that they rolled up and writhed in pain, unable to stand in the battle lines, so that Israel could cut them down while they were half dead from convulsive pains. God also drew masks over their faces so that they could not see plainly, and taking one another for Israelites, slew their own people. With the fall of Heshbon, Israel came into possession of all the land of Sihon, with the exception of Jazer, and Moses therefore sent spies to that city. The men whom he sent there, Caleb and Phinehas, were not only capable warriors, but also pious men. They said, Moses once sent spies who brought great misfortune upon all their generations. We will attack this city, trusting in God, and we are sure we shall not perish, because Moses has prayed for our welfare. They thereupon attacked Jazer, conquered it, and when upon the day after Moses had sent them out, they returned to him, they informed him that they had conquered Jazer and slain its inhabitants. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 91 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 91, The Giant Og. The war with Sihon took place in the month of Elul. In the following month of Tishri they rested on account of the holy days, but immediately after these they set out to battle against Og. This king did not hasten to his brother's aid, although he was only 1 day's distance from him, for he felt sure Sihon could conquer Israel without his assistance. He erred in this, however, as in some other matters. In the war of the 4 kings against the 5, it was Og who had brought to Abraham news of his nephew Lot's bondage, assuming that Abraham would surely hasten to his kinsman's aid, be killed in battle, and thus enable Og to get possession of the beautiful Sarah. God, however, leaves no man unrewarded or unpunished. To reward him for hastening with quick steps to advise Abraham of Lot's captivity, God granted him life for 500 years, but he was eventually killed because it was only a wicked motive that had induced him to perform this service for Abraham. He did not, as he had hoped, gain Sarah, but was slain by her descendant Moses. The battle against Og took place in Edrei, the outskirts of which Israel reached toward nightfall. On the following morning, however, barely at gray dawn, Moses arose and prepared to attack the city. But looking toward the city wall, he cried in amazement, "Behold, in the night they have built up a new wall about the city." Moses did not see clearly in the misty morning, for there was no wall, but only the giant Og, who sat upon the wall with his feet touching the ground below. Considering Og's enormous stature, Moses' mistake was pardonable, for as a gravedigger of later times related, Og's thigh bone alone measured more than 3 parasangs. Once, so records Abba Saul, I hunted a stag which fled into the thigh bone of a dead man. I pursued it and ran along 3 parasangs of the thigh bone, yet had not reached its end. This thigh bone, as was later established, was Og's. This giant never in all his days made use of a wooden chair or bed, as these would have broken down beneath his weight, but sat upon iron chairs and lay upon iron beds. He was not only of gigantic build and strength, but of a breadth also that was completely out of proportion even with his height, for his breadth was 1/2 his height, whereas the normal proportion of breadth to height is as 1 to 3. In his youth, Og had been a slave to Abraham, who had received him as a gift from Nimrod, for Og is none other than Eliezer, Abraham's steward. One day, when Abraham rebuked him and shouted at him, Eliezer was so frightened that one of his teeth fell out, and Abraham fashioned out of it a bed in which he always slept. Og daily devoured 1,000 oxen, or an equal number of other animals, and drank correspondingly, requiring daily not less than 1,000 measures of liquids. He remained in Abraham's service until Isaac's marriage, when Abraham gave him his freedom as a reward for having undertaken the labor of wooing Rebekah for his son, and of fetching her to his house. God also rewarded him in this world, that this wicked wight might not lay claim to a reward in the world to come. He therefore made a king of him. During his reign he founded 60 cities that he surrounded with high walls, the lowest of which was not less than 60 miles in height. Moses now feared to wage war against Og, not only on account of his giant strength and huge size, which Moses had now witnessed with his own eyes, but he also thought, I am only 120 years old. whereas he is more than 500. Surely he could never have attained so great an age had he not performed meritorious deeds. Moses also remembered that Og was the only giant that had escaped the hand of Amraphel, and he perceived in this a token of God's special favor toward Og. Moses feared, moreover, that Israel in the recent war against Sihon might have committed sins, so that God would not now stand by them. The pious are always afraid of the consequences of sin, and therefore do not rely upon the assurances God had made to them. Hence Moses now feared to advance upon Og, even though God had promised him aid against his enemies. God, however, said to him, "What is thy hand?" His destruction has been decreed since the moment when he looked with evil eyes upon Jacob and his family when they arrived in Egypt. For even then God had said to him, "O thou wicked knave, why dost thou look upon them with all evil eye? Verily thine eye shall burst, for thou shalt fall into their hands." Og met his death in the following fashion. When he discovered that Israel's camp was 3 parasangs in circumference, he said, "I shall now tear up a mountain of 3 parasangs, and cast it upon Israel's camp, and crush them." He did as he had planned, pulled up a mountain of 3 parasangs, laid it upon his head, and came marching in the direction of the Israelite camp to hurl it upon them. But what did God do? He caused ants to perforate the mountain, so that it slipped from Og's head down upon his neck. And when he attempted to shake it off, his teeth pushed out and extended to left and right, and did not let the mountain pass, so that he now stood there with the mountain, unable to throw it from him. When Moses saw this, he took an axe 12 cubits long, leaped 10 cubits into the air, and dealt a blow to Og's ankle, which caused the giant's death. This was the end of the last of the giants, who was not only last in time, but also in significance, for despite his height and strength, he was the most insignificant of the giants who perished in the flood. With Og's death, all his lands fell to the lot of the Israelites without another sword stroke, for God has so ordained it that all of Og's warriors were with him at his encounter with Israel. And after Israel had conquered these, only women and children remained in all the land. Had Israel been obliged to advance upon every city individually, they would never have finished on account of the number of the cities and the strength of the hosts of the Amorites. Not alone Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, were such giants and heroes, but all the Amorites. When Hadrian conquered Jerusalem, he boasted of his victory, whereupon Rabbi Johanan, the son of Zakkai, said to him, "Boast not of thy victory over Jerusalem, for had not God conquered it for thee, thou shouldst never have gained it." He thereupon led Hadrian to a cave where he showed him the corpses of the Amorites, each of which was 18 cubits, and said, "When we were worthy of victory, these fell into our hands, but now on account of our sins dost thou rule over us." The victory over Sihon and his hosts was as great as that over Pharaoh and his hosts, and so was the victory over Og and his hosts. Each of these victories was as important as that over the 31 kings that Joshua later captured, and it would well have behooved Israel to sing songs of praise to their Lord, as after Pharaoh's destruction. David later made good this omission, for he intoned a song of praise in gratitude for the victory God had lent to Israel over Sihon and Og. Without direct assistance from God, these victories would not have been possible, but he sent hornets upon them, and their destruction was irrevocable. 2 hornets pursued every Amorite. One bit one eye, the second the other eye, and the poison of these little creatures consumed those bitten by them. These hornets remained on the east side of the Jordan, and did not pursue Israel's march to the regions west of the Jordan. Nevertheless, they wrought great havoc among the Canaanites of the region west of the Jordan. The hornets stood on the eastern bank of the Jordan, and spat their venom across to the opposite bank, so that the Canaanites that were hit became blind and were disarmed. When God promised Moses to send an angel to Israel, he declined the offer with the words, "If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence." Whereupon God replied, Thou complainest because I desire to send only an angel to assist thee to conquer the land. As truly as thou livest, I shall now send thee not even an angel, but a hornet to destroy the enemies of Israel. It is, however, for thy sake alone that I deliver the enemy into Israel's hands, and not as if Israel deserved it through their own good deeds. Og's bed, fashioned out of ivory, that measured 9 arms' length, taking the giant's arm as a standard, Og had preserved in the Ammonite city Rabbah, for he knew that Israel would penetrate neither to the land of the Ammonites nor of the Moabites, because God had prohibited them from coming too close to Lot's descendants. He likewise forbade them to wage war with the Edomites. In this way Esau, a son kind to his father Isaac, was rewarded by not having his descendants, the Edomites, molested by Israel. God said to Israel, In this world ye shall have no sway over the mountain Seir, Edom's realm, but in the future world, when ye shall be released, then shall ye obtain possession of it. Until then, however, beware of the sons of Esau, even when they fear ye, much more so when ye shall dwell scattered among them. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 92 of Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Moses' speech of admonition. As Abraham before his death spoke to his son Isaac, he to his son Jacob, and Jacob in turn to his sons, words admonishing them to walk in the ways of the Lord, so Moses also did not depart from this world without previously calling Israel to account for their sins, and admonishing them to observe the commandments of the Lord. Moses' speech of admonition had a greater effect than the revelation of the Decalogue upon Mount Sinai. For whereas Israel, shortly after they had said on Sinai, We shall do according as we have heard, transgressed by worshipping the golden calf, Moses' words of admonition had left a powerful impression upon them, and he restored them to God and the Torah. God therefore said, As a reward to thee, because thy words of exhortation have brought Israel to follow me, I shall designate these words as thine, even though thou didst speak them only in execution of my command. Moses did not, however, make his speech of exhortation to the people until after the victory of Sihon and Og. For Moses thought, Were I to have called them to account before these victories, they would have answered, He is trying to recall to us our sins because he is unable to lead us into the promised land against Sihon and Og, and he is seeking our sins as an excuse. But after Moses had proven what he could do, he could safely venture to recall to the people their sins. He now assembled all classes of Israel, the nobles as well as the common people, saying to them, I will now give you a severe rebuke for your sins, and if any one have something to offer as an excuse, let him now advance it. In this way he shut off the possibility of their saying later on, Had we heard the words of the son of Amram, we should have answered each word fourfold and fivefold. Moses now recounted the 10 temptations with which they tempted God, how at the Red Sea they had repented having followed him, and had even turned back 3 stations on the way to Egypt, how even after the miracle that clove the Red Sea for them, they had so little faith in God as to say, Just as at this spot we passed unharmed through the Red Sea, so also did the Egyptians in another part of it. At Marah and at Rephidim they tried God on account of the dearth of water, and as they twice rebelled against God on account of water, so also did they on account of manna. They infringed upon the 2 laws God had given them in regard to manna. storing it from one day to the next, and going to gather it on the Sabbath, although God had strictly forbidden both. On account of their lust for flesh also they twice transgressed, murmuring for flesh at the same time as they received manna, although manna completely satisfied their needs. And after God had granted their wish and had sent them quails, they remained content for a short time only, and then again demanded quails until God granted them that wish also. But the worst of all, Moses told them, was the worship of the golden calf. And not only that, but again in Paran, misled by the spies, ye transgressed in desiring to make an idol, and under its guidance to return to Egypt. Moses then pointed out to them that it was owing to their sin that they had strayed about in the desert for 40 years, for otherwise God would have brought them to Palestine on the same day as he had led them out of Egypt. He not only reproached Israel with the sins they had committed against God, but also with the evil they had worked Moses himself, mentioning how they had thrown their infants into his lap, saying, "What food hast thou for these?" On this occasion it was evident how good and pious a nation was that before Moses, for all the sins he enumerated to them had been committed not by them, but by their fathers, all of whom had in the meantime died. Yet they were silent, and made no answer to this severe reprimand their leader gave them. Moses did not, however, merely admonish the people to walk in the ways of the Lord, but he said to Israel, "I am near death. Whosoever hath learned from me a verse, a chapter, or a law, let him come to me and learn it anew." Whereupon he repeated all the Torah, and that too in the 70 languages of the world, that not Israel alone, but all the heathen peoples too, might hear the teachings of God. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 93 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balak, king of Moab. God allows nothing to stay unrewarded, not even a respectable word remains without its reward. The older of Lot's 2 daughters had called her son, that was conceived in guilt, Moab, by the father, whereas the younger, for the sake of decency, called her son Ammon, son of my people, and she was rewarded for her sense of propriety. For when Moses wanted to overrun the descendants of Lot with war, God said to him, "My plans differ from thine. 2 doves shall spring from this nation, the Moabite Ruth and the Ammonite Naomi, and for this reason must these 2 nations be spared." The treatment God bade Israel accord to these 2 nations was not, however, uniform. In regard to Moab, God said, "Vex not Moab, neither contend with them in battle," which portended that Israel was not to wage war against the Moabites, but that they might rob them or reduce them to servitude. In regard to the sons of Ammon, on the other hand, God forbade Israel to show these descendants of Lot's younger daughter even the slightest sign of hostility, or in any way to alarm them, so that Israel did not even show themselves in battle array to the Ammonites. Israel's hostile, though not warlike, attitude toward Moab inspired these people and their kings with great fear, so much so that they seemed to be strangers in their own land, fearing as they did that they should have to fare like the Egyptians. For the Israelites had come to Egypt as strangers, but had in time possessed themselves of the land, so that the Egyptians had to rent their dwelling places from them. Their fear was still further increased by their belief that Israel would pay no attention to God's command to them not to wage war against Lot's descendants. This assumption of theirs was based on the fact that Israel had taken possession of the kingdoms of Sihon and Og. even though these had originally been part of Ammon's and Moab's possessions. Heshbon, Sihon's capital city, had formerly belonged to Moab, but the Amorites, thanks to Balaam and his father Beor's support, had taken from Moab these and some other regions. The Amorites had hired these two sorcerers to curse Moab, with the result that the Moabites were miserably defeated in the war against Sihon. Woe to thee, Moab! Thou art undone, O people of Chemosh! These and similar utterances were the ominous words that Balaam and his father employed against Moab. Chemosh was a black stone in the form of a woman that the Moabites worshipped as their god. As part of Moab passed into Sihon's possession, so did a part of Ammon fall into Og's hands, and because Israel had appropriated these lands, the Moabites feared they would filch from them all their land. In great alarm they therefore gathered together in their fastnesses, in which they knew themselves to be safe from Israel's attacks. Their fear was in reality quite without foundation, for Israel never dreamed of transgressing God's command by waging war upon Lot's descendants. They might without compunction keep the former provinces of Moab and Ammon, because they took them not from these, but from Sihon and Og, who had captured them. At this time the king of Moab was Balak, who was formerly a vassal of Sihon, and in that capacity was known as Zur. After Sihon's death he was chosen king, though he was not worthy of a rank so high. Favored by fortune, he received royal dignity, a position that his father had never filled. Balak was a fitting name for this king, for he set about destroying the people of Israel, wherefore he was also called the son of Zippor, because he flew as swiftly as a bird to curse Israel. Balak was a great magician who employed for his sorcery the following instrument. He constructed a bird with its feet, trunk, and head of gold, its mouth of silver, and its wings of bronze, and for a tongue he supplied it with the tongue of the bird Yadu'ah. This bird was now placed by a window where the sun shone by day and the moon by night, and there it remained for 7 days, throughout which burnt offerings were offered before it and ceremonies performed. At the end of this week, the bird's tongue would begin to move, and if pricked by a golden needle, would divulge great secrets. It was this bird that had imparted to Balak all his occult lore. One day, however, a flame that suddenly leaped up burned the wings of this bird, which greatly alarmed Balak, for he thought that Israel's proximity had destroyed his instrument of sorcery. The Moabites, now perceiving that Israel conquered their enemies by supernatural means, said, "Their leader had been bred in Midian. Let us therefore inquire of the Midianites about his characteristics." When the elders of Midian were consulted, they replied, "His strength abides in his mouth." Then said the Moabites, "We shall oppose to him a man whose strength lies in his mouth as well." And they determined to call upon Balaam's support. The union of Moab and Midian establishes the truth of the proverb, "Weasel and cat had a feast of rejoicing over the flesh of the unfortunate dog." For there had always been irreconcilable enmity between Moab and Midian, but they united to bring ruin upon Israel, just as weasel and cat had united to put an end to their common enemy, dog. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 94 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Balaam, the heathen prophet. The man whom the Moabites and Midianites believed to be Moses' peer was none other than Laban, Israel's arch-enemy, who in olden days had wanted to root out entirely Jacob and all his family, and who had later on incited Pharaoh and Amalek against the people of Israel to bring about their destruction. Hence, too, the name Balaam, devourer of nations, for he was determined to devour the nation of Israel. Just at this time Balaam was at the zenith of his power, for his curse had brought upon the Moabites their defeat at the hands of Sihon, and his prophecy that his compatriot Balak should wear the royal crown had just been fulfilled, so that all the kings sent ambassadors to seek advice from him. He had gradually developed from an interpreter of dreams to a sorcerer, and had not attained the still greater dignity of prophet, thus even surpassing his father, who had indeed been prophet too, but not so notable a one as his son. God would permit the heathens to have no ground for exculpation for saying in the future world, "Thou hadst kept us far from thee." To them, as well as to Israel, he gave kings, sages, and prophets, but whereas the former showed themselves worthy of their high trust, the latter proved themselves unworthy of it. Both Solomon and Nebuchadnezzar were rulers over all the world. The former built the temple and composed many hymns and prayers. The latter destroyed the temple and cursed and blasphemed the Lord, saying, "I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." Both David and Haman received great treasures from God, but the former employed them to secure a site for God's sanctuary, whereas the latter with his tried to destroy the whole nation. Moses was Israel's prophet, and Balaam was prophet of the heathens. But how great a contrast between these two! Moses exhorted his people to keep from sin, whereas Balaam counseled the nations to give up their moral course of life and to become addicted to lewdness. Balaam was also different from the Israelite prophet in his cruelty. They had such pity for the nations that misfortune among the heathens caused them suffering and sorrow, whereas Balaam was so cruel that he wanted to destroy an entire nation without any cause. Balaam's course of life and his actions show convincingly why God withdrew from the heathen the gift of prophecy, for Balaam was the last of the heathen prophets. Shem had been the first whom God had commissioned to communicate his words to the heathens. This was after the flood, when God said to Shem, "Shem, had my Torah existed among the previous 10 generations, I suppose I should not have destroyed the world by the flood. Go now, announce to the nations of the earth my revelations. Ask them if they will not accept my Torah." Throughout 400 years did Shem go about as a prophet, but the nations of the earth did not heed him. The prophets that labored after him among the heathens were Job and his 4 friends Eliphaz, Zophar, Bildad, and Elihu, as well as Balaam, all of whom were descendants of Nahor, Abraham's brother, from his union with Milcah. In order that the heathens might not say, "Had we had a prophet like Moses, we should have received the Torah," God gave them Balaam as a prophet, who in no way was inferior to Moses, either in wisdom or in the gift of prophecy. Moses was indeed the greatest prophet among the Israelites, but Balaam was his peer among the heathens. But although Moses excelled the heathen prophet in that God called him without any previous preparation, whereas the other could obtain divine revelations only through sacrifices, still Balaam had one advantage over the Israelite prophet. Moses had to pray to God to show him his ways, whereas Balaam was the man who could declare of himself that he knew the knowledge of the Most High. But because, in spite of his high prophetic dignity, Balaam had never done anything good or kind, but through his evil tongue had almost destroyed all the world, God vowed a vow to his people that he would never exchange them for any other people or nation, and that he would never permit them to dwell in any land other than Palestine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 95 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Balak's messengers to Balaam. Balak now sent messengers to Balaam with the following message: "Think not that I ask thy help against Israel exclusively in my own interests. and that thou canst expect from me alone honor and rewards for thy service, but rest assured that all nations will then honor thee, that Canaanites as well as Egyptians will cast themselves at thy feet when thou shalt have destroyed Israel. This people that hath gone out of Egypt hath covered with earth Sihon and Og, the eyes that guarded the whole land, and now they are about to destroy us as well. They are not indeed greater heroes than we, nor are their hosts more numerous than ours, but they conquer as soon as they open their lips in prayer, and that we cannot do. Try now to see if I may not gradually become their master, so that I may at least lead a certain percent of them to destruction, be it only a 24th part of them. Balak himself was even a greater magician and soothsayer than Balaam, but he lacked the gift of properly grasping prophetic observations. He knew through his sorcery that he was to be the cause of the death of 24,000 Israelites, but he did not know in what way Israel was to suffer so great a loss. Hence he requested Balaam to curse Israel, hoping by this curse to be able to restrain Israel from entering the Holy Land. Balak's messengers to Balaam consisted of the elders of Moab and Midian. The latter were themselves great magicians, and by their art established the truth that should Balaam obey Balak's summons, their mission against Israel would be successful. But should he hesitate even for a moment to follow them, nothing was to be expected from him. When they now reached Balaam, and he bade them stay overnight to await his answer, the elders of Midian instantly returned, for they knew that they had now nothing to expect from him. They said, "Is there such a father as hates his son? God is the Father of Israel. He loves them. Shall he now, owing to a curse from Balaam, turn his love into hatred? Indeed, had the matter depended on Balaam's wishes, he would doubtless instantly have acquiesced and followed Balak's summons, for he hated Israel more than Balak, and was much pleased with the commission of the Moabite king. The elders that Balak had sent had besides in their possession all needful instruments of magic, so that Balaam might have no excuse for not instantly following them. But Balaam had, of course, to bide his time and first find out if God would permit him to go to Balak. Hence he bade the Moabite messenger stay overnight, because God never appears to heathen prophets save at night. As Balaam expected, God appeared by night and asked Balaam, "Who are these people with thee?" Balaam was one of the 3 men whom God put to the test and who miserably failed to pass it. When God appeared to Cain and asked, "Where is Abel thy brother?" he tried to deceive God. He should have replied, "Lord of the world, what is hidden and what is open, both alike are known to thee. Why then dost thou inquire after my brother?" But instead of this he replied, "I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?" God therefore said to him, "Thou hast spoken thine own sentence. The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground, and now cursed art thou." Hezekiah acted like Cain when the messengers from the king of Babylon came to him, and Isaiah the prophet asked him, "What said these men, and from whence came they unto thee?" Hezekiah should have answered, "Thou art a prophet of God, why dost thou ask me?" But instead of giving this answer, he replied haughtily and boastfully, "They are come from a far country unto me, even from Babylon." On account of this haughty answer, Isaiah announced to the king this prophecy: "Behold, the days come, that all that is in thine house shall be carried to Babylon, and of thy sons that shall issue from thee, they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon." The scoundrel Balaam, too, should have made answer to God's question, "What men are these with thee?" by saying, "Lord of the world, everything lies open before thee, and nothing is hidden from thee. Why then dost thou ask me?" But he, on the other hand, made quite a different answer, and started to boast, saying to God, "Although thou dost not distinguish me, and dost not spread my fame over the world, still the kings seek me. Balak the king of Moab has sent to ask me to curse Israel." Then God said, "Because thou speakest thus, thou shalt not curse the people," and added, "O thou wicked rascal, I said of Israel, he that toucheth them toucheth the apple of my eye, and yet thou wishest to touch them and curse them. Therefore shall thine eye be blinded. Thus Balaam became blind of one eye, as he had already been lame of one foot. Balaam, now perceiving that God did not wish him to curse Israel, said, If it be so, then I shall bless them. God, they have not need of thy blessing, for they are blessed. God said to Balaam, as one says to a bee, Neither thy honey nor thy sting. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 96 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam accepts Balak's invitation. On the following morning, Balaam gave the elders of Moab his answers, saying that he would not follow Balak's call, but not betraying to them the truth that God had forbidden him to curse Israel. He said instead, God said to me, Go not with these men, for that would be beneath thy dignity, but await nobler ambassadors. Balaam's plan was to insult Balak so that he should send no further messengers to him, and no one might discover that he could accomplish nothing beyond the word of God. His expectations, however, were disappointed. The ambassadors, in their turn, not quite painstaking in their representation of the truth, told their king that Balaam considered it beneath his dignity to appear in their escort, making no mention of God, but speaking as if the refusal came simply and exclusively from Balaam. Balak thereupon sent more honorable ambassadors to Balaam, until he was at last obliged to admit that he could undertake nothing against God's command. Even then, it is true, he did not admit that his acceptance or refusal of Balak's invitation depended entirely upon God, but declared that he could, if he wished, do as he chose, but did not choose to transgress God's prohibition. In his second embassy, Balak promised Balaam more for his service than he had offered him the first time. Balaam's answer was as follows: If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God. These words characterize the man who had three bad qualities: a jealous eye, a haughty spirit, and a greedy soul. His jealousy was the reason why he wanted to curse Israel, whom he envied for their good fortune. In his haughtiness, he told the first messengers the falsehood that God would not let him go with them because it would be beneath his dignity, and his avarice was expressed in his answer to the second embassy, in which he not only surreptitiously mentioned Balak's gold and silver, but spoke his mind by explaining to them that their master could not adequately compensate him for his service, saying if Balak were to hire hosts against Israel, his success would still be doubtful, whereas he should be certain of success if he hired me. He did not, however, give even the second embassy a decisive answer, but said to them also, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God to do less or more. Now therefore I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what the Lord will speak unto me more. These words of his held unconscious prophecies. I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord was as much as to say that he could not put the blessings of God to Israel to naught. Tarry ye also here this night contained the prophecy that this second embassy would be as much disappointed as the first, for although Balaam accompanied the second messenger, still he had no power to curse Israel, but only to bless them. Finally, the words, what the Lord will speak unto me more, held a prediction that God would bestow even more benedictions upon the Israelites through him. God permits man to go upon the way he chooses to go. When God appeared to Balaam the first time, he said to him, Thou shalt not go with them. But when Balaam still did not relinquish his desire to go to Balak, God would not interfere. Hence, at his second appearance, God said to Balaam, "If the men be come to call thee, rise up, go with them, but only the word which I speak unto thee, that shalt thou do." Audacity prevails even before God. Balaam's steadfast insistence upon his wish wrested from God his consent to Balaam's journey to Moab. He warned him of its consequences, saying to him, "I take no pleasure in the destruction of sinners, but if thou art bound to go to thy destruction, do so. Whosoever leads righteous men astray upon an evil way will fall into the ditch of his own digging." Balaam was misled by God's behavior toward him, and thus plunged into destruction. When God first appeared to him and asked him, "What men are these with thee?" this blasphemer thought, "God knows them not." It seems clear that there are times when he is not aware of what goes on, and I shall now be able to do with his children as I wish. Balaam was misled by God because he had with his words seduced to unchastity people who had up to this time lived in purity. God's apparent change of decision that first prohibited him from going to Balak and then permitted him to do so completely bewildered him, so that he thought, God at first said to me, "Go thou not with them," but the second time he said, "Go with them." So too will he change his words, "Curse them not," into "curse them." Just as Balaam was confused by God, so too were the magicians that Balak had sent to him. At the first visit, these had, through their magic lore, established that he would accept Balak's invitation, but God made him decline it. At the second time, on the other hand, they established that he would not accept the invitation, and God made him obey their summons. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 97 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam's Ass. Balaam could hardly await the morning, rejoicing no less than Balak's messengers at God's consent to his journey to Balak, and still hoping that he might succeed in bringing disaster upon Israel. In his haste to set out, he himself saddled his ass, although he did not lack servants, whereupon God said, "O thou villain, their ancestor Abraham forestall thee, for he too rose up early in the morning and in person saddled his ass to lead Isaac to sacrifice in fulfillment of the command that had reached him." The ass that Balaam took with him had been created on the 6th day of the creation. He had received it as a gift from Jacob, that he might not give evil counsel to Pharaoh concerning Jacob's children. It was upon his advice, nevertheless, that Pharaoh forced the Israelites to make bricks. He took his 2 sons, Jannes and Jambres, for it behooves a nobleman always to have at least 2 companions upon any journey that he undertakes. Although God had now granted him permission to go on the journey, still his wrath was kindled when he set out. God said, "Behold this man, he knows that I read each man's heart, and knows also that he departeth only to curse Israel." This wickedness on his part had the result that even the angel of mercy turned against him as an enemy, standing in his way. At first the ass alone perceived the angel and not Balaam, for God has so arranged it that human beings may not perceive the angels that surround them, or else they would through terror lose their reason. The ass, on the other hand, instantly perceived the angel. He at first stood in her way as she was in the middle of the road, so that she could turn aside on both sides. Then she perceived him when the road narrowed, and she could turn to one side only. And finally she reached a spot where there was no road at all, to which she could turn either on this side or on that. This was to teach Balaam the following lesson. If he wished to curse Abraham's children, he should have leeway on both sides, Ishmael's children and Keturah's children. If he wanted to curse Isaac's children, one side would still be open to him, Esau's children. But if he wanted to curse Jacob's children, he should never bring it to pass, for they are protected on both sides, on the one hand by Abraham and Isaac, on the other by Jacob and Levi, while God watches over them from above. The wall on this side and on that side, through which place he had to pass, were furthermore to indicate to him that he could not become master over Israel, who have in their possession the tables of the law that were written on both their sides. When the ass reached the wall that Jacob and Laban had erected as a token that they would never pass over it for harm, she thrust her feet against it to punish him for having broken his agreement with Jacob. Balaam, who had with blows attempted to make the ass walk straight ahead, flew into a rage when she lay down altogether and would not budge from the spot, so that he smote her all the more. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the ass and permitted her to use speech, a gift that she had possessed ever since her creation, but had not until then used. She said, "What have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times?" The first words of the ass were so chosen as to call Balaam's attention to the wickedness and uselessness of his undertaking against Israel. 3 times was to remind him that he wished to curse a nation that 3 times in every year arranged pilgrimages to the Lord. The ass's speech was altogether to serve as a warning to Balaam to beware of his mouth and not to curse Israel. The ass, through her speaking, was to instruct him that the mouth and the tongue are in God's hand. Balaam answered the ass in the language in which she had addressed him, in Hebrew, which he did not, however, speak fluently. He said, "Because thou hast mocked me, I would there were a sword in mine hand, for now I had killed thee." The ass thereupon replied, "Thou canst not kill me, save with a sword in thy hand. How then wilt thou destroy an entire nation with thy mouth?" Balaam was silent, knowing no reply. The ass did not only make him ridiculous in the eyes of the elders of Moab that accompanied him, but she also exposed him as a liar. For when the ambassadors asked him why he had not chosen a horse rather than an ass for his journey, he answered that his saddle horse was in the pasture. Then the ass interrupted him, saying, "Am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden all thy life long? Balaam, I use thee as a beast of burden, but not for the saddle." The ass, "Nay, upon me hast thou ridden since thine earliest day, and thou hast always treated me with as much affection as a man treats his wife." Balaam had now to admit that the ass had spoken the truth. Balak's princes were much amazed at this extraordinary miracle, but the ass died the moment she had spoken what she had to say. God did this for 2 reasons. Firstly, because he feared that the heathens might worship this ass were she to stay alive, and secondly, because God wanted to spare Balaam the disgrace of having people point to his ass and say, "This is she that worsted Balaam." By this action it can be seen how highly God prizes the honor of pious men, if he even sought to spare the honor of this villain. It is out of consideration to mankind also that God has closed the mouth of animals, for were they to speak, man could not well use them for his service, since the ass, the most stupid of all animals, when she spoke, confounded Balaam, the wisest of the wise. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 98 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam runs into his own destruction. While all this was going on, Balaam still did not perceive that God's angels stood before him. God meant to show him that in his hand is not only the tongue of man, but his eye as well, so that as long as he chooses, man will fail to see what is directly before his nose. But God suddenly permitted Balaam to see the angel with a sword drawn in his hand, and Balaam fell flat on his face. For being uncircumcised, Balaam might not listen to the words of God or of an angel standing erect. Hence, upon perceiving the angel, who instantly began to address him, Balaam cast himself upon the ground. The sword in the angel's hand did not signify that he meant to strike Balaam, for a breath from his mouth would have sufficed to kill myriads, but it was to point out the following truth to Balaam. The mouth was given to Jacob, but to Esau and to the other nations the sword. Thou art about to change thy profession, and to go out against Israel with his own weapon, and therefore shalt thou find death through the sword that is thy own weapon. The angel now said to Balaam, If I have been commissioned to demand restitution from thee for the injustice thou hast offered to the ass, that can show neither meritorious deeds of her own nor of her father's, how much the more must I stand up as the avenger of an entire nation that have their own merits and can refer to the merits of their fathers. But to return to the ass, why didst thou smite her that turned from the road only because she saw me and was frightened? Balaam was a shrewd sinner, for he knew that divine punishment could be averted only by penitence, and that the angels have no power to touch a man who, after sinning, says, I have sinned. Hence he said to the angel, I have sinned, but added, I did not set out until God said to me, Rise up, go with them, and now thou sayest to me, Return. But this is the Lord's way. Did he not also at first tell Abraham to sacrifice his son, and then he caused an angel to call out to him, Lay not thine hand upon the lad? It is his custom first to give a command, and then through an angel to recall it. So also did he indeed say to me, Go with them, but if it displeaseth thee, I shall turn back. The angel replied, All that I have done was to thy advantage, but if thou art bound to plunge into destruction, do so. Go with these people, but destruction is decreed for all of you. Think not, however, that thou shalt do as thou wilt, for thou shalt have to say what I desire thee to speak, and to restrain what I wish to remain unuttered. In spite of the warnings he had received from God and the angel, he was not to be restrained from taking this fatal step, but in his hatred toward Israel still cherished the hope that he should succeed in obtaining God's consent to curse Israel, and he continued his journey in this happy expectation. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 99 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam with Balak. Whensoever God wished to humble an evildoer, he at first exalts him, to fill him with pride. So too he humbled Balaam after exalting him, for at first Balak had sent princes of little distinction to him, whereupon God said to him, Thou shalt not go with them. When, however, he sent many renowned princes to him, God said to Balaam, Go with them. But this journey brought him nothing but humiliation and ruin, for he fared in accordance with the proverb, Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. God does this so that men might not say, Whom hath God destroyed? Surely not that insignificant person. Hence God exalts sinners before their fall. When Balaam approached the Moabite boundaries, he sent messengers to Balak to announce his arrival, and Balak went forth to his country's border to meet him. Pointing to the boundary lines, Balak said to Balaam, These have been fixed since Noah's days, that no nation might push into the realm of another, but Israel set out to destroy the boundaries, as their attitude toward Sihon and Og shows into whose kingdoms they entered. He then greeted him with the words, Did I not twice send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore camest not thou unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor? Balak unconsciously uttered a prophecy, for in truth Balaam went hence in disgrace and dishonor, and not covered with glory, as he could not fulfill the other's wish to curse Israel. It should now have been Balaam's duty, had he really desired to be of service to the king of Moab, to say to him, "Why dost thou attempt to do what will bring thee misfortune and finally utter ruin?" But he spoke quite differently instead, boastfully bragging with his gift of prophecy, pointing out that he was the last prophet among the heathens. "And," continued he, "I, the last prophet among the heathens, shall thus counsel thee. The ancestor of that nation erected to God an altar upon which thrice annually he offered up 7 oxen and 7 rams. Do thou then erect 7 altars, and offer up on each 7 oxen and 7 rams. God laughed when he heard this counsel, saying, Every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Balak led his guest from the borderline to the interior of the land, taking pains to show him great multitudes of the people, having bazaars erected for that purpose. Pointing to these multitudes, among which there were also many children, Balak said, Look thou, how Israel planned to destroy these multitudes of people that have done them no injury. Balak slew for Balaam's welcome 1 ox and 1 sheep, proving the proverb, The pious promise little and do much, the wicked promise much and do little. Balak had sent word to Balaam, saying, I will promote thee unto very great honor. Yet when he arrived, he offered him for food only 1 ox and 1 sheep. Suppressing his rage, Balaam thought, Is that all that he offers me? He will have to pay for this tomorrow, for he instantly determined to have him offer up many sacrifices on the following day to punish him for having treated him in so niggardly a fashion. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 100 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam's sacrifices refused. On the following morning, Balak took Balaam and brought him upon into the high places of Baal. For Balak was even a greater magician and soothsayer than Balaam, who allowed himself like a blind man to be led by him. He led him to this spot because through his magic lore he knew that Israel was to suffer a great misfortune upon the heights of Baal Peor, and he thought it was to be Balaam's curse that would effect this disaster upon them. The relation of these 2 men to each other was like that between 2 men, one of whom has a knife in his hand, but does not know what part of the body to strike for slaughter, and the other knows the part of the body, but has no knife. Balak knew the place where disaster awaited Israel, but did not know how it was to be brought about, whereas Balaam knew how evil is conjured up, but did not know the places set for disaster, to which Balak had to lead him. Balaam's superiority over Balak and the other magicians lay in this, that he could accurately determine the moment in which God is wrathful, and it was for this reason that his curse was always effective, because he knew how to curse at the very instant of God's anger. It is true that God is angry for 1 instant every day, to wit, during the 3rd hour of the day, when the kings with crowns upon their heads worship the sun, but this moment is of infinitesimally short duration, fully 85,088 such moments make an hour, so that no mortal save Balaam had ever been able to fix that moment, although this point of time has its outward manifestations in nature, for while it lasts, the cock's comb becomes absolutely white, without even the smallest stripe of red. God's love for Israel, however, is so great that during the time that Balaam prepared to curse Israel, he did not wax angry at all, so that Balaam waited in vain for the moment of wrath. Balaam now tried to obtain God's consent for Israel's curse through sacrifices, and hence bade Balak erect 7 altars upon the high place of Baal, corresponding to the 7 altars that since Adam had been erected by 7 pious men, to wit, Adam, Abel, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses. When the altars had been erected, he said to God, "Why didst thou favor these people, if not for the sacrifices that they offered thee? Were it not better for thee to be adored by 70 nations than by one?" But the Holy Spirit answered, "Better is a dry morsel and quietness therewith than an house full of sacrifices and strife. Dearer to me is a dry offering of meal than all these many flesh offerings by which thou strivest to stir up strife between me and Israel." Now was Balaam's fate decided, for by his conduct he put himself into direct opposition to God, and hence his destruction was decreed, and from that moment the Holy Spirit of prophecy left him, and he was nothing more than a magician. For Israel's sake, however, God granted him the honor of his revelation, but he did so grudgingly, as one loathes to touch an unclean thing. Hence he would not permit Balaam to come to him, but rather appeared to Balaam. God's different treatment of Balaam and of Moses at the revelation is evident, for whereas the latter betook himself to the sanctuary to hear God's words, the former received God's revelation at any place whatsoever. It characterizes God's attitude toward them. 2 men once knocked at a magnate's door, the one being a friend who had a request to make, and the other a leprous beggar. The magnate said, "Let my friend enter, but I shall send the beggar's alms to the door, that he may not enter and pollute my palace." God called Moses to him, whereas he did not desire Balaam to come to him, but betook himself there. He found Balaam at the 7 altars that he had erected, and said to him, "What doest thou here?" Whereupon Balaam answered, "I have erected for thee as many altars as the 3 fathers of Israel, and I have offered upon them bullocks and rams." God, however, said to him, "Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Pleasanter to me is the meal of unleavened bread and herbs that the Israelites took in Egypt than the bullocks that thou offerest out of enmity. O thou knave, if I wished for offerings, I should order Michael and Gabriel to bring them to me. Thou art mistaken if thou believest that I should accept offerings from the nations of the world, for I have vowed a vow to accept such from Israel alone." God thereupon handed him over to an angel, who entered and settled in his throat, and would not permit Balaam to speak when he wanted to curse Israel. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 101 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Balaam extols Israel. Balaam now turned back to Balak, who awaited him with his princes. He now wanted to begin to curse Israel, but his mouth, far from being able to utter the words, was on the contrary compelled to praise and bless Israel. He said, "I found myself upon the high places in company with the patriarchs, and thou, Balak, hast cast me down from the heights. Through thee did I lose the gift of prophecy. Both of us are ungrateful men if we wish to undertake evil against Israel. For had it not been for their father Abraham, for whose sake God saved Lot out of the ruin of the cities, there should not be no Balak. For thou art one of Lot's descendants, And had it not been for Jacob, I, Laban's descendant, should not now be on earth, for no sons were born unto Laban until after Jacob had come into his house. Thou didst bring me out of Aram to curse Israel, but it was this land that their father Abraham left, laden with blessings, and it was this land also that their father Jacob entered, laden with blessings. Shall now a curse come upon them from this land? How can I curse them, if he that curseth them bringeth a curse upon himself? Thou, moreover, wishest me even to curse Jacob. Hadst thou urged me to curse a nation that were only the descendants of Abraham or of Isaac, I might have been able to do so. But to curse Jacob's descendants is as bad as if a man were to come to a king and say to him, the crown that thou wearest upon thy head is worthless. Would such a man be permitted to live? The Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. In Israel, said the Lord, will I be glorified. How now should I curse them? How shall I curse whom God hath not cursed? Even when they have been worthy of a curse, they have not been cursed. When Jacob went in to receive the blessings, he went in through craft, and said to his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. Doth not he deserve a curse, out of whose mouth issueth a lie? Yet far from being cursed, he was even blessed. Ordinarily, a legion that stirs up sedition against their king is declared guilty by death. But Israel had denied God, saying, These be thy gods, O Israel. Should they not then have been destroyed? God, however, did not even at that moment withdraw from them his love, but left to them the clouds of glory, manna, and the well, even after they had adored the calf. Howsoever often they sinned, and God threatened them with a curse, still he did not say that he would bring it upon them, whereas in his promises of blessings he always tells them that he himself would send them upon Israel. How shall I curse when God doth not curse? Israel is a nation of whom God thought even before the creation of the world. It is the rock upon which the world is founded. For when God was considering the scheme of the creation, he thought, how can I create the world if the idolatrous generation of Enosh and the generation of the flood will arouse my anger? He was about to desist from the creation of the world when he saw before him Abraham's form, and he said, Now I have a rock upon which I can build, one upon which I can found the world. How too should I curse this nation that are protected and surrounded by the merits of the patriarchs and the wives of the patriarchs, as if by lofty mountains and steep hills, so that if Israel sin, God forgives them as soon as Moses prays to him to be mindful of the patriarchs. I was in error when I believed Israel could be easily attacked, but now I know that they have taken deep root in the earth and cannot be uprooted. God forgives them many sins out of consideration for their having preserved the token of the Abrahamic covenant, and as powerless as I am to curse them alone, just as powerless am I to curse them together with another nation, for it is a people that shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Israel is distinguished from all other nations by their custom, by their food, by the token of the covenant upon their bodies, and by the token upon their doorposts. Wherefore God doth not judge them at the same time with other nations, for he judges the latter in the darkness of the night, but the former in bright daylight. Israel is a separate people. Alone they enjoy the blessings God gives them. No other nation rejoices with Israel. So too, in the Messianic time, Israel will quite alone rejoice in delights and pleasures, whereas in the present world it may also partake of the universal welfare of the nations. I am not able to accomplish anything against a nation that zealously fulfills God's commandments, and that owes its existence to the devotion with which the wives of the patriarchs obeyed the commandments of God. Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. Balaam in these words spoke an unconscious prophecy, to wit, that he should be entitled to participate in the fate of the righteous, to his share in the future world, if he died the death of the righteous, a natural death, but not otherwise. He died, however, a violent death, and thus lost his share in the future world. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 102 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam's hopes disappointed. When Balak saw that Balaam, instead of cursing, praised and exalted Israel, he led him to the top of Pisgah, hoping that he might there succeed in cursing Israel. By means of his sorcery, Balak had discovered that Pisgah was to be a place of misfortune for Israel. Hence he thought that Balaam would there utter his curse against Israel. He was, however, mistaken. The disaster that there awaited Israel was the death of their leader Moses, who died there, and God refused to grant Balaam's wish on this spot also. God indeed appeared to Balaam, but what he said to him was, "Go again unto Balak, and bless Israel." Balaam now did not wish to return to Balak at all, to disappoint him a second time, but God compelled him to return to Balak, and communicate to him the blessings of Israel. Balaam now turned back to Balak, whom he found standing by his burnt offering. But whereas on the first occasion the king had awaited Balaam, surrounded by all his princes, Balaam now saw only a few notables surrounding Balak. Most of the princes had deserted their king without awaiting Balaam, for they expected nothing further from him after the first disappointment he had caused them. Balak as well did not now receive him as kindly, but mockingly asked, "What hath the Lord spoken?" hinting in this way that Balaam was unable to say what he wished, but only what God willed. Balaam replied to these scornful words of Balak, "Rise up, Balak. Thou mayest not be seated when God's words are spoken. God is not like a man of flesh and blood that makes friends and disowns them as soon as he finds such as are better than they. God is not so, for he doth not cancel the vow he had made to the patriarchs, for he promised to bestow Canaan upon their descendants, and he fulfilleth his promise. He always fulfills what he hath promised to Israel, but allows the evil with which he threatens them to be unfulfilled as soon as they repent them of their sins. God sees not their sins, but he seeth their good deeds. Thou, Balak, sayest to me, Come, curse Jacob for me. But a thief can enter a vineyard that hath a keeper only if the keeper sleeps. But he that keepeth Israel neither sleepeth nor slumbereth. And how then can I enter their vineyard? If, however, thou dost think that I cannot harm Israel on account of Moses, who is their keeper, know then that his successor will be as invincible as he. For through the sound of trumpets he will overthrow the walls of Jericho. Thou, Balak, furthermore sayest, A people hath gone forth out of Egypt, but they have not only gone forth. God brought them forth out of Egypt, who combines in himself the powers of the angels and of the invisible demons. Swift as the flight of a bird doth fortune as well as misfortune come upon Israel. If they sin, God suddenly plunges them down. But if they act well in the sight of the Lord, God exalts them as quickly as a cloud. Thou, Balak, hast repeatedly tried to discover in what spot thou shouldst be able to work them woe. But they will have nothing to do with sorceries. They baffle and put to naught the sorceries and prophecies of other nations by their pious deeds. When they set forth into battle, they practice no magic, but the high priest, clad in the Urim and Thummim, consults God about the outcome of the battle. There will even be a time when Israel will sit before the Lord like a pupil before his master, and will receive the revelation of the secrets of the Torah from him, so that even the angels will consult Israel concerning the secrets revealed to them by God. For the angels are not permitted to approach God as closely as the Israelites in the Messianic time. There is not indeed upon the earth a nation like Israel. The last thing they do before going to sleep is to devote themselves to the study of the Torah and the fulfillment of its laws. And this also is their first occupation upon awakening. As soon as they arise, they recite the Shema and adore God, and not until after they have done this do they go about their business. If evil spirits come to attack them, or if disaster threatens them, they worship their God, and as soon as they utter the words, "The Lord our God is one Lord," the harmful spirits become powerless against them, and whisper after them the words, "Praised be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever." When at night they retire, they again recite the Shema, whereupon the angels of the day pass on the trust of guarding them to the angels of night, and when upon awakening they again worship their Lord, the angels of the night again pass them on to be guarded by the angels of day. When Balak for the second time saw that Balaam, instead of cursing, blessed Israel, he brought him to the top of Peor, thinking that peradventure it would please God to have him curse them from thence. For by his sorcery Balak had discovered that a great disaster was to fall upon Israel on the top of Peor, and thought that this disaster might be their curse from Balaam. He was, however, mistaken in this supposition, for the disaster in that spot was none other than Israel's sin with the daughters of Moab, and God's punishment for this. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 103 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Curses turned to blessings. Balaam, on the other hand, made no further attempts to induce God to curse Israel, but thought he might be able to bring misfortune upon Israel by enumerating the sins they had committed in the desert, and in this way to conjure up God's wrath against them. But the desert had also been the place where Israel had accepted the Torah, hence the mention of the desert called up God's love instead of his wrath. Balaam himself, when he let his eyes wander over the camp of Israel, and perceived how their tents were so pitched that no one might see what was going on in the homes of the others, found himself compelled to burst into praises of Israel, and under the inspiration of the prophetic spirit, the curses he had intended to speak were changed in his mouth into blessings, and he spoke of the extent and importance of the king of Israel. But whereas Moses blessed his people in a low, quiet voice, Balaam spoke his words of blessing in a very loud voice, so that all the other nations might hear and out of envy make war upon Israel. Balaam's blessings were therefore accounted to him not as blessings, but as curses. God said, "I have promised Abraham, and I will bless them that bless thee, and him that curseth thee will I curse. Hence will I account Balaam's blessings as curses," and indeed all of Balaam's blessings later turned to curses, except his blessing that houses of teaching and of prayer should never be missing among Israel. The words that Balaam announced were heard by all the inhabitants of the earth. Such power did God lend to his voice, for he knew that at some future time there would be a man born of woman who would pass himself for a god and would mislead all the world. Hence God permitted all the world to hear Balaam's words that said, "God is not a man, and the man that passeth himself for God lieth. But he that will mislead the world by declaring that he will disappear for a time and then reappear will promise what he can never fulfill. Woe then to that nation that will lend ear to the man who will pass himself for God." Balaam furthermore announced the events that would come to pass at the time of David's sovereignty, and also what will happen at the end of days, in the time of Messiah, when Rome and all other nations will be destroyed by Israel, excepting only the descendants of Jethro, who will participate in Israel's joy and sorrows. Yea, the Kenites are to be the ones to announce to Israel the arrival of the Messiah, and the sons of the Kenite Jonadab are to be the first at the time of the Messiah to bring offerings at the temple and to announce to Jerusalem its deliverance. This was Balaam's last prophecy. After this, the prophetic spirit left Balaam, and God in this way granted Moses' wish to reserve the gift of prophecy as a special distinction to Israel. Balaam was the last prophet of the nations. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 104 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Balaam's wicked counsel. Although Balaam had not been able to fulfill Balak's wish and curse Israel, still he did not leave him before giving him advice as to how he might bring ruin to Israel, saying, "The God of this people loathes unchastity, but they are very eager to possess linen garments. Pitch tents then, and at their entrances have old women offer these articles for sale. Induce them in this way to enter the interior of the tents, where they will be surprised by young harlots who will seduce them to unchastity, so that God may punish them for their sin. Throw the stick up in the air, it will always return to its original place. The Moabite nation that owes its existence to the illegal relations of Lot with his daughter could not deny its origin, and followed Balaam's counsel to tempt Israel to unchastity. They pitched tents, filled them with pretty women, whom they provided with valuable things, and had old women take up their posts at the doors of the tents, whose task it was to lure the passing Israelites into the interior. If an Israelite passed to buy something of the Moabites, the old women at the entrance to the tent would thus address them: "Dost thou not wish to buy linen garments that were made in Bet-Shan?" Then they would show him a sample of the goods and name the price, and finally add, "Go within, and thou wilt see wares still more beautiful." If he went within, he was received by a young woman who was richly adorned and perfumed, who would at first set for him a price much lower than the value of the goods, and then invite him to do as if he were at home, and to choose the article he liked best. While he sat there, he was treated with wine, and the young woman invited him to drink with the words, "Why do we love ye while you hate us? Are we not all descendants of one man? Was not Terah our ancestor as much as yours? If thou wilt not eat of our sacrifices, or what we have cooked, here are calves and fowl, that thou mayest slaughter in accordance with thy law." But as soon as the Israelite had allowed himself to be persuaded to drink, he was absolutely in the hands of the shameless woman. Intoxicated with wine, his passion for the woman was soon kindled, but she agreed to satisfy his desires only after he had first worshipped Peor, the god of the Moabites. Now, the worship of this idol consisted in nothing else than the complete baring of the body. Hence the Israelites, seeing no evil in it, declared themselves willing to follow the summons of the Moabite women, and in this way they were seduced both to unchastity and to idolatry by the Moabite women. At first the men were ashamed, and committed this whoredom with the Moabite women in secret, but they soon lost this feeling of shame, and betook themselves two by two to their lewd actions. Israel's moral degeneration is to be partly explained by this, that the place where they found themselves was apt to tempt them to lewdness. For there are springs whose waters have various effects upon those who partake of them. One kind of water strengthens, another weakens. One makes beautiful, another makes ugly. One makes chaste, another brings about lewdness. Now there was in Shittim, where the Israelites then dwelt, the well of lewdness, out of which the inhabitants of Sodom had erstwhile fetched water, but from which, since the destruction of the sinful cities, no one had drunk, and for this reason the people had until then been chaste. But Israel, as soon as they tasted of this water, gave up their chaste manner of life. This disastrous spring will lose its force only in the Messianic time, when God will cause it to dry up. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 105 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Phinehas, zealous for God. When the people's shamelessness became more and more widespread, God commanded Moses to appoint judges to punish the sinners. And as it was difficult to discover these through the agency of witnesses, God marked them by causing the cloud of glory that lay spread over the camp of Israel to disappear from the sinners. Those that were not covered by the cloud of glory were thus clearly marked as sinners. God appointed as judges and executioners the 7 myriads, 8,600 officers of the people, giving them the order that each of them execute 2 sinners. These carried out Moses' command and stoned the sinners, whose corpses then hung upon the gallows for a few minutes. This was the legal punishment, for these sinners had not only committed whoredom with the women of Moab, but had worshipped the Moabite idol Peor, and idolatry is punishable with death by stoning. While the judges administered their stern offices, the tribe of Simeon approached their prince Zimri and said to him, "People are being executed, and thou sittest still as if nothing were going on." He thereupon took with him 24,000 men and betook himself to Cosbi, Balak's daughter, and without considering God or men, he requested her in the presence of many people to yield herself to him, to satisfy his evil desires. Now Balak had ordered his daughter Cosbi to employ her beauty only for the sake of enticing Moses, thinking, whatever evil may be decreed by God against Israel, Moses will be brought to naught. But if my daughter should succeed in seducing him to sin, then all Israel will be in my hand. Hence Cosbi said to Zimri, "My father ordered me to be obedient to the wishes of Moses alone, and to none other, for he is a king, and so is my father, and a king's daughter is fit for none but a king." Zimri, however, replied, "I am a greater man than Moses, for he is chief only of the 3rd tribe of Israel, whereas I am prince of the tribe of Simeon, the 2nd of the Israelite tribes. And if thou wilt, I will convince thee that I am a greater man than Moses, for I will take thee to myself in his presence without paying attention to his prohibition." Zimri then seized Cosbi by the locks of her hair and brought her before Moses, whom he then addressed as follows: "Tell me, son of Amram, is this woman permitted me, or is she forbidden me?" Moses said, "She is forbidden to thee." Zimri answered, "Art thou really the faithful expounder of the Torah, whose reliability God praised with the words, 'He is faithful in all mine house'? How then canst thou assert that she is forbidden me? For then thy wife would be forbidden to thee, for she is a Midianite like this woman, and this one is a noble woman of a noble family, whereas thy wife is the daughter of an idolatrous priest." At these words Moses, Eleazar, and the elders began to weep, for they knew not how to make answer to Zimri's insolent words, nor what they could do to restrain this sinner from the accomplishment of his sin. God said to Moses, "Where is thy wisdom? Thou didst need to utter only a word, and Korah and all his company were swallowed by the earth. Canst thou now do nothing better than to weep? The Holy Spirit exclaimed at Moses' perplexity and silence, "The stout-hearted are spoiled, they have slept their sleep." God, who calls the pious to strict account, punished Moses for the lack of decision that he displayed on this occasion by leaving his burial place unknown to mankind. While Moses and other pious men were irresolute and deliberated whether or not Zimri deserved death, Phinehas said to Moses, "O my great uncle, didst thou not teach me, when thou didst return from Mount Sinai, that it was the zealot's task for the sake of God's law to slay those who commit unchastity with non-Jewish women?" Phinehas took the liberty of pointing out the law to his teacher Moses, who had forgotten it, because when God's name is profaned, no man should consider the respect due to a teacher, whereas Phinehas thought now only of establishing God's law, and in doing this it was necessary to recall it to Moses' mind. Moses indeed did not take it all amiss, but said to Phinehas, "Let the reader of the letter be its bearer also," words by which he called upon Phinehas himself to visit punishment upon the sinners. Phinehas was now for a time in doubt whether he should dare to punish the sinners, for it was to be expected that he would eventually meet his death in this way, being 1 against 2, Zimri and his mistress Cosbi. When, however, the plague that God had sent upon Israel on account of their sins spread more and more rapidly, Phinehas determined to risk his life in trying to kill the sinners. "For," said he to himself, "the horse goes willingly into battle and is ready to be slain, only to be of service to its master. How much more does it behoove me to expose myself to death in order to sanctify God's name?" He found himself all the more impelled to act thus, because he could not well leave the punishment of the sinners to others. He said, "The tribe of Reuben can effect nothing in this instance, because their grandsire Reuben was himself suspected of an unchaste action. Nothing is to be expected from the tribe of Simeon, for it follows the sinful example of its prince Zimri. The tribe of Judah cannot well be of use in this matter, because their grandsire Judah committed unchastity with his daughter-in-law Tamar. Moses himself is doomed to impotence, because his wife Zipporah is a Midianite woman. Hence there remains nothing but for me to interpose." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 106 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginzberg, read for LibriVox.org. 12 Miracles. Phinehas, now prepared at the risk of his own life to punish Zimri for his sin, left the house of teaching where he had until now debated the case of Zimri with Moses and all other pious men, and had himself provided with a lance, having none with him because no armed man may enter a house of teaching. That his weapon might not betray him, he detached the upper iron part of the lance and hid it in his bosom, and leaned upon the wooden shaft as if it were a staff. When he reached the house where Zimri and Cosbi were giving extravagant play to their passions, the people said to him, "Whence, Phinehas, and whither?" He replied, "Do ye not know that the tribe of Levi is always to be found where the tribe of Simeon is?" Then they permitted him to enter the house, but said, "It seems that even the Pharisees now permit intercourse with the heathen women." When Phinehas had entered, he drew his lance and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. Phinehas' fear that these two might attack him was not realized, for God performed no less than 12 miracles for Phinehas, which not only made it impossible for the sinners to attack him, but also showed the people that his action found favor in the sight of the Lord. The first miracle was that an angel would not allow the sinful couple to separate when Phinehas surprised them. The second miracle was that the angel stopped their mouths so that they could not cry out for help. The third miracle was that Phinehas's lance struck the man's and the woman's pudenda. The fourth miracle was that the upper iron part of the lance extended so that Phinehas could at one thrust pierce the man as well as the woman. The fifth miracle was that Phinehas's arm was sufficiently strong to lift both upon the point of his lance. The sixth miracle was that the wooden shaft of the lance sustained the weight of the two persons. The seventh miracle was that the two bodies remained poised upon the lance and did not fall off. The eighth miracle was that the angel turned the shameless pair around so that all might see that Phinehas had surprised them in flagrante. The ninth miracle was that no blood flowed from them, although they had been thrust through, or else Phinehas would have been polluted. The 10th miracle was that the shameless couple did not give up the ghost, so long as Phinehas bore them upon the point of his lance, as he would otherwise have been polluted by their corpses. The 11th miracle was that the angel raised the doorposts of the room so that Phinehas might pass through with the sinners upon the point of his lance. And the 12th miracle was that when the tribe of Simeon prepared to avenge Prince Zimri's death upon Phinehas, the angel sent a plague upon them, so that they were impotent against him. Phinehas was not, however, content with having punished the sinners, but he tried also to reconcile God with Israel. He threw the two dead bodies upon the ground, saying to God, "Why, alas, hast thou, on account of the sins of these two, slain 24,000 Israelites?" For this was the number that had been snatched away by the plague that God had sent upon Israel for their sins. The angels now wanted to plunge Phinehas into death for his bold words, but God bade them desist, saying, "Leave him in peace. He is a zealot, the son of a zealot, and an appeaser of wrath, the son of an appeaser of wrath." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 107 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg. Read for LibriVox.org. Phinehas Rewarded. While God expressed his entire satisfaction with Phinehas's act, it found many adversaries among Israel, who would scornfully call after him, "Behold this man, the grandson of one who fattened calves, to offer them up to an idol, daring to slay a prince among Israel." This spiteful remark referred to the fact that Phinehas was descended on his mother's side, not only from Joseph, but from Jethro also, who before his conversion to Judaism had been a priest of idols. God therefore said to Moses, "Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, hence I offer him my greeting of peace. For it was he who, zealous for my sake, preserved the seed of Abraham." The reason God designated Phinehas as the son of Eleazar and the grandson of Aaron was that he wanted to stop the mouths of Phinehas's detractors, who pretended that he was nothing but a grandson of the heathen priest Jethro, ignoring the fact that he was at the same time the grandson of Aaron, the high priest before the Lord. God was not content with the greeting of peace, but bade Moses tell Phinehas, "With thy mouth hast thou defended Israel, therefore, as thy priest's portion, shalt thou receive the jawbone of animals. With thy lance didst thou aim at the bellies of the shameless couple. Hence shalt thou receive the bellies of the animals, And as with thy arm thou didst labor to slay the sinners, so for thy portion shalt thou receive the shoulder of the animals. As moreover thou didst strive to make peace among mankind, so shalt thou bestow the priestly blessing upon my children, and bless them with peace. As a reward for his pious deed, Phinehas was appointed by God as a priest with all the rights of priesthood that enabled him to lay claim to the 24 tributes to priests. But the highest reward to Phinehas was that God granted him everlasting priesthood. For Phinehas is none other than the prophet of Elijah. His task is to make atonement for Israel, and without tasting of death, he constantly discharges the duties of his everlasting priesthood until the resurrection of the dead, offering up daily 2 sacrifices for the children of Israel, and upon the skins of these animals recording the events of each day. God furthermore said to Phinehas, Thou hast in this world established peace between me and Israel. In the future world also shalt thou establish peace between me and them. He was therefore destined to be the forerunner of the Messiah, to establish before his coming peace on earth. When Israel addicted themselves to an immoral life at Shittim, the nations of the world rejoiced greatly, for they knew that God had distinguished Israel before all other nations and had given them the Torah, only because their life had been moral. Now, said they, the crown has been taken from Israel's head, their pride is departed, for now they are no better than we. God, however, raised up Israel from their fall by sending the plague upon the sinners at Shittim, and thus purified Israel from them, so that they could again, as of yore, be proud of their family purity, through which they had been distinguished from all other nations. God therefore ordered them to take a census, to show in this way that Israel remained true to the traditions of their ancestor Abraham by keeping their family life pure. This census showed that several tribes had lost entire divisions since the time that passed between the entrance of Israel into Egypt and their entrance into the promised land. Among the tribes that had perished were such as had already lost their lives in Egypt, those, namely, who had died during the days of darkness because they were such sinners that they did not want to leave Egypt. But heaviest of all were the losses in the tribes of Benjamin and of Shimon, for in the battle between the Levites and the other tribes after Aaron's death, when the latter, for fear of the Canaanites, wanted to return to Egypt, the Benjamites lost no less than 7 divisions. All of the 24,000 men that died from the plague at Shittim belonged, however, to the tribe of Shimon, which, at the end of the march through the desert, had dwindled down to less than half its number. The tribe of Dan, on the other hand, had turned out to be very fruitful, for whereas at the entrance of Egypt it had consisted of only 1 division, it later exceeded in number all the other tribes except the tribe of Judah. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 108 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The Daughters of Zelophmehad. But there was another purpose beside that of establishing Israel's family purity in taking the census at Arbat Moab. For when God at the exodus from Egypt put his people into Moses' hands, he entrusted them to him after having counted them, and not when Moses was about to depart from this world. He wanted to return the flock that God had entrusted to him, truly numbered, into God's hand. After the number of the nation had been determined, God ordered Moses to divide the promised land among them according to their numbers. Jacob had indeed upon his deathbed determined what parts of the land were to fall to the lot of each tribe. But in order that the tribes might not quarrel among themselves, God decreed that the assignments be made by lot. After the conquest of the land, Joshua and Eleazar saw to the drawing of lots. On this occasion the miracle came to pass that whenever Eleazar drew a lot from the urn, the lot itself announced the words, "I am the lot of thus and so." In this way was avoided the possibility of having the malcontents declare that Eleazar had at the drawing of lots been partial to his friends, and had assigned to them the lots they wished for. When Zelophmehad's daughters, that had lived piously and wisely like their father and their ancestors, heard that the land was being divided among the male members of the tribe, but not among the female, they took counsel together, discussing what they could do, so that they might not find themselves come out empty-handed. They said, God's love is not like the love of a mortal father. The latter prefers his sons to his daughters, but he that created the world extends his love to women as well as to men. His tender mercies are over all his works. They now hoped that God would take pity on them and give them their share of the promised land, which they loved with as great devotion as their grandsire Joseph, who had upon his deathbed exhorted his children to transfer his body to the Holy Land. Being wise and learned, they waited for a propitious time to lay their case before Moses, an opportunity which they found when Moses, when in house of teaching, recited the law concerning the levirate marriage. They now advanced and said, if we are as good as our brothers, then do we lay claim to our father's inheritance and to his share of the land. But if we are not to be considered as sons, then should our mother have to marry her brother-in-law, as our father has left no issue, since we do not count. They furthermore pointed out that their father had been neither one of the spies nor one of Korah's followers, who had, owing to their sins, lost claim to their share of the land, but that he had found his death when a number of men, in spite of Moses' warnings, had presumed to storm the mountain occupied by the Amalekites and the Canaanites. Had our father, continued they, left behind him a son, and the latter were now also dead, then should we lay no claim to inheritance if this son had left a living child, were it even a daughter. But as we are our father's only descendants, give us, we pray, a possession among the brethren of our father. The fervent longing of these women to have a share in the Holy Land shows how much better and more pious were the women of this generation than the men. The latter said, let us make a captain, and let us return to Egypt, whereas the women said, give us a possession among the brethren of our father. But not only during the rebellion that was kindled by the spies did the women remain true to Moses and to their God, but on other occasions also it was they who tried to build up what the men had torn down. At the worship of the golden calf, too, they tried to restrain the men from sin. Hence it was the men only that had to die in the desert, because they had been tempted to rebellion by the spies, whereas the women entered into the promised land. Among them also there was even to be found a woman as old as Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, by his union with Otah, who survived her sons Moses and Aaron, as well as her daughter Miriam, and who was permitted to enter the promised land at the age of 250 years. The daughters of Zelophmehad did not bring their request directly to Moses, but at first urged their plea before the lowest officers, the captains of tens. These, however, said, this is an important matter, since it touches upon laws of inheritance. Hence it does not become us to decide this matter. Greater men than we must settle it. Hence they sent them to the captains of 50s. When these saw that out of consideration for them the captains of 10s would not pass judgment, they sent the daughters of Zelophehad on to the captains of 100s, that were their superiors. But these two, out of consideration for the higher judges, would not settle this matter, and so the daughters of Zelophehad came to the captains of 1000s, who sent them to the princes of the tribes, until they came at last to the highest authority, to Moses. Now Moses might well have decided this case without further ado, but in his meekness he thought, there is still a higher authority than I, to wit, God, and he bade them await God's judgment. The answer that he received from God was as follows: The daughters of Zelophehad have the law on their side, for what they desire is in accordance with the law that was written in heaven by me. Give them therefore their father's inheritance, and also 2 parts of their grandfather Hepher's possessions, for their father Zelophehad was his firstborn, and was therefore entitled to a double share. The daughters of Zelophehad, who in spite of their years, the youngest of them had attained 40, had not yet been married, now entered into wedlock, and according to God's bidding that Moses communicated to them, they married their uncle's sons, although they were free to marry whomsoever they chose. God works good through the good, and evil through the evil. The chapter of the laws of God that was published by Moses as an addition to the incident of Zelophehad's daughters would have been given without them also, but God rewarded these women for their piety by making them the direct occasion of this chapter of the law. At the same time, this case of these women was to teach several lessons to Moses. He who, since he had been made God's messenger to the people, had lived apart from his wife, was not to grow too conceited on account of the sacrifice he had made to his sacred calling. Hence, in the last year of his life, there appeared before him the daughters of Zelophehad, who of their own accord had not married, because they had not found mates that they considered suitable. Then, too, Moses could not answer the legal question that the daughters of Zelophehad had presented to him, and had to ask God's counsel, which was a second lesson to Moses. At the appointment of the elders, Moses earnestly told them, "The cause that is too hard for ye, bring to me, and I will hear it." And in punishment of these boastful words, God so brought it to pass that he could give no answer to this request of the women, whereupon God said to him, "Didst not thou say, the cause that is too hard for ye, bring it to me? And now thou canst not properly settle this legal question of the women." A similar punishment for a similar offense was visited upon David, who, well aware of his erudition, said, "The laws of the Torah do I grasp as easily and as quickly as songs." God then said, "As truly as thou livest, thou shalt hereafter forget a biblical law that even the school children know." So too it came to pass that when he had the holy ark fetched from Gibeah to Zion, he forgot the biblical instruction that the ark may be carried only upon the shoulder, and had it lifted upon a wagon. Then occurred the miracle that the ark leaped of itself into the air, whereas the oxen that pulled the wagon fell down, whereupon Uzzah, to whom the transportation of the ark had been entrusted, stretched out his hand to prevent the ark from falling, and himself fell dead upon the ground. For a sin that is committed is ignorance of the law is accounted as if it had been intentional. Uzzah should have been mindful of the law that the ark was not to be lifted upon a cart, hence his punishment. God thereupon said to David, "Didst thou not say, Thy statutes have been my songs? And thou hast not even mastered the words of the Bible. Unto the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonged unto them. They bear it upon their shoulders." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 109, of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. The appointment of Joshua. When Moses heard God's decision in the case of the daughters of Zelophmehad, which turned out in their favor so that they inherited their father's property, he thought, "This is a propitious time to urge a plea before the Lord, for if daughters are to inherit their father, then must my sons inherit my office." He then began to pray to God that his successors, who he hoped were also to be his descendants, might be worthy leaders of their people. He said, "O my Lord, before whom come the spirits of all human beings, so that thou knowest the spirit of each, whose spirit is proud and whose spirit is meek, whose spirit is patient and whose spirit is restive, mayest thou set over thy community a man who is gifted with strength, with wisdom, with beauty, and with decorum, so that his conduct may not give offense to the people. O Lord of the world, thou knowest each man's views, and knowest that each man has a view of his own. Hence, as I am about to depart from this world, I pray thee, appoint a leader over them that will know how to deal with each man according to his views." Moses, being a truly pious man, thought when he saw his end approach, not of himself, but of the welfare of the community, for whom he implored a good and worthy leader. Hence he furthermore said to God, "Let not my successor share my fate, for although I accepted the guidance of the people only after long hesitation, owing to thy urgings and requests, still I shall not be permitted to lead them into the promised land. Mayest thou then deal differently with my successor than thou hast dealt with me, and permit him not only to lead the people in the desert, but to take them into the promised land. He, however, shall be a man which may go out before them, who, unlike the kings of the heathens, that sent their legions to war, but themselves remain at home, shall himself lead Israel to war. But he shall also be a man which may come in before them. May it be granted him to see the number of those returning from war, no less than that of those going into war. O Lord of the world," continued Moses, "thou hast led Israel out of Egypt, not to punish them for their sins, but to forgive them. And thou hast not led them out of Egypt, that they may be without leaders, but that they may indeed have leaders. I insist, therefore, that thou shouldst tell me whether or not thou wilt grant them a leader." This is one of the 5 occasions upon which Moses implored God to give him an answer to his question. When he saw that his appearance before Pharaoh only occasioned him to bring greater and greater cruelties upon Israel, he said to God, "Tell me if thou wilt now deliver them or not." He also demanded God's answer to the question, "Shall I now fall into their hands or not?" when at Rephidim, on account of the dearth of water, he was threatened by the people. The 3rd occasion was when he prayed to God for Miriam's recovery, and said, "Tell me, wilt thou heal her or not?" And lastly, when after long and fervent prayer, he asked God whether he should be permitted to enter into the Holy Land, he said, "Let me know if I am to enter the Holy Land or not." God fulfilled this wish of Moses, saying, "Thou hast now requested to be informed concerning thy immediate successor. I shall do more than this, and show thee all the judges and prophets that I will allow to arise for my children from now on to the resurrection of the dead." Then he showed Moses his successor Joshua, his successor's successor Othniel, and all the other judges and prophets. Then God added these words, "Of all these that I have shown thee, each will have his individual spirit and his individual knowledge. But such a man as thou now wishest for thy successor, whose spirit is to embrace in itself the spirits of 60 myriads of Israel, so that he may speak to each one of them according to his understanding, such a man as this will not arise until the end of time. The Messiah will be inspired with a spirit that in itself will embrace the spirits of all mankind. But now concerning thy immediate successor, know then that he that watcheth the fig tree shall eat of its fruits, and he that waiteth upon his master will be promoted to honor, and thy sons shall not inherit the leadership because they concern themselves little with the Torah. Joshua shall be thy successor, who served thee with devotion and showed thee great veneration, for at morn and eve he put up the benches in thy house of teaching, and spread the carpets over them. He served thee as far as he was able, and Israel shall now know that he will therefore receive his reward. Take then Joshua, a man such as thou didst wish, as a successor, whom thou hast proven, and who knows how to deal with people of every tendency, and lay thy hand upon him. Give him an opportunity, while thou art still alive, to speak in public and to pronounce the law, so that Israel may not, after thy death, contemptuously say of thy successor, as long as his teacher was alive he dared not pronounce judgment, and now he wishes to do so. Although Joshua, who is not of thy kin, is to be thy successor, I shall nevertheless be mindful of the law, that no inheritance shall remove from one tribe to another tribe, for the dignity of leadership is to be reserved for thy family. Joshua shall stand even before Eleazar the priest, thy brother's son, who shall ask counsel for him according to the judgment of the Urim. After Moses in kindly words had induced Joshua to accept the leadership after his death, pointing out to him the great rewards that in the future world await the leaders of Israel, he took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest and before all the congregation, that all might thereafter acknowledge him as his successor. He then bade Joshua, who had been sitting on the floor like all the rest, rise and set himself upon a bench beside him. Joshua seated himself with the words, Blessed be the Lord that hath through Moses bestowed the Torah upon Israel. Moses honored Joshua furthermore by interrupting his discourse as soon as Joshua entered the house of teaching, and resuming it only when he had taken his seat. Moses also bade a herald proclaim throughout the camp, This man Joshua is worthy of being appointed by God as his shepherd. Moses distinguished Joshua not because God had ordered him to do so, but because he was sincerely glad to pass his dignity on to him, just as a father is glad to leave his possessions to his son. So too, whereas God had bidden Moses to lay only one hand upon Joshua's head, and in this way put his honor upon him, Moses fulfilled God's command by laying both his hands upon Joshua, and by this action bestowed upon him not only insight and understanding, but also a radiant countenance like that of Moses, from whose face issued rays like those of the sun. In giving all these qualities to Joshua, Moses lost nothing. Moses' wisdom was like a torch, whereas Joshua's may be compared to a candle only, and just as a torch loses none of its intensity if a candle is lighted therefrom, so little was Moses' wisdom diminished by the wisdom he gave to Joshua. The rays, too, that emanated from Joshua's countenance were weaker than those from Moses, and not until the crossing of the Jordan did they attain their full intensity, so that upon beholding them the people feared him as they feared Moses. Joshua's appointment by God as Moses' successor had been Moses' most cherished wish, but he had not ventured to give expression to it, for he was mindful of the punishment God had sent over him when he had entreated him to send Aaron instead of himself to deliver Israel out of Egypt, and from that time he feared to make any proposals whatsoever to God. He was like the child who had once been burned by a coal, and the seeing a brightly sparkling jewel took it to be a burning coal, and dared not touch it. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 110 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 110, Moses' Legacy to Joshua. After Moses had announced Joshua as his successor before all the congregation, he disclosed to him that the course of his own life was run, and that he would now depart to his fathers. As his inheritance, he gave to Joshua a book of prophecy, which Joshua was to anoint with cedar oil and in an earthen vessel to lay upon the spot that from the creation of the world God had created for it, so that his name might there be invoked. This book contained in brief outline the history of Israel from the entrance into the Promised Land to the establishment of God's kingdom upon earth, when in wrath and indignation on account of his children, the Lord will rise from his throne of power and proceed from his holy dwelling. When Joshua heard the words of Moses, as they are written in his holy scriptures, he rent his garments and fell at Moses' feet, who himself in tears yet comforted him. Joshua, however, said, "How canst thou comfort me concerning the bitter word that thou hast spoken, which abound in sobs and tears, that thou art to depart from thy people? What place will receive thee? What monument will point to thy grave? Or who will dare to remove thy corpse from one place to another, as if it were an ordinary mortal's? All dying men receive a grave upon earth according to their rank, but thy grave extends from sunrise to sunset, from south to north. All the world is thy tomb. Thou goest. Who now, O Master, shall care for this people? Who shall take pity upon them and be a guide upon their way? Who shall pray for them incessantly, that I may lead them into the land of their fathers? How shall I provide food for them according to their wish, or drink according to their desire? From the beginning they numbered 60 myriads, and now, thanks to thy prayers, they have greatly multiplied. Whence shall I draw insight and understanding to give them judgment and counsel? Even the kings of the Amorites, hearing that we desire to attack them, will say, Let us not set out against them, for there is now no longer among them the many-sided, incomprehensible, and sacred spirit, worthy of the Lord, the ever-faithful Master of the Word, the divine prophet of all the world, the most consummate Master of this age. If now our enemies once more transgress before the Lord, they will have no defender to offer up prayers for them before God, as Moses had done, the great messenger, who at all hours of the day kneeled down and prayed, lifting up his eyes to him who rules all the world, and constantly reminding him of his covenant with the patriarchs, and appeasing him with invocation. For thus will the Amorites speak, saying, He is no longer among them. Arise then, and let us wipe them from the face of the earth. But what then, O my Lord Moses, will become of this people? When Joshua had spoken these words, he cast himself once more at Moses' feet. Moses seized his hand, raised him to a seat before them, and answered him, saying, Do not underestimate thyself, O Joshua, but be light of heart, and pay heed to my words. All the nations that dwell in the universe hath God created, and us also. Them and us did he foresee from the beginning of the creation of the universe, even unto the end of the world, and he overlooked nothing, even down to the smallest, but he at the same time foresaw and foredoomed everything. All that was to happen in this universe did God foresee and foredoom. And lo, it cometh to pass. He appointed me for them and for their sins, that for them I might make prayer and exhortation. Not for my fitness or my strength was I chosen, but only through the grace of his mercy and his long suffering. For I assure thee, Joshua, not on account of the excellence of this people wilt thou destroy the heathens. All the fastnesses of heaven and the foundations of the universe were created and approved by God, and are beneath the ring of his right hand. Those, therefore, that maintain and fulfill God's commandments thrive and prosper, but those who sin and neglect the commandments will now receive the promised penalties, and will be punished like the heathens with many plagues. But that he should wholly destroy or abandon them is impossible, for God will step forth, who foresaw everything even to eternity, and whose covenant is firmly founded in accordance with the oath which he swore to the patriarchs. Then the hands of the angel will be filled, and he will be appointed chief, and he will forthwith avenge them of their enemies. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 111 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 111, Moses' Last Campaign. Balaam's prophecy, he shall not lie down until he eat of the prey and drink the blood of the slain, was very quickly fulfilled. Shortly before his death, before he lay down to everlasting sleep, it was granted Moses to rejoice in the death of Balaam and the 5 Midianite kings allied to him. Israel's sinful profanation at Shittim, occasioned by Balaam's wicked advice, sorely smote Moses' heart. God had appointed Moses as Lord of the angels, who through fire and cloud had to step aside to make room for him and let him pass. Yea, at his appearance they rose from their seats to do him honor. As he had power over the angels, so too did he rule the sea, which he clove at will and then commanded to resume its former guise, and the treasures of hail, which he employed to send hail over the Egyptians. Now this man, who was sovereign over the angels and over the forces of nature, could only weep when Israel committed whoredom with the daughters of Moab and Midian. To comfort Moses, God now said, "As truly as thou livest, thou shalt not depart out of this world until thou shalt have avenged those who tempted Israel to sin. Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people." God at the same time reproached Moses for his despair and lack of energy at Shittim, saying, "When all the tribes of Israel, save the tribe of Levi, were against thee, thou didst not then lack courage to stand up against all the people on account of the worship of the golden calf. How much more then at Shittim, when all Israel, save only one tribe, the tribe of Simeon, were on thy side, shouldst thou have proven thyself sufficiently strong to keep back the sinners from their sin?" When Moses received the command to wage war upon the people that had tempted Israel to sin, he said to God, "Yesterday didst thou say to me, 'Vex not Moab,' and now thou sayest, 'Avenge the children of Israel.'" God, however, replied, "When I said, 'Vex not Moab,' I named these people after their grandsire, the son of Lot. But now that through their own fault they have lost the claim to kind treatment from Israel, I shall no longer think of their grandsire Abraham's kinsmen, but shall call them Midianim, they that lost their claim." Lot's descendants now not only had no further claims to exemption, but a command was given to Moses to treat them with still greater hostility than the other nations. Until then it had been Israel's duty not to fight against a city of the heathens unless they had first proclaimed peace to it, and the heathens had refused to accept it. But now they were instantly to proceed to hostility. And whereas they had formerly been prohibited from destroying the trees that surrounded a city, they were now ruthlessly to destroy all that lay in their path. This wrath of God against those who had tempted Israel to sin was justified, for the tempter to sin is him of this world alone, but he that tempts another deprives him of this world and the world beyond. Two nations, the Egyptians and the Edomites, attacked Israel with the sword, but God nevertheless said, "Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian." The Moabites and Ammonites, on the other hand, tempted Israel to sin. Hence God's word concerning them was as follows: "An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord even to the 10th generation." Israel received the command to make war upon the Midianites at the same time as that to fight the Moabites, but whereas Moses at once waged war against Midian, it was not until David's time that a relentless war was waged against Moab. There were several reasons why the Midianites were to receive their punishment before the Moabites. Firstly, Moab's hatred against Israel was not quite without foundation, for although the Israelites had not attacked them in war, still they had inspired them with great fear by pillaging the Moabite region. Hence the Moabites tried by every means to be rid of Israel. Midian, on the other hand, had no cause for undertaking hostilities against Israel, and yet they not only joined the Moabites, but outdid them in their hatred against Israel. Furthermore, Moab wanted to kill Israel, but Midian wanted to tempt them to sin, which is worse than death. The delay in punishing Moab also corresponded in other ways to God's plan, for the Moabite Ruth was destined to become the mother of the dynasty of David. Hence God said to Israel, "Wait yet a while in this matter of the war against the Moabites. I have lost something valuable among them. As soon as I have found it, ye shall avenge yourselves of them." God indicated that the war against Midian would be Moses' last in these words: "Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people." The connection between the war and Moses' death is as follows. When God announced to Moses that he was to die on this side of the Jordan, Moses implored God with the words, "O Lord of the world, is it right that death should so soon overtake me, that have seen thy ways, thy actions, and thy path?" God replied, saying, "Moses, if a long life were better for men, surely I should not then have permitted thy ancestors to taste of death. But it is better for thee if thou art taken from this world than if thou wert to remain in it." Moses was not, however, satisfied with this answer from God, whereupon God said, "Well then, thou mayest live many years longer, yea, thou shalt live even to 1,000 years. But know thou that Israel will not then conquer their foes, and that Midian will not be brought under their yoke." In this way was Moses made to yield by God, for he thought, "Whether I die today or tomorrow matters little, for death will come to me at last. I would rather see Israel conquer their foes and bring Midian under their yoke than that I should live longer." God therefore bade Moses avenge Israel of the Midianites, if he was thereupon ready to die. Moses then thought, "I know that if I were now to go into battle against the Midianites, the people would declare that I wished for my own death, since God made it dependent upon the punishing of the Midianites, and my life is assured me as long as ever I wish to put it off." This consideration did not, however, determine him, for fully aware that his enterprise of war would hasten his death, he nevertheless set about the execution of this war as soon as God commanded him. Wherever the execution of a divine command or the possibility of furthering Israel's cause was concerned, Moses gave no thought to himself, even though it touched his life. Not so Joshua. When he came to Canaan, he thought, "If I wage an incessant war upon the Canaanites, I shall certainly die as soon as I shall have conquered them," for Moses also died immediately after his conquest of Midian. He therefore proceeded very slowly in his conquest of the Holy Land, so that he might be sure of a long life. But, however many thoughts there may be in man's heart, God's words prevail. And whereas Joshua hoped to become very aged, he died 10 years before the time God had originally allotted to him, for although he would otherwise have attained his master's age, he now died at the age of 110. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 112 of the Legends of the Jews, Volume 3 by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 112, The Complete Annihilation of Midian. Whereas Moses, disregarding the expected consequences of the war upon himself, gladly went into battle, Israel did not want to obey his summons to war. The people of whom Moses had on one occasion said, "They be almost ready to stone me," when they now learned that their leader Moses was to die at the end of this war, tried to evade it, saying that they preferred to forego impending victory rather than to lose their leader, and each one hid himself so as not to be picked out for this war. God therefore bade Moses cast lots to decide their going into battle, and those whose lots were drawn had to follow the call to arms even against their will. Moses' summons to battle was as follows: "Arm ye men from among you for the war, to execute the Lord's vengeance on Midian." Moses spoke of the Lord's revenge, whereas God designated this war against Midian as Israel's revenge. For Moses said to God, "Lord of the world, if we had worshipped the stars and planets, the Midianites should not have hated us. They hate us only on account of the Torah and the commandments that thou hast given us. Hence must thou avenge thyself of them." Moses did not in person lead the war against Midian, for he was mindful of the proverb, "Cast no stone into the well from which thou hast drawn water." And he who, as a fugitive from Egypt, had sought refuge in Midian, did not wish to make war upon that land. He relinquished the leadership of the people to Phinehas, for he that beginneth a good deed shall also complete it. And it was Phinehas who had begun God's war against the Midianites by slaying the princess Cosbi, Zimri's mistress. Hence the task of completing this war fell to his lot. Phinehas, as a descendant of Joseph, had, moreover, a special reason for wishing to take revenge upon the Midianites, as those had been Midianites who had sold Joseph as a slave into Egypt. The forces under Phinehas's command consisted of 36,000 men, one-third to take active part in battle, one-third to guard the baggage, and one-third to pray, whose duty it was in the course of battle to implore God to lend victory to the warriors of Israel. Moses passed on to Phinehas not only the holy ark, which Israel always takes into battle, but also the Urim and Thummim, that he might, if necessary, consult God. Outside of this, Phinehas also received the gold plate of the mitre from the high priest's forehead, for Moses said to him, "The knave Balaam will by means of his sorceries fly into the air, and will even enable the 5 Midianite kings to fly with him. Therefore shall ye hold up to them the plate of pure gold, upon which is engraved God's name, and they will fall to earth." They did as Moses commanded, and truly Balaam and the 5 kings fell to earth. They then executed Balaam according to the 4 forms prescribed by the Jewish laws. They hanged him, kindled a fire beneath the gallows, struck off his head with a sword, and then dropped him from the gallows into the fire below. Although Israel undertook the war against Midian upon God's bidding, to take vengeance for the wrong that had been done them, still their method of warfare was most humane. They attacked the cities of the Midianites from 3 sides only, so as not entirely to cut off flight. Victory was on the side of Israel, into whose possession fell the cities with all their temples, idols, and palaces. The same fate overtook all the 5 kings of Midian. All were slain alike, just as all had made a common cause of the wish to destroy Israel. Balaam, who had come to Midian from his home in Mesopotamia in order to receive his reward for his counsel not to fight Israel, but to tempt them to sin instead of a reward, met with death at the hands of the Jews. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 113 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 113, The Gruesome End of Balaam. This arch-magician at first tried to escape Israel's power by sorcery, but when he saw Phinehas and the leaders of the hosts of Israel, he flew into the air, a feat which he accomplished by magic arts, but particularly through the assistance of his wizard sons, Jannes and Jambres. At the sight of Balaam flying high in the air, Phinehas shouted to his army, "Is there any one among us who is able to fly after this villain?" The Danite Zaliah, a past master in the art of sorcery, followed this summons and flew high into the air. Balaam, however, surpassed him and took a path in the air on which Zaliah could not follow, and after the former had soared through 5 different layers of air, he had quite vanished from Zaliah's ken, who knew not what to do. Phinehas, however, came to his aid. By means of a magical invocation, he dispelled the clouds that covered Balaam, and then Zaliah forced Balaam to descend to earth and appear before Phinehas. He began to implore Phinehas to spare his life, promising never again to try to curse Israel, but Phinehas replied, "Art not thou the Aramean Laban, who tried to destroy our father Jacob? Then thou didst pass on to Egypt to destroy Jacob's seed, and when they removed from Egypt, thou didst incite the wicked Amalek to harass us, and now thou dost attempt to curse Israel. But when thou sawest that thy endeavor to curse them was without avail, since God would not hear thee, thou gavest Balak the despicable advice to deliver up the daughters of his land to prostitution, and thereby to tempt Israel to sin, and wert in part successful, for 24,000 Israelites died in consequence of their sin with the daughters of Moab. In vain, therefore, dost thou plead that thy life be spared." He then ordered Zaliah to kill Balaam, admonishing him, however, to be sure not to kill him through the holy name of God, as it does not befit so great a sinner to meet his death in such a way. Zaliah now tried in vain to kill Balaam, for through his magic wiles he was proof against every weapon, until Phinehas at last gave Zaliah a sword on both sides of which was engraved a serpent with the words, "Kill him with that to which he belongs, through this he will die." And with this sword Balaam was killed. His corpse was not buried, but his bones rotted, and from them arose several species of harmful snakes that bring disaster to human beings, and even the worms that devoured his flesh were turned into snakes. The magicians made use of these snakes for 3 different types of enchantment, for the heads, the bodies, and the tails had each a different effect. One of the questions that the Queen of Sheba put to Solomon was how to withstand these 3 different kinds of enchantment, and the wise king knew even this secret, which he then imparted to her. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 114 of The Legends of the Jews, Volume 3, by Louis Ginsberg, read for LibriVox.org. Section 114, The Victorious Return from the War. After the close of the campaign against Midian, the warriors returned with rich spoils to the camp of Israel, but they were such pious and honorable men that they did not lay claim to the booty, but rendered it all up, so that it might be impartially divided among all. As they were honest and conscientious in their relations between man and man, so likewise were they very strict in their observance of religious statutes. Throughout the time of war, not a single one of them neglected even the slightest religious ceremony. were it only to put on the phylactery of the forehead before that of the arm. But they were especially careful never again to be tempted by the Midianite women. If they entered a house to take its treasures from it, they did so in pairs, one blackening the faces of the women, and the other seizing their ornaments. In vain would the Midianite women cry, "Are we not creatures of God, that ye treat us thus?" Whereupon the Israelites would say, "Were not ye the cause that so many of us found their death?" Justly, therefore, could these pious men say to Moses, "Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and not one among us had committed a sin or an unchaste action. We have therefore brought the Lord's oblation to make atonement for our souls." Moses thereupon said in surprise, "Ye contradict yourselves. What need of atonement is there, if no man among you is guilty of sin?" They replied, "It is true, our teacher Moses. 2 by 2 did we approach the women, one blackening their faces and the other taking off their earrings. But even though we committed no sin with the Midianite women, still the heat of passion was kindled in us when we took hold of the women, and therefore by an offering do we seek to make atonement." Moses thereupon set out to praise them, saying, "Even the common men among you are filled with good and pious deeds. For a man that was under conditions that enabled him to sin, but controlled himself, had done a pious deed, not to speak of the pious and chaste men among you, whose pious deeds are legion." As among those who had been slain in Midian there was a Jewish apostate, the warriors were polluted, and hence might not enter the camp, but had to stay without. Moses in his meekness did not, however, wait for them to come to him, but hastened to them. When, however, he heard that they had killed only the men, but not the women, his wrath was kindled against the leaders of the army, for upon the leaders falls the blame for the faults of the people. He reproached them, pointing out to them that it had been the women who really had brought disaster upon Israel at Shittim. But Phinehas replied, "Our teacher Moses, we acted according to thy instructions. Thou didst bid us only avenge ourselves of the Midianites, but madest not mention of the women of Midian." Moses then ordered them to execute all the women of the Midianites that were ripe for marriage, but to spare the young girls. In order to determine the difference in age, all were led past the gold plate of the mitre on the high priest's forehead, and this had the effect of making those who had been doomed to death grow pale. In punishment for Moses' outburst of anger, God caused him to forget to communicate to the soldiers outside the camp the laws of purification. These were then announced by Eleazar, Aaron's son. It was not, however, proper for him to pronounce a law in the presence of his teacher Moses, and he was accordingly punished for his lack of reverence to his teacher Moses. God had previously said that whenever Joshua wanted to inquire of God, he was to stand before Eleazar the priest and inquire of him by judgment of the Urim and Thummim. But this did not come about. In all his long career, Joshua had no need of asking Eleazar's counsel, so that the latter lost the honor that had been intended for him. The occasion that led to the war against Midian had been Israel's seduction by the Midianite women, but these had succeeded only by having first intoxicated the sinners with wine. Phinehas, to make sure that this might not be repeated in the future, put the earthly as well as the heavenly ban upon all those who should drink the wine of the heathens. For the latter used it only as libations to their idols and for immoral purposes. In pronouncing this ban, he called upon the ineffable name and upon the holy writing of the two tables against its transgressors. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.